This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Wisteria, written by Adeline Grace, read by Kristin Atherton. I started this book by the fireside on a rainy day with one of my best friends working beside me. This one is for her friendship, her soup, and for being one of the best and kindest humans I'm lucky enough to know. Prologue. On the morning of her impending death, Life lounged beneath a wisteria tree. Her magic had shaped the branches, twisting them into a canopy to shield her from the sun, while she curled her feet in the grass, its dampness slick between her toes. Beside her, Fate was hunched over his latest work in progress. Life followed every twitch and pull of his deft fingers as they wove a lifetime into a tapestry. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he worked, one that Life wished to forever commit to memory. Because soon, death would arrive to take all that she was. And once he came, there was no knowing what pieces of herself might be left. She could only hope to remember that Fate tended to bounce ever so slightly when he was particularly pleased with one of his creations, and that he had a dimple on his right cheek that looked as though someone had carved the tip of their fingernail into his flesh, forever marking him with a mischievous crescent moon. She hoped she remembered the way all the light in the world seemed to pull toward him at any given moment, and how he would bask in it. Whether it was mid-afternoon, or an hour when only the crickets sang, her husband was radiant. Life hoped that she would remember his hands too. Not just how clever they were, as precise with an instrument or a paintbrush as they were with thread and needle, but how they melded against her body. She had no awareness of how she came to exist, and often wondered whether she'd been one of Fate's sculptures magic to life, for it was his hands alone that knew her every contour. Every touch between them was familiar, instinctual. Enjoying the view? Fate didn't need to peer behind him to know that Life was spying, no less struck by his beauty now than the day she'd first laid eyes on him. Fate was her summer sun, often too intense for others to bear, while she tipped toward him like a flower craving his touch. Life shifted to her knees, wrapping her arms around Fate's neck as she looked over his shoulder at the tapestry. Red. There was always so much red. She'd known Fate long enough to understand why. Red symbolized passion, and there was nothing he loved more. Fate's favorite stories were always rife with the color, telling tales of those who would give up their very soul to have whatever it was they most yearned for. He was never choosy with what that passion was. It could be art, literature, invention, romance, cooking, gardening. If there was passion to be found, Fate would weave the most glorious stories out of it. For he, too, was a man of great passion. Fate's hunger for the world and all its treasures was the very trait that Life loved most about him. Yet while there wasn't anything inherently wrong with passion, Life had long since found that people too frequently lost themselves within it. Fate was no exception. Too many times she'd found him hunched like a wolf before its feast, a bloodied maw replaced by unblinking, ravenous eyes as he crafted his tales. Passion made people forget themselves. It kept them from feeling the change of seasons upon their skin, or curling their toes into the grass. Passion stole their health. It made both time and families slip away as people lost themselves to their pursuits. If Life had her way, she'd weave more blue into those tapestries. Red might have made for the most entertaining stories, but it was the calm of blue that made the happiest ones. And so Life slid her hand down her husband's arm, savouring the warmth of his skin as she whispered, "I know it's hard for you, but do remember to be kind." His hand stilled mid-stitch. and Fate sighed at the familiar argument as he set his work on the grass. He stared at it for a long while, fingers twitching as he fought the urge to pick the tapestry back up. It took him longer than it should have to turn toward Life, capturing her by the waist and drawing her into his lap.
I'm kind to you. Is that not enough?
Life slipped her fingers through the silk of his golden hair, wishing it could be the two of them here forever, rooted beneath the wisteria. She would sustain herself on his lips, and would make her home within his voice, never tiring of his touch. I am not the only one in this world who matters, my love. Fate's fingers curled against her waist.
You are to me.
Even knowing that this argument was futile, she should have pressed harder. Instead, the tension in her body eased as Fate laid her upon the grass. His weight was the most comforting warmth as he lowered himself onto her. His lips drew a path from her jaw to her collarbone, and Life angled her head back, eyes fluttering shut, as she lingered on each sensation. She wanted to wrap his love around her, to bury herself in it. But as quickly as Fate was atop her, he was off again when someone cleared their throat from the opposite side of the wisteria.
You're fighting a losing battle,
Death said, his shadows slipping around the tree's roots, stretching along them until he stood before her.
You know it's not in Fate's nature to be kind.
His voice was laced with an edge of sorrow that raised the hair on her arms. Life sneaked a sideways glance at Fate, wondering if her husband noticed.
The next time you visit, do me a favour and bring a bell that I may fasten upon your shawl,
was all Fate grumbled as he smoothed a hand over his shirt to readjust himself. The tension in Life's chest eased. Perhaps it was cruel of her, but she was glad that Fate didn't know this was to be their final night together. He would only argue, demanding his brother save her, when all Life wished was for their final hours to be spent with the sun's warmth against her skin and Fate as her companion. Just as it was not in his nature to be kind, it wasn't in Fate's nature to understand why she needed to die. He wouldn't understand that although she spent each morning fighting the deep lines in her skin to appear as youthful as the day they'd met, her bones had grown weary. She no longer had the energy to journey with him to remote villages or bustling cities to check in on his favourite creations and sample their art. She could no longer travel the world just to taste the finest food or the richest wine, and though Fate had promised her that he was happy, she knew he yearned for everything she'd kept him from these past several years. Age had fatigued her, stripping away all pretenses and desires, so that nothing in the world sounded nicer than feeling the pulse of the earth against her skin as she rested beneath her favourite tree with her favourite people. Life had given up on fighting the inevitable. There could be no life without the experience of death, so what choice did she have but to let herself finally succumb? Death presented his charges with 3 options once he claimed their life. The first was the least favourable. A soul could choose to remain on Earth, stuck where they died until they decided they were ready for the second option, which was to move into the afterlife. The third choice he presented them with was reincarnation, which was the only option that Life had. Her soul would come back in a new vessel, and so long as she existed in some capacity, souls would continue to be made. Life had long accepted a future where she would leave her body behind and come back anew. Though she'd never tell her husband, she was excited to discover what awaited her and to try out a new form as it journeyed through every stage of life. The only thing that frightened her was her memories, for while Death believed they could find a way for her to keep them, there was no guarantee.
You know little of my nature these days,
Fate told his brother.
I've hardly seen you the past year. For all you know, I could be a changed man.
Life said nothing as the shadows melted from Death's skin, knowing full well the reason for his absence. Death could barely look at her without his emotions seeping through. Life had known that she would die this year. She'd asked only that he wait until autumn, so that she could enjoy the summer sun one last time. For who knew whether it would feel different in her next body? Perhaps the next one would prefer winter. Perhaps, in the future, she would hate to be warm. "I'm glad to see you," Life whispered at last, standing to greet her brother in marriage.
"I wish you weren't."
Death's whisper was a winter storm.
"We don't have long. You need to tell him now, Mila, or I will."
Beside her, Fate went rigid.
"Tell me what?"
Life turned to her husband, whose eyes dawned with an understanding that burned her soul. "I had hoped for one more night with you, my love, but it seems we do not have that luxury."
"No,"
he whispered, stepping forward to grab Life's hand. He wound his fingers through hers before she could peel back, his eyes twin flames that festered with a rage she could not turn from.
"No,"
Fate repeated, this time directed at his brother.
"She's not going anywhere."
Only then did Death lift his eyes.
"I have no say in where I am called, brother, as you cannot control your charges. Neither can I."
His whisper was as gentle as morning dew. Never had Life heard him so quiet. Her heart fractured when Fate's golden threads wound around her body, drawing her back so that he was positioned between her and Death. He held his hand before him as he spoke, as if to placate his brother.
"There is no call."
Life could not see then how Fate's expression softened. She could not see the eyes that pleaded with Death, nor his fragility.
"She is my wife. You have taken from me everything that I've ever cherished, and I have never stood in your way. I've never asked you for anything. But I'm asking you now, brother, to make an exception. You cannot take her from me."
Death's resolve splintered, and Life knew then that she would not be the one to come out ahead. There was nothing soft about his voice this time, as he drew closer toward Fate, whose light dimmed before the Reaper.
"What exactly is her life worth to you?"
Life opened her mouth to speak, to argue, but Fate's golden threads wound around her tongue, holding it down as Fate promised.
"She is worth everything."
Life jerked her head toward the Reaper, pleading for eyes he would not show her, for a touch he would not provide. She fought Fate's restraints, reaching out a trembling hand, but Death turned his face into his cowl and drew away.
"For a life such as hers,"
he whispered,
"everything may just be the cost."
Life clawed at the threads, wishing she could tell Fate that this was not their goodbye, that she wanted him to let her go in peace so that she could one day return to him. For in peace, Life hoped that she could remember all she'd left behind once she found her new body. But should the death be painful? Should it be one that consumed her so thoroughly that she could think of nothing else? Death had warned her that retaining her memories might be a challenge, and Life knew without a doubt that should such a death happen, she would lose everything. She would lose him. And yet the threads upon her tongue were soon shackles on her wrists, holding Life back as she felt a terrible fate carve its place within her. And as her husband sealed his bargain with Death, he turned toward Life and promised,
"I will not lose you."
But he already had. Part 1. Chapter 1. It's said that the wisteria vine is a symbol of immortality. Blythe Hawthorne had often admired the flower, as deadly as it was beautiful, and resilient enough to thrive for centuries, even if left forgotten. Yet as she crushed a petal between her fingers from the looming vines, and let its colour bleed onto her skin, she pitied the wisteria for the fate that she and the flower shared. How tragic that they were to forever remain rooted in Aris's garden, their splendour wasted on the likes of him. Blythe, at least, had one advantage over the wisteria. She had thorns, and when it came to Aris Dryden, she had every intention of using them. Blythe trailed a look across the garden, to where dozens of guests stood in wait. Sunlight cut through the wisteria canopied above them, bathing the courtyard in a golden haze of light that had people squinting as they chatted, their breath pluming the air. Blythe envied their fine coats. Her skin was chilled from autumn's dampness, and the gossamer sleeves of her gown did little to stave it off. November was an unusual time for a wedding, though with Aris, she supposed she should always expect the unusual. If the alleged prince decided he wanted to get married on an autumn morning at an hour when the sun hadn't yet dried the dew on the moss, who was society to question him? Aris Dryden was a man who got what he wanted. This day just happened to be a rare exception, for he was being forced to marry a woman he could not stand. And, to be fair, the feeling was mutual.
You don't have to do this.
It was Blythe's father, Elijah Hawthorne, who spoke.
Say the word, and I'll get you out of here.
In any other world, Blythe would have taken him up on the offer to flee Wisteria Gardens. But to secure Elijah's safety after he was falsely accused of murder, Blythe Hawthorne had spilled her blood upon a golden tapestry and bound herself to Aris, to fate, for the remainder of her years. She even had a glowing band of light on her ring finger to show for it, the golden hue so faint that it was nearly invisible to the eye. "I'll be all right," she told her father at last. It was no use to try to sway him with sweet words about how much she loved Aris, or how happy she was to be marrying the brute. As it was, she was shivering in the damp air and itchy from what felt like 100 layers of taffeta, and she had to keep fighting off a sneeze every time her veil brushed near her nose. She had no patience left within her to lie, and Elijah was no fool. He knew that Blythe had never intended to marry.
"You'll make a beautiful princess,"
he whispered, and Blythe surely would have agreed had Aris actually been royalty.
"But I want you to remember that Thorngrove will always be open to you. No matter the day or the hour, you can always return home."
"I know that," Blythe promised, for she understood that truth better than anything. Only when Elijah seemed certain that there would be no talking her out of this wedding did he bend to kiss her head. He adjusted Blythe's veil to shroud her face as he eased away. She scrunched her nose, turning to the side to sneeze. When the lilting pings of a harp began a sauntering melody, Elijah extended his arm.
"Are you ready?"
Never. A million years would need to pass before Blythe could even consider being ready. But instead of the truth, she told her father, "I am." For if this was what it took to keep him from being hanged, it was more than worth the sacrifice. As much as Blythe tried to focus, the world spun as she stepped into the courtyard. The ground was a pathway of stepping stones, with vibrant clovers that curved around each one. Elijah steadied her as she nearly slipped on them, her choice of shoe providing little grip. Blythe's heart beat against her chest like a torrent, drowning out the pinging of the harp, which slowed its tune to match her careful footsteps. She looked to the crowd, to faces that blurred into sharpened slivers of 2 white teeth, and hungry eyes that devoured her with every step, as if readying to pluck the skin from her bones. Blythe held her chin sharp, even as her hands fought to tremble, refusing to let anyone scent her fear. It wasn't until she saw her bridesmaid, Signa, standing near the front of the crowd in a beautiful lace gown, that the pressure in Blythe's chest deflated. Death loomed behind Signa, his shadows winding around her own fretting hands. Tiny shocks pulsed up Blythe's spine at the sight of him touching her cousin. Everything in her body ached to flee from Death's presence, and yet he was the one Signa had chosen. Blythe would never understand why, but if Signa was happy and Elijah was free, then all was well in the world. As Blythe passed her cousin, the harp song faded, and her father drew to a halt. Blythe was left with no choice but to finally turn her attention to the golden-haired man who stood before them in a coat as richly hued as a sapphire. Handsome, she supposed others might think him, and yet all Blythe could see was the resentment that festered within Aris Dryden like a poison. He masked it with a cleaving smile, as if ready to join the fray of predators set to devour her. Aris stepped forward, offering Blythe his hand. Had Elijah not tensed beneath her grip, reminding Blythe of his presence, she may not have taken it.
"Hello, love."
Aris may have whispered the words, but his voice was a weapon that slipped through Blythe's skin and struck to the hilt.
"I hoped you wouldn't make it."
She squeezed his hand, forcing her own smile onto a face she hoped looked half as vicious as his.
"I wouldn't have missed this for the world, my darling, though do feel free to divorce me tomorrow."
The thread between their fingers shone bright, searing into their skin so intensely that Aris laughed to cover his grimace.
"And spare you from a lifetime of misery? I think not. You have no idea how much I intend to."
He froze, having been speaking so quietly that their heads were bowed, nearly touching each other, when he demanded in a dangerous tone,
"What on earth are you wearing?"
Blythe didn't need to follow his gaze down to her feet to know that he was referring to her velvet green slippers. Her favourite pair, in fact. She'd adjusted her dress just enough to allow him a glimpse. As buttoned up as Aris was, Blythe hadn't had any doubts that he'd notice. So it seemed had their guests. A quiet tittering sounded from the audience, and though Blythe paid it little mind, Aris's jaw tensed. He squeezed her hands, hissing words through a false smile.
"You are not marrying me in slippers. Go and change."
Blythe curled her toes into the velvet.
"And stop the wedding? I wouldn't dream of it."
If she weren't already so aware of Aris's power, she would have realised the full extent of it as his eyes flashed gold, and the world fell still. Elijah's foot stopped mid-step on his way back toward the guests, and Blythe reached out to stroke her finger along the belly of a hummingbird that had frozen beside her, its wings unmoving. Some of the guests had their mouths ajar, bodies bent in stilled whispers, and not a single eye blinked in awareness. Only Signa and Death continued to move, swathed in the shadows. Signa drew a step closer, though Aris halted her with a scowl that seared like a melting sun.
"Go and put on shoes."
Aris bowed his head to Blythe's level, holding back none of his contempt now that their guests were frozen.
"This is ridiculous. I refuse to play your games."
Blythe had earned every bit the reaction she'd hoped to from such a proud man, and the grin she sported said as much.
"It seems you haven't noticed, my love, but you're already playing."
The millions of golden threads surrounding them glimmered. Several wound around her wrist, and as Aris made a motion as if to tug her forward, Blythe braced herself. Yet it was Aris who stumbled back, clutching his own wrist with a hiss of pain. He looked not at Blythe, but to Signa, whose face was stony. Had her cousin also struck a bargain with fate? It seemed that he was unable to harm her, and Blythe's realization came in the form of a baleful laugh as she drew chest to chest with Aris. Or chest to stomach, really, given that he was a good head taller.
"I will wait out the rest of my life, rooted in this spot, if it means besting you,"
she told him, meaning each and every word.
"Free the others from whatever spell you placed upon them, and let's get on with this charade."
A long moment passed in which Aris did nothing. So long, in fact, that Death began to stir. Though she knew the Reaper meant to help, Blythe tensed when his shadows inched closer. It was all she could do to keep her eyes on Aris, trying to ignore death's presence by putting as much heat into her glare as she could summon. She couldn't say how long Aris matched that stare until, eventually, he gritted his teeth and grabbed hold of her skirts, tossing them over her slippers. Only then did Elijah's foot hit the ground with a slap, and the quiet whispers resume. The hummingbird darted over Aris's head as the minister approached.
"Wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife?"
he began, and no sooner had the words left his mouth did Blythe's world sway. She dug her heels into the earth, rooting deeper with each vow that passed his lips.
"Wilt thou love her, forsaking all others, so long as you both shall live?"
Though she missed most of what the minister said, her world came crashing to a halt with his last question. Blythe glanced sideways at Aris, who kept his head down and his jaw so tight that she thought his teeth might snap.
"For as long as she lives,"
he agreed, so curt that the minister flinched before turning his attention to Blythe.
"And wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou obey him, serve him, love, honour, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as you both shall live?"
Aris shot Blythe a dark look that halted her laughter before it could escape. She cleared it from her throat and said sincerely,
"I will marry him, and I will love him even more when he is sick."
The minister brought forward a golden ring designed to resemble a snake, set with eyes of jade.
"Repeat after me. With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship."
Each word was acid in Blythe's mouth, the ring burning as Aris shoved it down her finger while reciting the vows. Blythe bit her tongue as he pressed it so deeply toward her knuckle that she'd have to oil the blasted thing to get it off. Which she certainly would be doing the moment they were out of the public eye.
"Hello, wife,"
Aris spat, voice too low for anyone else's ears. Blythe smiled through the pain, curling her hands around his so that she could dig her nails into his palms.
"Hello, husband."
Neither looked away as the minister motioned them to their knees for the ceremonial prayer, and the rest of his words fell away as Blythe's ring finger seared beneath her golden band. It was not a ring, but a shackle. One, it seemed, that neither she nor Aris would be escaping any time soon. Chapter 2. Most days, Blythe found solace in the act of slipping into her favourite ball gown. Yet on the day of her wedding, she couldn't stop fidgeting, claustrophobic in the mountains of taffeta that had been piled upon her. Her feet, too, were positively freezing, the morning dew sinking into the fabric and dampening the velvet soles. Had she not fought so hard to aggravate Aris, she would have long since changed into something warmer. She reminded herself how sweet that small victory had tasted as the slippers squished beneath her toes and a perpetual chill settled into her bones. Yet all the while she kept a grin plastered to her lips as she stood beneath a wisteria awning, stuck beside Aris as they were forced to greet their guests. Surrounding her was a blur of faces she'd known all her life. Too many of them, in fact. This was no small ceremony, but a celebration worthy of a prince, where delicate chocolates and miniature cakes decorated with golden leaves were ceremoniously displayed on gilded trays, and everyone's wrists and throats glittered with their finest jewels. Charlotte and Everett Wakefield greeted the newlyweds with smiles and words of encouragement. The Duke and Duchess leaned into each other, a sparkle in their eyes that had Blythe wondering what it must have felt like to be so in love. She likely would never know. There were faces in the crowd that Blythe didn't recognise too, arrogant ones that waltzed about the reception, as if in constant assessment. As Blythe scrutinised them more closely, however, she noticed their eyes were glassy, and that they never uttered a word to anyone but one another. They must have been Aris's guests, as it would have drawn attention if he didn't have any in attendance. The townsfolk never let these new guests stray far from sight. From the corner of her eye, Blythe watched as Diana Blackwater slid closer to one of Aris's enchanted puppets, a man who could be no older than 30, who claimed a pretentious air and was neatly styled in imported fabrics. Diana positioned herself in an effort to capture his attention, though the man could spare her no notice, even if he wanted to, as he looped slow circles around the garden, inspecting the decor. After several moments of following after him, Diana gave up with a hiss, fanning herself in embarrassment. The moment she noticed Blythe watching, her spine stiffened. Ever so slowly, as if doing so physically pained her, Diana curtsied. It was then, as satisfaction warmed her from head to foot, that Blythe realized how irredeemable her own soul truly was. That curtsy alone almost made her soggy slippers worth it. Almost.
Can you not simply magic this day to its end?
Blythe asked, after she and Aris were congratulated by a woman who ran a modest apothecary shop in town. Blythe had never properly met her before, yet she smiled and accepted the woman's profuse congratulations all the same.
Must we see this charade through in its entirety?
You're the one who insisted on a proper wedding, Aris reminded her. I wouldn't dream of taking such an experience away from a blushing bride.
Blythe swallowed the foul words that threatened to sear holes in her tongue. It wasn't worth getting into another bickering match with him, especially not when her father stood in the near distance, observing the newlyweds with a cautious eye. It wasn't that Blythe had wanted a wedding, exactly. Rather, she'd wished to delay her inevitable fate for as long as possible, and had wanted something that Elijah could bear witness to. She'd wanted her father to see that she was well, and that he needn't worry, which was why she now smiled so wide that her cheeks were beginning to ache. She even wound herself around Aris's arm when she wished for nothing more than to recoil. His hand snaked around her waist, gripping so tight that pinpricks shot along her skin, and all she could think was how she would have to burn this gown and scrub his touch from her body the second she had an opportunity. It wasn't until Signa approached that Aris eased his hold, his steely demeanour cracking. If Signa noticed, and Blythe assumed she would have, given that Signa tended to notice most things, she said nothing. Instead, Signa took Blythe's hands in her own. "You are the finest bride I have ever seen," she told her, and Blythe smiled, despite knowing she was one of the only brides Signa had ever seen. Blythe couldn't believe that only a few short months ago she'd been uncertain whether she'd ever speak to her cousin again, just as she couldn't believe that she'd only known Signa for the span of a single year. After all they'd survived, it felt as though they'd shared a lifetime together. Signa looked to Aris next, whose jaw ticked. Only Blythe could feel how greatly he deflated in Signa's presence, and while she did not favour Aris, she did pity him. Aris believed Signa to be the reincarnation of the woman he'd spent centuries searching for. He believed her to be life, the only person Aris had ever loved. And Signa would never be his.
Miss Furrow,
Aris greeted coolly, though every part of him turned predatory as death's shadows loomed closer.
Brother. A shame that my invitation was lost in the mail.
Death's voice was the shock of an eclipse, or the danger of seawater filling one's throat. It suffocated Blythe, so different from fate's rich exuberance that she at once felt ensnared in an icy current and at a loss for breath. "Have you plans for the honeymoon?" Signa asked. Despite the fact that the honeymoon was meant to be a surprise to the bride, that hadn't stopped half of everyone who'd greeted them from asking about it. Still, from Signa, the question was odd, for surely she could not be hopeful about this sham of a marriage. She was the only one who knew just how preposterous it truly was, though Blythe suspected that Elijah was also leery. And yet the warmth in Signa's eyes was so genuine that Blythe's stomach curled. Leave it to the girl in love with death to be optimistic about Blythe being bound to fate. Signa, in part, had always reminded Blythe of an owl. Her eyes were unnervingly large, and whenever she was lost in her thoughts, she often forgot to blink. Blythe had long since made up a game in which she would count how long it took Signa to remember, and Blythe played it then, as her cousin stared fate down, with a pinch between the brows. It had been 30 seconds so far, and still Signa had not blinked. It was no wonder so many people found the girl odd. It was a wonder, too, that she never complained of dry eyes. Signa only stirred when Death steadied a gloved hand on her shoulder, and Blythe wondered whether he, too, counted the seconds. Or perhaps the couple filled their evenings staring into each other's eyes and seeing who could be the most unnerving and go the longest without blinking.
"Why do you want to know, Miss Farrow?"
Aris asked, the timbre of his voice earning the Reaper's attention.
"Would you like to join me instead?"
Death, to his credit, did not take the bait. Though his eyes were dark, fathomless things, Blythe got the distinct impression that the Reaper was watching her. Every inch of her skin crawled, and the hair upon the back of her neck stood alert. As Blythe soothed it back down, Signa chided. "This situation is only as bad as the two of you make it. If you're stuck with each other from here on out, I'd hope that at the very least you stop trying to kill each other." Blythe bit back her scoff. How easy that was for Signa to say. She wasn't the one who had to spend the rest of her living years with this beast.
"I can't kill her,"
Fate corrected in a flat monotone.
"You saw to that when you made me vow not to hurt her. It's no matter, though, as her pathetic human life will soon pass, and one day I shall build my bed atop her bones and sleep soundly for the rest of eternity."
As silly as the imagery was, it sparked a fire in Blythe's chest. "Don't sound so eager, husband. I plan to live at least a century more, if only to spite you." Signa pressed her lips together, and Blythe knew her cousin well enough to recognise there was something on her mind as she took hold of Blythe's gloved hands. "Let me know the moment you've returned home," Signa whispered, an urgency in her tone. "There's something I really must tell you." Blythe wanted to tell her that whatever it was, it needn't wait. And yet Signa was already being pushed forward by the never-ending line of guests eager to congratulate the new couple on a happy marriage. The next time Aris decided to throw a soiree, they would need to discuss the list of attendees beforehand. Quickly, Blythe promised, "I will, of course," before Signa and Death were swept away. Blythe hadn't the faintest awareness of how long she stood there, lips frozen into a false smile, and her tongue thick from repeating her thanks. It was a relief when the line ended, and she was finally able to get her hands on a glass of champagne. She watched as the others drank, then waited for Aris to try a sip before she cautiously took the flute from his hand and drank that. She ignored his scowl and waited 5 minutes to ensure nothing happened before taking another sip. Across from her, a striking woman with deeply suntanned skin and a pompous man of fair complexion greeted fawning guests. They wore outfits adorned with gold, and the woman's hair was nearly a perfect match. They had the glassy eyes of the other marionettes, though these two at least spoke to those around them with pleasant smiles. "Who are they?" Blythe asked, squinting at the golden haze around the couple to distinguish the thousands of threads woven around their bodies. Aris polished off his champagne.
"They believe themselves to be my parents,"
he said, as simply as if he was telling her that the month was November. It was not the response she'd anticipated, and Blythe cleared her throat before she could choke on her drink. "What do you mean? They believe themselves?" Aris's eyes shone for the briefest moment as one of the staff passed by. Blythe watched as his threads ensnared the maid, altering her path so that he could pluck 2 more flutes from her serving tray. Blythe reached out, expecting that one of them was for her, until Aris made fists around both stems.
"Someone had to play the part. It wasn't as though a prince would be allowed to marry without his own family in attendance. Besides, they'll forget everything that's happened once their purpose has been fulfilled."
It's not fair to turn these people into your puppets, Aris. You shouldn't twist someone's minds just to fit your agenda.
Why not?
He twirled a finger lazily along the rim of the crystal flutes.
I've done it to you thrice.
It was fortunate that she'd not yet eaten, for Blythe's stomach flipped. Vaguely, she remembered one of the times back when Aris had tried to extract information about Signa and why she'd been banished to Foxglove. Blythe had a feeling that the second time had to do with the gap in her memory from her first night meeting Aris and visiting Wisteria Gardens. But as for the third, she hadn't the faintest clue, which was all the more terrifying. Trying to fight back the shakiness from her voice, Blythe told him,
"You will never again use such powers on me."
She wasn't sure what leverage she had, or what she could offer to make such an agreement worth his while. Regardless, she spoke the words plainly and with every ounce of fire that raged within her.
Dear God, do you always screech when you talk?
He rubbed at his temples with a groan.
Your cousin already saw to it that I can bring you no harm.
Though Blythe had guessed something of the sort based on their earlier conversation with Signa, she was surprised by how easily Aris admitted to it. For someone as dangerous and as aggravating as he was, the man was certainly forthcoming. Still, Blythe pressed,
"Even if it's not to hurt me, you must promise that you'll never make me into one of your puppets. I will not live in a home with someone who manipulates me."
She tipped her chin, defiant, despite having no leg to stand on in this argument. Still, to her surprise, Aris did not taunt her. He only drank deeply from his champagne and said,
"That was never my intention."
The squeeze of her chest loosened.
"I'm relieved to see that you can be reasonable."
Reasonable?
So bleak was his laugh that Blythe was immediately on edge.
It's not worth the effort to manipulate you when I have no desire to even look at you for any longer than necessary. Though I do advise that you get comfortable with my powers, love. If you insist on keeping up our guise, know that there is a cost.
Blythe set down her flute with such force that she had to double-check she hadn't shattered the glass.
"If you hadn't pretended to be a prince in the first place, there would be no guise to keep up with."
Aris shrugged.
Perhaps, but with a face like mine, what other role do you expect I might play?
She couldn't tell whether he was joking, but Blythe laughed at the ridiculousness all the same. She was about to inform Aris just how much of a fool he was when Blythe caught sight of her father. Though he'd been in conversation with Signa, it seemed that Blythe's laughter had drawn his attention. Her spine snapped straight as Elijah descended on them. Quickly, she leaned toward her husband and commanded,
"Pretend that I am the most brilliant person on this earth, or I will make every second of your life absolute misery."
Do you mean to say that you're not already doing that?
Aris scrunched away from her, though there was no time for him to ask questions before Elijah stood across from them. Aris straightened. Powerful though he was, it seemed even a deity could become nervous in the presence of a father-in-law.
Mr. Hawthorne,
Aris acknowledged with a dip of his blonde head.
Your Highness.
There was an iciness to Elijah as he greeted the prince, though it melted as his attention turned toward his daughter, and he held out his hand.
Dance with me.
There was no universe in which Blythe would ever refuse. Letting her hold on Aris slip, she took her father's hand and wordlessly allowed him to lead her to the dance floor. Given Elijah's lack of concealment over his distaste of society, Blythe had nearly forgotten just how refined her father could be, his chin high and his shoulders confident as he swept her into a waltz, each of his steps utterly precise. Even more surprising, however, were his words.
I put a knife in your travel chest.
Elijah spoke easily, and Blythe was grateful for the swell of the music that swept his voice away from the other dancers. She gaped up at him, though there wasn't so much as a furrow between Elijah's brows.
"An unusual gift for a new bride,"
Blythe admonished.
"Do remember that I chose this, Father. Aris isn't forcing me into anything."
Oh, come off it.
Though his words were blunt, they were not unkind.
I was set to hang. I've been in this world long enough to know not to look for coincidence where none can be found. You may bat your eyes at that man all you'd like, but do not take me for a fool.
Blythe ground her teeth, knowing there was no choice but to choose her next words carefully.
Marriages of convenience happen every year.
They do,
he agreed, cutting cleaving glances in Aris's direction.
But that was never meant to happen for my daughter. I would sooner have died 1,000 deaths than have put that on you.
You've put nothing on me,
she whispered, breathing a little easier now that some truth of her and Aris's arrangement was out in the open.
Perhaps you were ready to die, but should we have 1,000,000 more lifetimes, I still would not be ready to let you go.
Blythe had lost too many people she loved in the past 2 years, and she'd be damned to let anything happen to her father. Something in her expression must have made him understand as much, for his hold on her softened.
Very well,
Elijah whispered.
But know that you are my world, Blythe. You are my proudest accomplishment, my heart and my soul. Should anything happen to you...
It won't, she promised. It's marriage, Father, not murder.
Though she tried to say it jokingly, Elijah's eyes held storm clouds.
I put a knife in your travel chest,
he repeated, and it was an effort for Blythe to not roll her eyes. As perceptive as her father was, there was no way for him to ever know that a mere knife would never be enough to kill Aris. Still, if it made him feel better, she'd accept it.
I'm glad you told me before I accidentally stabbed myself, she said. I'll accept it, though I'll have no need to use it.
Elijah continued without pause.
I want you to write to me every week, at least for the first few months. End every letter with a random fact, so that I know it was written by your hand. And should something ever happen, should you need me, or if you're hurt, mention your mother by name, and I'll know to come at once.
It's not as if I'm going far, Blythe said. Wisteria Gardens is but a carriage ride away.
No doubt Aris will want to return to Verena,
Elijah challenged, and Blythe wished with everything in her that she could tell her father that such a place was not even real. She'd tried to look for it on a map once, just to see, though every time she searched, her vision would swim, and her mind would grow hazy until she eventually forgot what she'd been searching for. Aris was nothing if not thorough.
We'll remain here in town once we return from our honeymoon.
Neither she nor Aris had actually spoken of their plans. In fact, they'd hardly spoken at all since the day she spilled her blood onto his tapestry. She hadn't given thought to where they might live, for the answer seemed obvious. There was no Verena. Surely they would remain at Wisteria Gardens. And yet her father's eyelids drooped, and while he made no further argument, he seemed saddened by Blythe's confidence.
A letter,
he repeated, holding her tighter as the music quieted, the song coming to its end.
Every week, no matter where you are in this world. Promise me that.
It seemed there would be no getting around it.
If I cannot take a carriage ride here myself, then fine, I will send you a letter. And you will send me one as well, so that I know neither you nor Thorngrove has crumbled without me holding everything together.
She punctuated her jesting with a smile, though it wavered at the corners. Most young girls assumed they would one day leave their home to start a new phase of life, but Blythe had never seen the appeal. She loved Thorngrove, just as she loved her family. The idea of leaving them behind, especially when her father had overcome so much these past years, was something Blythe never thought she'd have to face. Blythe held tighter as the waltz came to an end. It was Elijah who slowly released hold of his daughter, though he waited a beat too long to do it.
It is my hope that I'm only becoming more paranoid in my old age,
he told her softly.
It is also my hope that Aris is a good husband, and that you will one day Share the kind of love that your mother and I once had. But if not, if anything should ever happen, there's always the knife.
Even Elijah cracked a smile when Blythe laughed, though it was short-lived as guests began to file toward the courtyard where 4 grey horses waited with an ivory carriage. Gently, Elijah squeezed her hand.
Do not make yourself small. Do not change yourself to suit him. Teach him how to treat you. And remember that you deserve everything this life has to offer.
Heat prickled Blythe's eyes, and she looked away before her father could see the tears fall. She turned her face ahead to where Aris waited, and nodded.
I will.
Before she could change her mind, Blythe released her hold on her father and stepped toward Aris, and into her new life, feeling her heart shatter with every step. Chapter 3. Blythe wondered if there was a world in which she might have enjoyed having a wedding. Was it possible that she'd have gotten misty-eyed as she looked upon the faces of loved ones waving her off? Could she have laughed with her beloved as they ran hand in hand toward a gilded carriage, dodging rice and flowers thrown by cheering guests? She wondered, too, how quickly her thoughts might have wandered to the honeymoon. Customary though it was for a bride not to know what her new husband had in store, Blythe imagined she would have spent weeks sleuthing for answers, determined to uncover where they were travelling and how to best pack. She supposed she should have been glad to have never wanted to get married, for she had no preconceived notions or idealistic fantasies as to what she should expect as Aris pushed her into the carriage and slumped in after her. He wore his smile until the very moment the door shut, and he drew the velvet curtains closed. Only then, as their carriage took off down the hill, did Aris throw himself into the seat across from Blythe, drawing his legs close to avoid having to touch her. God forbid. She scoffed, choosing to listen to the vengeful little voice in her head that told her to stretch her legs and take up as much space as physically possible in the confines of this carriage. She propped her feet onto the leather seat beside him and bent to touch her toes.
What's wrong, love?
She teased as he shifted away.
Afraid I'll ruin you?
They were the same cloying words that Aris had thrown at her the day she'd barged into Wisteria Gardens and demanded his help saving her father, and they made his lips twist. If he wanted to scowl and bemoan their situation, Blythe had no problem letting him, but the carriage was much too small and oppressive for her to do the same. She swept fallen strands of hair off her neck, mulling over ways to make this trip at least moderately tolerable. All the while, Aris rubbed the band of light around his finger, as if trying to pry the thing off, glaring at the drawn curtains, as though they were the source of his immense dissatisfaction. Blythe barely spared him a glance, aware of how futile the effort was. She'd tried removing it herself too many times to count. When the toe of her slipper brushed his thigh, Aris looked half ready to burst from his skin.
You are a filthy, deplorable abomination.
He paused, brows pressing toward the sky.
What on earth are you doing?
Blythe was bent forward at the waist, hands behind her as she stretched her fingers back to try and tug the fastenings of her corset.
Surely you don't expect me to sit here for hours, hardly able to breathe. Your temper is making this carriage so unbearably hot that I will perish if I cannot cool myself. Besides, we're married now. You should be the one tearing me out of this infernal thing.
She sighed her relief as one of the laces finally came loose, giving her enough room to wiggle an inch or two in the corset. She'd have pried more free if she could reach them, but for now this would have to do. All the while, Aris observed her straining with flattened lips and brewing annoyance, but that was nothing new.
Why would I expect you to sit in here for hours?
Blythe made a gesture to all that surrounded them.
We took off in a carriage after our wedding reception. What else am I to assume but a honeymoon?
Aris's bitter laughter slithered over her, making Blythe's loosened fastenings feel like snakes gliding across her skin.
I would sooner drive a stake through my chest than travel anywhere with you. Honeymoon?
he scoffed, eyes flashing a dangerous molten gold.
You have lost your mind. We'll be returning to Wisteria once our guests have dispersed.
In the blink of an eye, golden threads shone from every direction. No longer did they seem like distant gossamer things, but slick as metal and so sharp that a single touch threatened to break skin. Blythe pushed to the edge of her seat and threw open the curtains, craning her neck to see that in the distance, guests were filing out of Wisteria Gardens. One after the other, they shuffled forward, silent as they ducked into their carriages. Aris was controlling them. Of course he was controlling them, because why wouldn't he be?
You have all the power in the world, and this is how you choose to behave.
She leaned back before she caught a glimpse of her father or Signa, tempering herself. It wasn't worth making a fuss. That would only encourage him.
The least you could have done was take me to the sea. I wouldn't have said no to a safari either.
I would rather chew off my own arm,
was his only reply.
People will ask questions if they know we're still here,
Blythe argued. 10 minutes in the carriage and already the horses were circling back to Wisteria Gardens.
No one will ask questions if they can't find us,
he said.
I've had enough of your friends pestering me. We'll leave town for the length of a honeymoon, return when the timing is appropriate, and then we'll say our goodbyes.
To each other?
Blythe perked up.
To this town, you cretin.
At first, Blythe thought he must have been joking. She waited for him to laugh, or for those smug lips of his to twist into a smile that would confirm he was only trying to rile her. Yet Aris kept all composure as the palace came back into view. Blythe stared at it, her mouth dry as she thought of her father's warning.
Excuse me?
This entire town believes me to be a prince, he said with a flourish of his hand. Surely you did not expect that we would remain here.
Though he wasn't asking, Blythe made it a point to answer him.
And whose fault is it that they believe such nonsense? If you hadn't felt the need to inflate your already monstrous ego, we wouldn't have this problem.
Aris's knuckles whitened as he clenched his hands against the seat.
If you hadn't ruined my bargain with Miss Faro, then we wouldn't have this problem either.
She folded her arms, ready to rip the stifling lace sleeves from her gown. They were only feet away from Aris's palace now, and every inch that the carriage crawled forward had Blythe pushing back in her seat, trying to create distance between herself and Wisteria Gardens. She'd always known that she'd made a rash decision in taking Signa's place. It hadn't ever been one that she'd regretted, though. At least not until that moment, when the prospect of building a life away from her father loomed before her. I'm not leaving. Blythe kept her voice void of the emotion that threatened to make her sick.
Of course you are. Everyone expects that I'm taking you to Verena.
Verena isn't a real place, she hissed. It doesn't matter what they expect. You have the power to placate their minds, should anyone question me staying.
The courtyard they approached was a ghost of what it had been less than 20 minutes prior, all signs of the wedding eradicated as though it had never happened. If only she could be so lucky.
I may have that power,
Aris said,
but that doesn't mean I intend to use it for you. My home was made to move. I will not remain here a second longer than necessary.
Blythe's mother had died, and it hadn't taken long for her brother Percy to follow. Byron Hawthorne too had gone away with his new bride, so that she could give birth to Blythe's nephew without anyone analysing the timing of their union. That left Elijah without a familiar soul, and after all he'd been through, the thought of him wandering alone through Thorngrove was too much to bear. The carriage rolled to a stop on the pristine path of the courtyard, and while Aris hurried out, Blythe remained seated.
I won't leave.
Though the words were a whisper, the ferocity within each one was unrivaled.
Should you try to take me, I will tear my nails across your eyes and crawl back here if I must. I will tie myself to the forest trees and bite every hand that tries to drag me away.
You are a demon in human flesh.
Aris tugged a hand through his hair, turning his dissatisfaction toward the sky before he blew out a breath.
Where do you even come up with this nonsense?
Blythe braced herself against the carriage, both heels pressed against either side of its doors as if pushing herself deeper inside. She clutched the seat, fingers curling into the leather.
I will not leave this carriage until you agree that we are staying.
Aris looked plainly upon her defiance, hands held behind his back as he studied her.
Is that so? Very well. Then let's see if you mean it.
Without missing a beat, he slammed the carriage door shut so hard that Blythe had to draw her feet back at the last moment so they wouldn't be caught. She fell to the carriage floor, clawing her way back up in time to see through the window that Aris had given one of the horses a slap on the rump. Whoever their driver was, they were clearly magicked and not in their right mind, for the carriage once again took off down the hill. Blythe's mouth hung ajar as she tried to find the words to convey her rage as she watched Aris's figure shrink in the distance. He waved as she journeyed onward, and the last thing she saw of him was the infuriating, satisfied smile etched across his lips. Blythe hadn't the faintest clue where the carriage was destined for, nor did she care. She'd spent the past hour cursing her wretched husband with every foul word she'd ever overheard, still in her bridal gown with half of her corset laces loosened and her hair strewn about. She was too lost in her own thoughts, concocting plans on how she might commandeer the carriage and run away to Foxglove to spend the winter with Signa, to notice when they stopped moving. She froze at the sound of a horse's weary huff, only then pulled from the happenings of her own mind.
Why have you stopped?
Blythe called to the driver, the hairs on her neck standing. She was met with no reply. Peeling apart her fretting hands, she bent to peer out the window. To anyone else, the trees that surrounded her might have looked the same as any other forest. But Blythe had spent her entire childhood among these trees, and recognised, with a single glance, precisely where the carriage had taken her, to the woods behind Thorngrove, to the woods that housed her mother's garden. All at once the tension left her body. She stepped out of the carriage, heedless of the threads of fate that wound around her, guiding her through wind-swept trees that bowed as if to greet their forgotten ruler. Their beauty came with great greed as they swallowed up every ounce of warmth and sunlight, leaving nothing but darkness and a bitter chill that bit through her slippers. Blythe braced herself against the cold, wondering with each step forward why Aris would bring her here of all places. It took several minutes before she stopped looking for him behind every tree, half convinced that he intended to jump out and surprise her, only to laugh at his own cruel joke. But the deeper into the woods she travelled, the more Blythe realised that Aris was nowhere to be found. She hadn't visited her mother's garden since before Lillian fell ill. Blythe had been too sick to argue when her father made the choice to seal it off, and hadn't felt prepared to face it once she'd healed from her poisoning. Then there'd been the fire, of course, and Blythe couldn't bear seeing her mother's favourite place reduced to ashes. This garden was a very part of her blood and bones, and yet any other soul might not have recognised the sight of it if not for the familiar iron gates. Even in a bitter winter, her mother's garden had always been a spectacle. Lillian had donned her thickest coat and walked there every afternoon to ensure the resilient hellebore and pansies that took their turn in the spotlight were tended to. Elijah had once asked why Lillian wouldn't let him send one of the servants in her place. She hadn't believed any of them could properly care for the garden. Not like she could. For the majority of her youth, Blythe had gone with her mother, enjoying her time watching the tiniest sprouts bud into spectacular flowers. As she got older, though, Blythe's visits became less frequent, for she was distracted with tea and lessons, or with books that seemed so much cosier to read inside by the hearth. Footsteps soft, so as to not disturb the garden's silence, she made her way around its edges, tiptoeing over char and toward where her mother's grave sat at the edge of the pond. It had been cleaned recently, though even a scrubbing could not conceal the havoc the fire had wrought. The headstone was a fragile thing, one corner cracked and crumbling, and another section discoloured, making the words upon it difficult to read. The earth was overtaking it too, moss from the pond's edge climbing its way up the stone. But that was only nature, and Blythe didn't think her mother would have minded. She probably would have enjoyed the idea of having her body taken by the earth she so loved. Blythe pressed her hand against the stone, feeling the sting of heat behind her eyelids as she curled her fingers into Lillian's engraved name.
Hello.
Blythe's voice was little more than a breath as she sank beside the headstone.
I'm sorry that it's taken me until now to visit. But I bet you never believed that I'd get married, did you?
Blythe's smile was small as she leaned her head against the stone, listening for a response that would never come. What she would have given to go back, to have set aside whatever it was that had felt so important at the time and joined her mother on her journeys to the garden. Even if Blythe could have gone just once more, even if she could have made a single new memory with Lillian, she would have bent the world to make it so. She pressed a kiss to the stone, chest aching. It was a feeling she knew would never go away, one that dulled with time, perhaps, but also one that spawned from the absence of something that could never be returned. As if someone had reached within her to pluck out a piece of her very soul and had left her fumbling as she learned to live without it. How cruel Aris was to bring her to this place. Every day she felt her mother's absence like a knife between her ribs, and on the day of her wedding it was worse than ever. But Lillian wasn't the only one who had taken their last breath in this garden. Blythe rose from the headstone, not bothering to lift the hem of her dress as it dragged through ash she wished would have disappeared by now. She hated wondering whether it belonged to the flowers that once filled this garden or to her brother's corpse. Percy had never loved the garden as she and her mother had. He'd accompanied them numerous times over the years, though mostly so that he and Blythe could chase each other through the trees. She could still hear his laughter in the wind, and her mother's gentle chiding in the birdsong that slipped down her skin and made her shiver. Percy had changed over the years, but never would she have suspected him capable of harming their family. The pain of his betrayal was worse than any poison, and she understood why Signa had kept the secret from her for so long. It was the same reason she wished to keep the truth from Elijah. Never, not in a million years, would Blythe have hurt Percy the way that he had hurt her. Not even now, knowing all that she did.
I wish that things had worked out differently.
Standing atop the bare soil of all that once was, Blythe stooped to her knees.
I wish you would have told me all that you were dealing with. We could have figured it out together.
She kissed her hand, then pressed it to the ground. Burnt twigs littered the earth where Blythe used to spend days smelling thickets of poppies. She waited every year for the wolfsbane to bloom in the spring, and for the frogs to come out of their hiding and perch themselves atop the lily pads. Now, it was quiet. There were no frogs. No wolfsbane, or poppies, or even the most resilient of hellebore. The fire had ravaged the garden that she so loved, and Blythe doubted that it would ever regain the splendour it once had. Every scorched tree was a reminder of all that had changed over the past 2 years, and all that Blythe had lost. But there was no going back. The pain of that knowledge and the ache of her loss drew a tear from her eyes, and as it slipped down her cheek and onto the earth, Blythe forced herself back to her feet. It was then that she saw it. A tiny crimson petal beneath where she'd been crouched. Certain that her eyes were betraying her, Blythe bent to inspect it. But before she could get any closer, she cried out as her ring finger burned with such a sharpness that her vision swam. The world tipped beneath her as a hot current beat against her skin. She stumbled in search of the nearest tree, but it winked out of sight before she could grab hold of it. One blink, and her vision went black. Another blink, and Blythe's entire being felt as though it was being swallowed whole, as if someone was breathing through a reed and had sucked her up into it. She clamped her eyes shut to fend off her sickening stomach, and the next time she opened them, she was back at Wisteria Gardens, on her knees in the empty courtyard, and in the precise spot where she and Aris had separated hours prior. Chapter 4. Blythe stood at the front door of Wisteria Gardens, clad in only her ruined wedding dress. She had no coat to protect her from autumn's chill as the sky darkened. She'd left it in the carriage with the rest of her belongings. Once, months ago, she'd stood in this very spot of her own accord, readying herself to propose marriage to the man she truly believed was a prince who'd be able to help solve all her problems. She supposed there was some dark humour to be found as she pounded on the door, this time with his ring on her finger, though Blythe was having trouble unmasking it. It took Aris far too long to throw open the door, his eyes twin blades that sliced across her. He'd changed attire since the wedding, the collar of his white button-down looser, and his waistcoat disappeared.
I thought I sent you away.
Oh, what grand illusions she had of one day pummeling this man's thick head into the snow that would soon shroud this entire mountaintop.
That was a cruel trick, Aris.
She shivered as her breath made plumes in the air.
Why would you bring me to the garden of all places?
What garden? He scoffed. You were meant to go to the train station, you prat. I'd hoped to get at least a month free from your whining.
I never made it to any station, Aris. If it wasn't you who brought me back, then who did? Am I to believe the driver magicked me here?
Blythe noticed then that Aris was rubbing absently at his left hand, near the spot where hers still burned. He stepped outside, scanning behind her for what she presumed was any sign of the carriage. He could look all he liked, but neither it nor her belongings were anywhere nearby. It was as though the sky had swallowed her up and spit her out on his doorstep. Behind Aris, Blythe caught a glimpse of a glowing hearth and tried to duck beneath his arm and step inside. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, however, a great pressure seized Blythe's chest, and she was tossed back onto the lawn. She hissed with pain, not from the blow of falling onto her backside, but from the ring of light that flared as bright as starlight upon her finger. She clutched it to her chest as the skin beneath it burned. Aris, blast him, tossed his golden head back with a riot of laughter that made her wish for a pair of shears. She'd cut that pretty hair right off his head the moment she had the chance.
Shall I fetch you a blanket? He asked, smug. If the house doesn't want you in it, then perhaps you can make a space for yourself in the stables. A beastly little rat like you should feel at home there.
He turned to go back inside. Like Blythe, however, Aris was at once tossed backward as he tried to re-enter Wisteria Gardens. His own ring flared gold, and he clutched at it with his opposite hand, trying to tear it off.
Blast it, you infernal!
Aris.
Blythe was barely breathing. Her focus was trained on the space between their hands, where a golden thread shone bright. She moved her hand toward him, and the thread shrank. Then she jerked it back, but rather than snap, the thread tugged at Aris's band as well.
Careful,
he grunted, but Blythe wasn't listening. She stood once again, testing a step closer to her new groom. The heat on her finger lessened.
Together,
she whispered, making a face as she glared at the wretched thing.
I think it wants us to stay together.
To enter my home?
Our home, Blythe corrected, as Aris rose to his feet, dusting dirt from his pants.
I think the ring is what brought me back here.
Saying the words aloud felt ridiculous, but how else could she explain that searing burn upon her finger? Aris ran a hand through his hair, pulling too tightly at the strands.
Do you ever listen to yourself when you speak? If a magical ring wanted you back at Wisteria, then why would it stop you from coming inside?
Blythe hated to give him credit, but Aris had a point. There had to be more to it, a piece that she was still missing. She took Aris by the shoulder, trying to pull him to her side. He jerked back, shrinking away like her touch alone would soil him.
Get your hands off me, you boorish—
I'm not sure whether you've noticed, but it's getting dark,
Blythe snapped.
As cold as I am now, it'll be worse in a few hours. So unless you feel like building us a fire and sleeping beneath the stars, I suggest you cooperate.
You may be wild enough to sleep on the dirt, but I will do no such thing.
Aris stepped toward the door again, only to scowl at the manor as it halted him at the threshold.
I have magic, you foolish girl.
Go on and use it then, she challenged. Use your silly enchantments and get us inside.
If she had to spend another minute stuffed in her suffocating gown, she would lose her mind.
Enchantments? You've been reading too many fairy tales.
After another unsuccessful attempt at ramming his way into the manor, his eyes flashed a burnished gold. Enraged, Aris began to roll up his sleeves as if to better his concentration. Once, Blythe had to focus all her attention into seeing the golden threads that wound around him. Now, she only had to squint to see the full scene as Aris winked out of view, only to reappear seconds later, the threads unravelling at his feet. Given the heaviness of his breathing, Blythe guessed that whatever he'd tried had not gone according to plan. He punched the door, only to be tossed once more onto his backside, clutching his left hand. Blythe watched his ridiculousness with folded arms, preserving her warmth.
Now, can we try my way?
She pressed, unflinching when Aris stalked forward to stand before her, his hair dishevelled.
And what exactly is your way?
Blythe didn't subject herself to looking at Aris, but instead directed her attention to her left hand. Aris was right that Blythe had read many fairy tales, enough to understand that all stories had some truth, no matter how fantastical. And the truth was that it could be no coincidence that this bond between her and Aris had taken the form of a wedding band. Quietly, she told him,
I think you should try to carry me over the threshold.
And as silly as the words felt upon her tongue, Blythe could hear the truth in them, and knew in her bones that she was right. The rings were a reminder of their bond, of their marriage, and both she and Aris had a role to play.
Carry you? You have the world's most luxurious slippers. Use them.
It was a struggle for Blythe to maintain her temper, though she tried her hardest as she motioned toward the thread binding their rings.
It's tradition, Aris. I am your wife, and when a man brings his wife home for the first time, he's to carry her over the threshold.
It's also tradition to consummate the wedding night, but you're not in your right mind if you think—
Dear God, just carry me!
Perhaps it was her confidence, or perhaps it was that Aris could somehow sense that she was minutes away from prying the clothes off his body so that she might find extra warmth, but either way, Aris's mouth snapped shut. He looked none too happy to be standing so close to her, and literally grimaced. Yes, grimaced, as though he was touching garbage with his bare hands, as he gripped her by the waist. He was a breath from tossing her over his shoulder like some barbarian before Blythe grabbed hold of his wrist and instead placed it on the small of her back.
Hold me properly, you brute, she gasped. Not like I'm some prize from a hunt.
A prize you are not.
His frown was so deep that she wouldn't have been surprised if it grew roots and made a permanent home on his face, though Aris sighed only once before hoisting Blythe bridal style into his arms.
I despise you.
I loathe you too, darling. Now get walking.
Blythe held her breath as he started for the door, squeezing her eyes shut when Aris took a step over the threshold. The next time she opened them, they were inside the palace. Even Aris had the decency to look shocked before his expression quickly soured. Blythe, however, was practically bursting with joy, for her skin was already pricking with the warmth of the hearth.
"Wonderful," she said. "Now, if you could put me down."
Aris didn't wait for the end of that sentence, nor did he wait until they were nearer to a chair. Without a lick of remorse, he dropped Blythe straight onto the hardwood floor. She hit it rump first and turned to bare her teeth at the man as she rubbed the pain from the small of her back. But Aris was already gone, his blonde head disappearing down the hall as he twisted his ring finger. Blythe didn't bother following him and turned her attention instead to her new home. Wisteria Gardens was nothing like the regal palace that Blythe had visited before. Gone were the ivory panelling and the gilded flourishes, the walls nothing but bare slate stone. The statues and art that had once been proudly displayed, too, had given way to dust and cobwebs. Blythe thought back to the stories she'd read, thinking of fairy tale homes with their many curses and secrets. Wisteria Gardens felt very much the same. Even the hearth, which had felt like the greatest reprieve only moments ago, now seemed sad and wearied. Its flames flickered, shrinking as she sidled up to it. The poor thing groaned from the exertion of keeping itself alive, pluming dark grey smoke with low crackles that seemed like it was coughing.
"I see you've redecorated,"
Blythe whispered, though she knew no one was there to listen.
"In case you were wondering, I much preferred how it looked before."
She kicked her slippers off and set them beside the woeful flames to dry. While she would have given her own arm to be able to bathe and tear herself free from her wedding gown, Blythe hadn't the faintest clue whether the rest of her belongings had been sent over from Thorngrove yet. And considering everything else had been with her in the carriage, she dragged a hand down her face. Had Aris been more accommodating, she might have asked to borrow something. As it was, she pulled the lace fabric away from where it bunched into her armpits before setting off, deciding that if the rest of her luggage was here, she wasn't going to find it by sitting in the parlour. It was time, she supposed, to settle into her new home. Blythe had a distinct memory of walking into Wisteria Gardens, or simply Wisteria, as Aris called it, for the first time, and believing that any person would be lucky to live among such splendour. She even recalled believing that she herself would have been happy to exist in such a space. What a fool she'd been to have ever put that idea into the universe. Blythe had expected that Wisteria would have dozens of rooms to choose from and maintain, and yet, as she made her way up one of the creaking double staircases and past walls made of chipped stone that looked a hair's breadth away from crushing her beneath its rubble, she found that there was but a single door situated at the end of the narrow, unadorned hallway. So unnerving was the sight of that door that Blythe thought to turn heel and instead search other floors of the manor for a library. Or perhaps there was a dining room to investigate. Wisteria, however, had other plans. The moment Blythe tried to turn from the withered mahogany door, a strange pressure set her back on the path toward it, twisting her feet and pushing her forward as if the manor itself was goading her down the hall. She tried once more to turn back toward the staircase, not caring for the way the edges of her mind grew fuzzy whenever she glanced away from the door. It was undoubtedly Aris's doing, and for that reason, Blythe fought against it. Yet, as soon as she managed to turn away, it was as if the hall stretched endlessly forward, only stone as far as the eye could see. It reminded her of the prison where her father had been detained, desolate and decaying. So empty was the stretch of space that it was disorienting. Blythe took one step from the door, then another 5. No matter how much she walked, however, she never seemed to get anywhere. With a fire in her belly, she turned to glare at the space behind her, heart skipping a beat upon realizing that it was still within arm's reach. Beneath her breath, she cursed Aris's name. It seemed there was no getting around his games for the time being, and she was left with little choice but to grasp the knob and throw the door open, seized by a rush of cold air that set her teeth chattering. This was her room? Every window had been left open, and thanks to the surrounding stone that hoarded every ounce of the bitter cold, it was more unbearable inside Wisteria than it had been in the courtyard. Blythe hugged herself, wishing all the while that she had something other than lace to cover herself with. Fortunately, there was a hearth inside her drawing room, a cramped and dingy space that looked as though someone had taken it by the corners and pinched the room together. Unfortunately, the hearth wasn't lit, and Blythe hadn't the faintest idea how to use the tinderbox that had been tossed haphazardly beside it. She clutched it to her chest regardless, for surely it could not be so difficult to start a fire, and continued into what was evidently to be her suite. The room was positively uninhabitable. Apart from the tinderbox, Aris had not made the slightest effort to make Wisteria accommodating. The walls and floors were not made of wood, but of the same grey stone as the rest of the manor, so frigid against her bare feet that her toes numbed. There was but a single piece of furniture in the drawing room, a simple oak writing desk. Inside the drawer was a crooked pen and an ancient jar of congealed ink. The parchment, though, was of fine quality. Probably, Blythe guessed, because Aris had overheard her conversation with her father and was mocking their meagre attempts at subterfuge. So ridiculous was this beast of a man that she scoffed and shoved the items back into the drawer. Blythe abandoned any hope that her bedroom would be more hospitable as she stepped inside, for there was no bed, but in its place, a flat slab of raised stone to lie upon. Blythe pondered at the shape of the stone, for it looked very much like some sort of strange sacrificial altar that an evil witch might use. Like the drawing room, there was no rug, nor so much as a vase. No wallpaper, or even curtains to cover the windows she slammed shut. There was, at least, her honeymoon luggage, which had somehow made its return to Wisteria. At least the almighty Aris had deemed her worthy enough to have her belongings, for the swath of fabric on her bed was more a rag than a blanket, and was hardly proper protection from this dreadfully frigid hovel. She'd need to bundle up if she was to stand a chance in this place. There was no place to hang said clothing, however, nor did it seem that Aris had any hired staff to help with the washing. To her name, Blythe had only her packed and ready travel chests, and understood at once how easy Aris was making it for her to leave, for her to call off their marriage and put an end to the oath she'd made to protect Signa. He was all but pushing her out the door, and were she any less stubborn, she might have had the mind to go.
"You'd certainly like that, wouldn't you?"
She seethed at the room, whose walls groaned a weary response. Aris would need to try harder if he believed that a bit of cold and discomfort was all it would take for her to break. Blythe tossed open the lid of her packing chest and rifled through it to procure the warmest items she owned, a hodgepodge assortment of wool dresses and coats, of which she pulled out multiple. They'd be 1,000 times more practical and infinitely warmer, but first she'd need to get into them. Blythe drew a breath before she leaned over her desk, one side of her cheek pressed against the wood as she reached for the laces of her corset, stretching the tips of her fingers in a desperate attempt to free herself from the ridiculous sham of a bridal gown. It took at least 20 minutes of straining from multiple angles before she managed to loosen the remaining ties, sighing her relief as she shimmied out of the taffeta, kicked it to the side, and hurried into a wool wrapper, a coat that might have been heavier than she was, mittens, and a fresh pair of dry slippers. Only then was she able to quell her brewing tension, her focus shifting to the fact that at least her room didn't seem to be situated anywhere near his. Aris probably had the warmest room in the palace, decorated with gilded wallpaper, rugs so plush they thawed the toes, and a dozen mirrors and paintings of his own likeness. It probably had perfect sun-blocking curtains, and a bed that felt like clouds, too. That bastard. Blythe moved to the hearth next, and spent a solid half-hour with the tinderbox, prying her gloves off and then stuffing them back on whenever her fingers became too numb to properly grasp the tools. She tried to recall every time she had ever watched her previous lady's maid, Elaine, make the fire. Blythe went through every motion she could remember, striking steel against flint, until she frightened herself with the sparks and had to try again. Upon realizing that she had no idea what to do after those sparks were made, however, Blythe eventually recognized that it was a useless endeavor and decided it was time to try her luck elsewhere, for she wasn't only cold, but also hungry. She cracked the door into the hallway open and poked her head out. She blinked once, then twice, and when she was certain that the walls weren't morphing or stretching around her, she stepped through.
Aris!
Blythe set a hand against the right wall, having once heard it was a certain way to escape any maze, which was precisely what Wisteria felt like.
I'm not sure how it works for you, but I require sustenance to maintain my existence, and I'm certain that one could hear my stomach all the way across town.
Silence rang through the palace, and Blythe's skin crawled as she made her way down the hall. New doors paved her path, each of them identical, with the exception of their handles. One was brass, another iron. Some were in the shape of birds, and another a small fox head. Hers, she noticed as she looked back, was wooden and carved with a rather hideous head of a wild boar that hadn't been there earlier. It seemed almost sentient when she stared into its eerie brass eyes, and at the tusks she'd have to reach into to grasp the handle. They looked ready to bite into her at any moment. The only consolation, Blythe felt, was that she at least would never have trouble remembering which room was hers. She continued farther down the hall with a hand pressed to her stomach. She hadn't been exaggerating when she'd told Aris that it was in severe protest. Its rumbling was loud enough to rouse someone from sleep. In her stress, Blythe hadn't been able to eat the prior night, and hardly had any opportunity for a bite during the reception. She was famished, which was perhaps her least favourite thing in the world. Apart from Aris. She intended to head downstairs and find the kitchen, but before she took hold of the railing, Blythe noticed that the dimmed candlelight above her head was flickering. Not just one candle, but all of them. It was as though something had stolen their light, for they did not cast a typical glow upon the floor. Their flames, instead, pulled toward the staircase that stretched up toward the ballroom. Though vastly different from when she'd first visited, Blythe recognized the space. Up the stairs and down the hall was where she'd met Aris for the first time. And as the light pooled ahead, illuminating her path, she got the sense that she was meant to follow it. Blythe hurried upward, passing the flat iron doors of a once gilded ballroom bathed in amber. She chased after a light that glowed brighter as it led her to a familiar portrait. The only one she'd seen so far, and frankly, one of the lone sources of colour left in Wisteria. Life's portrait remained untouched, exactly as it had been the day Blythe had first seen it. And yet looking at it felt like an entirely new experience, for Blythe recognised the woman for who she was now, her husband's first wife. The one whom he'd actually loved and had fought so hard to get back. Blythe hesitated beneath the towering portrait. It was a strange thing. Beautiful, certainly, but unnerving. The woman stood in a haze of water, surrounded by foxes who peered out among ferns with eyes that glowed gold from the light that drenched the portrait. Life's eyes, however, had been cut off. Blythe drew a step closer, searching the curve of Life's cheek, the tenderness of slender fingers wound around the handle of a chalice. She searched every piece of this woman for any sign that she could be Signa, but Blythe found no similarity. Squinting, she noticed that the canvas had a long seam down the centre that was barely noticeable to the naked eye. She followed its path to discover that it wasn't a seam at all, but a door. One that she immediately stepped toward, grasping a small handle that was hidden among the ferns. Before she could turn it, however, the door swung open. Blythe staggered back, scarcely avoiding having her face struck by the wood. Aris's dour presence filled the hall as he stood at the threshold with folded arms and a seemingly permanent scowl curling his lips. Though his body concealed most of the room, Blythe managed to catch a glimpse of a brilliantly bold tapestry above his head. It seemed there were more too. Giant, colourful creations that travelled on lines stretching across the ceiling. She stared past Aris, trying to get a better vantage, but he stepped outside and shut the door behind him.
Is that where you work?
She moved closer.
What is it that you do in there?
A deep curiosity festered within her, though if the haughty set of his jaw was any indicator, Aris was not inclined to share details.
This room is off limits,
came his answer, as chilled as ice.
You have a suite of your own. Go to it.
Blythe puffed the full extent of her sigh from somewhere deep in her lungs, sparing him none of her resentment.
You are primeval if you think that where you put me could ever be called a suite. It feels as though I've been trapped on an expedition to the Arctic, which is not how I would ever choose to spend my honeymoon, in case you were wondering.
I wasn't.
He didn't lean back against the portrait, but instead held his spine so rigid that for perhaps the first time, Blythe found that he looked more inhuman than not.
It's not my fault that you can't start a fire.
She made a fist around the skirts of her gown.
It is your fault that I have need for one.
What do you suppose I'm to do about?
He stilled, forehead crinkled as Blythe's stomach chose that precise moment to scream its dissatisfaction over the fact that she still was not eating. She only stared back, refusing to let herself feel any embarrassment, for it was Aris who should feel bad for putting her in such a state. When he only continued to stare, however, looking entirely disgusted, Blythe pressed,
Why don't we say that this is a problem to be solved at a later time? Perhaps after supper. You do eat, don't you?
The light drew away from the portrait, following Aris as he stepped toward her.
Of course I eat, you miserable girl.
Such brilliant news was this that Blythe clapped, ignoring the jab. All his names for her practically felt like terms of endearment at this point. It seemed they were to have a lifetime of exchanging them, and she wondered what else he might one day come up with.
Wonderful. What are we having?
We?
It seemed there was some sort of silent war raging within him. Whatever he was brooding over, Blythe didn't care. She waited, arms crossed, for him to eventually hiss through his teeth.
There's nothing prepared.
Nothing prepared?
Surely she had misheard him, for how could that be true?
You told me months ago that you employ a cook and a butler.
Though she was fully aware of how foolish she sounded, Blythe's aching stomach refused to give up hope. Desperately, she asked,
Then what on earth were you planning to eat?
There was little warning for what came next, as Aris gripped her by the shoulder, fingers curling into her skin. And suddenly, the walls of wisteria were melting around her once more. Chapter 5. The space between Blythe and Aris morphed into an impossibility, encompassing them in a wonderscape crafted from the depths of Aris's imagination. There was a midnight lake filled with water that shone silver, and a sky so inky black that the smattering of the stars upon it looked like a lie, as if someone had taken a paintbrush and flicked them onto a blank canvas. Even more impossible was the water itself, for they stood upon it as a banquet table took shape between them. Blythe slid free from her slippers, and though she was able to feel the water rippling beneath her toes, they did not get wet. On the table were 2 place settings and ornate flatware with a black base and a golden handle that shimmered as she held it. Even the chairs were fabulously odd creations, for the back of each one had been carved into an intricate design, one of them, like the head of a deer, with antlers that spiraled high over the back of the seat, tall enough to make whoever was sitting there appear to wear them like a crown. The second was carved like an owl, its wings stretching to the sides of whoever was to sit there.
What is this place?
Blythe made no effort to conceal her wonder. Though Aris kept his face flat as he took the seat with the antlers, somehow managing to look powerful as they adorned the back of his head, she could tell by the slight lessening of his severity that he was glad she asked.
It's tonight's dining room.
Wherever they were, it was certainly no room. There wasn't a single wall as far as the eye could see. Blythe had no doubt that Aris was trying to show off, wanting her to better understand the magnitude of his power. Unfortunately for him, it didn't unnerve her as he might have hoped. Blythe certainly was beginning to understand just how much power this man she'd bound herself to had. As alarming as it was also fascinating. If she had powers, turning her dining room into a starscape was precisely the sort of ridiculous thing she might do. How wonderfully dramatic Aris was. She touched the back of the owl's wing before taking a seat in the chair. It was sturdy beneath her, not just an illusion.
Where did this come from?
From the most brilliant minds all across the world. Most of them horrendously underappreciated.
She mulled over that comment, confused.
Couldn't you change their fate if you find them so undervalued?
I could,
Aris answered.
but I won't. The unfortunate truth is that the world doesn't work that way. Not every genius will be appreciated, and too many amateurs will get the attention that others deserve.
She noticed then that there was a chandelier above their heads, one made of iron branches and elongated black candlesticks that seemed to float in the air. What any of it hung from, Blythe couldn't say. She tipped her head back to stare at the marvel, feeling as though she'd entered another world. And she had, she supposed, for she was now married to fate. Married to a man who, without batting an eye, could give her a dining room made of midnights. A man who looked entirely unimpressed by his own creation, one who, Blythe realised, must have spent 100,000 nights just like this one, alone beneath an impossible sky. As much as Blythe enjoyed spending time on her own, it seemed a shame not to have someone to share a space like this with. Already she was thinking of how to word such an experience into the letters she'd write to Signa. She glanced at Aris, wondering how many times he'd brought his late wife to a space like this, and how it might have felt to come here alone after he'd lost her. Blythe thought of nearly 20 years of dinners spent with her family, with her mother chatting with everyone about their day, while Percy either asked after their father on the nights Elijah had stayed late at the office, or busied himself with trying to look impressive when Elijah was there, stoic and always focused on work. In her mind's eye, she even saw Warwick standing at the side of the room, trying to pretend like he wasn't eavesdropping on every conversation as he waited to be of service. She may have never dined upon an iridescent lake with a sky of stars that pressed so close it felt like she could reach out and snatch one, but she'd had a dining room that had always been noisy with tinkling silverware and chatter. Exquisite as it was, the space around them was too quiet, too empty. It reminded her of the months she'd spent sick and alone in her room without a soul for company. She curled her toes against the lake, dread lodged in her chest. Never again would she let herself feel that way, which was why she tested her weight once more upon the water before dragging her seat closer to Aris, closing some of the wide berth between them.
I much prefer this place to Wisteria, she told him simply. I hate how you've redecorated since your soiree. If stagnant spaces bore you, you ought to revisit the palace's design.
This is Wisteria, and everything in it is designed exactly as I intend.
So cutting was his tone that the stars winked out just long enough for Blythe to see that beyond them lay the same flat grey stone of the palace. This dining room was an illusion, then, at least in part. The table and chairs seemed real, but everything else was of fate's creation, making her see whatever he intended. As remarkable as it was, the realization of such a power was so unnerving that she picked up her knife just to have something solid in her grasp.
"What do you want to eat?"
Fate asked, stiffer now that Blythe was nearer. She leaned in.
What are my options?
The better question is what isn't.
She chose not to be surprised by this, and answered without hesitation.
A hot pie with stew and mulled wine.
There was little that sounded better on a cold night. No sooner had she requested it, did the food arrive on the table in a shimmer of gold. Steam wafted from the lid of the stew's tureen, its onion and thyme so fragrant that Blythe salivated. The pie had the most perfect golden crust and smelled like heaven on a plate. The wine came in a silver chalice, so rich a colour that it was more a cherry hue than it was purple, which was fortunate, as Blythe still had difficulty with anything the shade of belladonna. And then there was the cake. Blythe didn't have nearly the same palate for sweets as her cousin, but she couldn't deny wanting a taste of the gorgeous wedding cake that manifested at the head of the table. It was at least 2 feet tall, with ivory icing and white lilies that cascaded down the sides, simple in its elegance, and nothing at all like the fantastical wonderland in which they sat. Blythe wasted no time as she loaded her plate, already warmer simply from looking at the piping hot feast laid before her. Though Aris said nothing, Blythe could feel his eyes on her, watching as she took a spoonful of stew and nearly cried when it hit her tongue. Never had she tasted lamb so rich and tender that she barely had need to chew. She took a bite of the pie next, so warm and buttery as it slid down her throat that Blythe slumped in her chair, letting it heat her from the inside out. Was that melted goat cheese inside? Heavens, it was divine. Even the wine did not taste of any fruit that she knew, but of starlight soaked in the finest ambrosia. The meal was, in every sense of the word, impeccable. After all their bickering and being given a room with no bed, Blythe couldn't believe Aris had even allowed her to taste it. She could only hope he wouldn't take it away from her once she got used to such finery, for if this was how Aris ate, then at least there was one part of this new life that she could look forward to.
It's incredible,
she whispered as she took another spoonful.
Where did it come from?
Aris had stopped watching her, looking mildly more satisfied as he cut into his venison.
All over the world, same as everything else.
Blythe's hand stilled midway to her lips. She didn't need to ask to understand what he meant. Looking around the table, it was clearer by the second that every bit of this meal had been stolen. She looked immediately toward the wedding cake, and with great effort, set her fork down.
Please tell me you didn't take this from someone else.
Shall we start our marriage on a bed of lies? This is what you requested.
He twirled his wineglass before taking a swig. It was frustrating how much Blythe craved to pick her spoon up and take another bite. Instead, she resisted the urge to throw her fork at him.
I never asked for you to steal a wedding cake, Aris. We didn't even eat the one at our own wedding.
Do give me some credit. I don't despise marriage, Miss Hawthorne.
Aris froze with a quick hiss of breath, rubbing the band of light on his finger, which seared brighter at the use of her maiden name. When he could, Aris continued.
I despise our marriage. The wedding in question was called off once the groom realised that his betrothed had been scrumping his brother. I did everyone a favour by taking this cake off their hands.
That at least made Blythe feel less guilty about the severity in which she craved a slice.
What about the rest of it?
If you'd prefer not to eat, then we can be done.
When Aris started to push from the table, however, Blythe grabbed hold of her fork and stuck it straight into the warm pie. She couldn't say where any of the food came from, and she didn't understand Aris well enough to know whether he'd ever steal from anyone who needed it. Sometimes, like when he'd rescued a young kit during the Wakefield's fox hunt several months prior, it seemed there might be an honourable man beneath that rigid demeanour. And yet, she couldn't forget how he tried to manipulate her, or how easily he was able to coerce a person's mind into believing whatever he desired. Aris was dangerous, but Blythe needed to eat. And so she resigned herself to the fact that she too was likely doomed to become a horrible person now that she'd married this brute, and dug back into the pie.
Just so I know, for our very long and arduous future, is stealing from the unsuspecting something that you do every night?
She stuffed another bite into her mouth, having to make a concentrated effort not to look too thrilled by the taste of it. To her surprise, she noticed then that Aris was no longer scowling, though his frown was still carved deep. It didn't seem that her question annoyed him. Rather, everything Blythe asked seemed to deplete him, as if Aris were a rag wrung dry.
You ask too many questions.
Perhaps, but Blythe only flourished her fork and asked,
How else am I to get to know my husband?
His jaw clenched at the word, and Blythe made a mental note to use it more often.
If you must know, I spend most dinners outside of my home. I travel to get whatever I desire from where I know it'll taste the best. The rest of my meals I'll either make myself or take from those who have no use for them.
Blythe had many questions about this, and yet the one she gave voice to was,
You can cook.
Aris didn't seem the sort who would do anything to dirty his own hands.
Are you any good at it?
If you had centuries to practice something, don't you imagine you might become rather skilled? I've had the best instructors in the world.
She thought back to the art that had been displayed throughout the manor during the first night she'd seen Wisteria, and how offended Aris had been when she'd commented that some of it seemed rather pretentious. If she had to guess, she'd say that Aris had been the one to create those sculptures. For what else was a person to do when they lived alone for an eternity?
You've done a lot of travelling then?
She asked. For as much as she despised Aris, Blythe had always wanted to travel. She'd spent hours holed up in Elijah's study with maps, and in the library reading tales of far-off countries and distant cities over and over again until she knew the details by heart. When she closed her eyes, she'd envision herself visiting those many places, tearing her way through a jungle with a machete or holding a parasol as she strolled beside a cerulean sea, the spray of salt upon her skin and wind gusting her hair.
I rarely remain in one place for long.
Aris's tone was suggestive enough to prickle Blythe's skin. Other than for her father and Thorngrove, Blythe had no attachments to this town and would have loved to explore the world. But for Elijah's sake, she couldn't leave.
Then it sounds like staying here will be a good change of pace for you,
she told him as she took a heaping spoonful of wedding cake. She wondered where it had come from, for it tasted nothing like any cake she'd ever tried, but of honey and ripe plums.
We are not staying.
Far behind Aris roused a great storm. Lightning cracked over his stag horns, and she followed its tail down to the golden burn of Aris's eyes.
Well, I am not going.
I could always make you.
He whispered the words as soft as a lover. It was clear when Aris was trying to rile her, but this he spoke plainly, as they both knew it was the truth.
Should you try, I will tie myself to the trees, she promised him. And every time you leave, our rings will ensure that you end up right back with me again.
Aris must have anticipated such an argument, for he didn't seem as bothered as Blythe had hoped. He only stood, the plates and flatware clearing themselves before Blythe had finished her meal. She barely managed to scavenge herself another bite of cake before it disappeared.
I wasn't finished!
But I am.
He smoothed down his shirt. Each of his gilded buttons was straight and precise, and there wasn't so much as a crease in the white fabric. Iris looked so straight-laced that Blythe itched to reach out and make his collar crooked.
"The decision is yours," he said. "But know that if you refuse, then you cannot leave this palace any earlier than in a month's time. Your father and all your acquaintances believe that we are off on some extravagant honeymoon, and I do not care to deal with their questions or your frustrations when you get caught up in your own lies. Should you agree to leave with me, however, I will take you on that honeymoon and you will see parts of the world that you've never imagined."
It was no tiny inkling of curiosity that stirred within Blythe, but an awful, colossal desire. She was disgusted with herself for even allowing the idea purchase in her mind, yet Blythe couldn't control it as she thought of all the places she'd imagined visiting, now within her reach, without any of the hassle of travel. And she couldn't deny that escaping the dungeon that was Wisteria wouldn't be the worst fate.
"If I were to agree to such terms," she asked, "would we ever return to Celadon?"
It was Iris's easy answer that damned him.
"Eventually. Perhaps for a visit."
It wasn't good enough. Not nearly. Every vision of travel faded at once from her mind's eye, for Blythe refused to leave her father without some guarantee of when they'd be back.
"I'm not leaving," she told Iris. "I'll remain here, and in a month's time, I will have my freedom."
As dreary as Wisteria was, surely it was possible to survive it for a month. Given Iris's smug expression, however, it seemed he held a different belief.
"Very well,"
he mused, too unbothered for Blythe's taste.
"Do let me know when you change your mind."
And just like that, the night sky winked out of existence, and the lake of silver slipped away to stone, stone, and more grey stone as far as the eye could see. Blythe once again stood in the hall, alone, as the fireplace rasped behind her. Chapter 6. One day at Wisteria, and Blythe already knew she'd made a grave mistake. It was as though the manor had decided to punish her for staying by plummeting the temperature overnight. Cold as a corpse, she'd hardly managed a wink of sleep, having woken up coughing several times before she eventually rifled through her travel chest. She threw on some of her thicker wool dresses, layering them in an attempt to soothe her dried throat and chilled body so that she might find some modicum of rest. If the temperature wasn't enough to keep her awake, the noise surely was. She was used to listening to gusting storms and the scraping of branches clawing at her window at Thorngrove. What she wasn't used to was a home that moaned and quivered with every breeze. At one point, Blythe could have sworn that pieces of the ceiling crumbled onto the floor, though they were gone by the time the sun rose. And she could tell precisely when the sun rose because she had no curtains to guard her against it. When she finally had managed to fall asleep, she woke what felt like minutes later to the burn of lights behind her eyelids. Fists curling, she promised to find a way to make Iris pay for this ridiculous behaviour as she pushed from the bed. Out of habit, she made to ready herself, only to think better of it before she took a brush to her dishevelled hair. Who did she have to impress? Certainly not Iris. And if he wasn't going to allow her a good night's rest, then why should Blythe bother to make herself presentable for him? She did not dress, clean her teeth, nor do so much as pinch colour into her cheeks before she slammed her feet into her slippers. She grabbed a robe out of sheer desperation for warmth, then pounded her way down the stairs. To her surprise, the first sign of life was not Iris himself, but the small black fox that they had rescued several months prior. It had been a kit at the time, though the creature was now fully grown as it slept curled on the stairs. The fox alerted at the sound of Blythe stomping, and the moment she reached down to stroke its head, the foul thing hissed and lunged for her hand. She barely managed to yank her fingers back before the blasted creature could bite her. With a chittering that sounded as if the beast was scolding her, the fox scurried down the stairs and out of view, as if offended by Blythe's existence.
"I helped save you, you ungrateful beast!"
she called after it, sharper than she meant to. She supposed she had the lack of sleep to blame for that. As she continued down into the parlour, Aris was nowhere to be found. She hadn't seen him since the past night's dinner, and looked toward the window in an unsuccessful attempt at finding some sign of his general direction from the slant of light. Her brows furrowed. How strange it was to search for magic and find none after being so entrenched in it. The hearth was as glum as ever as Blythe took a seat to warm her hands. Though she knew the fire was not sentient, she couldn't help but pity the flames, and hoped that by sitting there she might somehow inspire it to burn brighter. It didn't work in that present moment, though she intended to continue her efforts. Blythe remained seated a while longer, silent and listening for signs of Aris. He didn't seem to be anywhere in Wisteria, though, and while she should have been annoyed that he was able to somehow leave while she was pulled back any time she so much as thought of abandoning the palace, Blythe was surprised to find that she didn't mind. She'd never before been in a home entirely by herself. There had always been maids, or a governess, cooks, and men tending to the stable. Such a quiet was unfamiliar, and for a long while Blythe remained motionless by the fire, unsure what to do other than listen to the crackle of the flames and the fox's claws scratching against the floors. When she could take no more of it, she stood, deciding there was no better time to investigate Wisteria than while Aris was gone. She gave no thought to her first stop, for it had been on her mind since the prior night and throughout her few minutes of dreaming. She hurried up the stairs, skirts in hand, which were quite heavy when one had multiple layers of them to hold, and all the way to the highest floor where the ballroom and Life's looming portrait awaited her. As mysterious as her husband was, this was her chance to learn more about him and his magic. And so she reached for the door woven into Life's portrait, biting back a yelp when the knob stung her palm. She reeled back, and upon further investigation saw that 1,000 golden threads covered the door, barring it from entry. So much for that plan. A soft chittering sounded behind her, and Blythe glanced down to find the fox sitting several feet from her heels. She glared at the foul creature as it swished its black tail like a broom. The beast sounded as though it was laughing.
"Is everyone who lives here a monster?"
Blythe asked. The fox's glowing eyes observed her for a second longer, before it jumped to all fours, head swivelling to look behind it. Blythe followed its gaze, choking on her breath when she saw a faint haze of what was most definitely white hair disappearing down a hall that Blythe was certain hadn't been there moments before. Her body remained frozen, even as the fox hurried after the figure.
"Aris!"
Blythe hissed his name under her breath, arms winding around herself to quell her body's shivering.
"If that's you, then stop this foolishness. This isn't funny."
It wasn't her husband who responded, but a feminine laugh that should have made every hair on Blythe's body stand on end. Yet the sound was reminiscent of a summer breeze, soothing Blythe's fussing nerves and loosening her locked limbs. Perhaps it was a hallucination. It wouldn't be the first time Blythe had had one, though it had been months since she'd been plagued by that symptom of the belladonna poisoning. Still, how else was she to explain the hallway that emerged seemingly from nowhere, or the flashes of light in the corner of her vision that guided her path as she hurried forward? The deeper she travelled, the more the palace began to shift from a drab wisteria into the unfamiliar. Grey walls gave way to ivory panelling. Stone floors turned not to any wood or material she knew, but to patches of grass and clover that ensnared her ankles. It wasn't like wandering through a palace at all, but into a forest glade. Whether this was real or happening within the confines of her own mind, Blythe knew she should be terrified. And yet, she couldn't stop herself, one foot following after the other, until she came upon a single door at the edge of a long, narrow hall. Behind it pulsed a warmth so grand that Blythe's longing flared to life. Door was a loose term for what she saw, for it wasn't so much a door as an opening that appeared to be carved into the bark of a tree. It had a handle, not of brass or iron, but of wood carved into a spectacular design of a wisteria vine. Again, Blythe heard the trill of butter-soft laughter, this time from behind the door.
"Do you hear her too?"
Blythe whispered to the fox, who wove between her ankles to scratch at the door.
"Perhaps it's a trap. Oris might have my head if we go inside."
The fox did not care one bit about Blythe or her head. In the midst of her hesitation, it scratched harder and hissed its dissatisfaction. Blythe hissed back, and she'd have likely bopped the beast's rump with her toe had its teeth not looked so sharp.
"Fine," she told it, "but I'm opening it for you, not for me."
Against her better judgment, Blythe took hold of the handle and cracked the door open. Immediately, the fox slipped inside. Blythe looked at once for the source of the laughter, though there was no one apart from herself and the fox inside this summer glade. It was so warm that Blythe could have stripped down to her bare skin. Though it was very much a room, with its four-poster bed that was somehow carved into the base of a tree, it was also an impossibility. Another one of fate's wonderscapes. She tipped her head to the tree that towered over her. Once upon a time, it might have been a wisteria, though now it was a husk that littered dried petals across a bed with sheets that had yellowed with age. Blythe circled the tree several times, believing it had to somehow be a wooden carving, since there were no roots to be seen. Given the rotted wood that flaked against her palms, however, it couldn't be anything but real. There were other oddities too, like a vanity made of withered vines that were one touch away from snapping into dust. There was a mirror of chased silver, and several portraits toward the back of the room, painted in a vintage style one might find in a museum. In them, a man smiled as he danced with a woman whose hair shone as pale as moonlight. They wore nothing of the current fashion, but ancient cloth from a time long past. There was another portrait, too, of the same golden-haired man seated beneath the shade of a towering wisteria tree, his head leaning against the trunk as serene eyes looked back at the painter. It took Blythe a long moment to recognise that the man was Aris, as it was the first time she'd ever seen him wear such a placid expression. It took even longer to recognise that the woman in the first portrait was the one Blythe had been chasing down the hall only moments ago. She should have recognised who it was the moment she saw the white hair. Life. The realisation had Blythe backing into the wall, unconvinced that what she was seeing was more than a figment of her imagination. But the wall was firm against her back, and the trees chalky beneath her fingertips. Which meant that somehow this place was real.
"What do you want with me?"
she whispered to a room that met her only with silence.
"If you're angry with me about Aris, you by all means can keep him. I lay no claim."
The heat of the room pressed against her again, firmer this time, and Blythe's head began to spin as a bead of sweat trailed down the back of her neck. Blythe turned to the portraits, frowning at the man within them. At one point, Aris had been an entirely different person, and the longer that Blythe stared and her vision swam, blurring the edges, the more she felt as if she were there before him. She could feel the painted moss against her bare soles and the pulse of the autumn forest that surrounded the two lovers against her skin. Heat from a waning sun bore down on her as fallen leaves crunched beneath her heels. There was music, too. Music that Blythe swayed to as she shut her eyes and let the story play out in her mind's eye. She watched as Aris smiled and drew her into his chest, able to feel the firmness of his body. The heat of his touch as he pulled her close and... Blythe nearly lost her footing when the fox scurried over her slippers, jarring her back into the long-forgotten suite and away from the handsome man she'd been dancing with in the middle of the woods. It took a moment to ground herself and remember that it hadn't been a handsome man at all, but Aris. And it hadn't been her either. This wasn't the first time such intrusive thoughts had entered her mind. Since around the time of Charlotte and Everett's wedding, Blythe had been plagued with visions of a faceless man whose laughter could ignite an inferno within her, and whose touch she burned for. Never had such a person existed, and yet it always felt so real. Like the ghost of someone Blythe had spent her entire life waiting to meet. At first, she'd wondered whether it had anything to do with why she could see death. If something within her had fundamentally shifted after the many times she'd been meant to die only to be brought back from the precipice. Now she wondered if it was life, angry and toying with her for taking up this role in Aris's life. Blythe held onto the wall for a good while as her mind swam with slivers of smiles and flashes of skin. Echoes of laughter and music. Always the same lilting music. The longer she stood in the room, the more it felt like its walls were pressing against her, the weight so suffocating she thought she might fold into the floor. As odd as Thorn Grove was, there had been a charm to its eeriness. Her childhood home had embraced the rumours and leaned into its quirks. But this once thriving suite was merely a shell of something that had once been extraordinary. Something that was digging its claws beneath her skin and begging not to be forgotten. Blythe picked up her skirts, ready to flee, when she caught sight of a hand mirror lying among the vines on the vanity. It was of considerable age, with a handle inlaid with gold filigree. Trembling, Blythe picked it up, surprised by how familiar it felt in her grasp. It was then that the lights flickered, blurring until they simultaneously slanted to the door. The fox perked its ears, and, as it sprinted to greet its returned master, Blythe clutched the mirror to her chest. She knew she should return it to the vanity, knew that she should flee and leave this place behind. Yet her fingers refused to unfasten from its handle, her thumb stroking up and down the filigree. Perhaps it was to prove to herself that this was real, or perhaps it was another reason entirely that drove Blythe to tuck the relic into the folds of her dress. It was only a mirror, after all, pretty but trivial. Yet there was no time to ponder it as pale light spilled through the doorway and flooded the floorboard as Aris grew nearer. She tossed the door open before he could find her and sprinted through Wisteria with the nimblest steps she could manage. Blythe did not stop until she'd made it back to her room, the memory of life's laughter still ringing in her head.
Dearest Father, do forgive my delay in correspondence and the briefness of my letter. I'm writing to you from the frosted wonderland that is the city of Verena. Though it is barely winter, Aris's home is Christmas incarnate, full of quaint shops and streets blanketed with snow so powdery that special shoes are sometimes required to avoid sinking into it. Though Verena is not necessarily how I envisioned spending a honeymoon, I am glad to see where my husband comes from. I do wish I had packed a few more coats, though Aris is having several made for me as we speak. While we had hoped to make it to the countryside to visit Byron and Eliza, I'm afraid that foul weather has cut our bridal tour short. It seems that we will be spending the next several weeks here in Verena. I do so wish that you could come, as I'm certain you would love it. Do not worry for me. The city is splendid, and I will undoubtedly find countless ways to entertain myself. Also, I would be remiss not to mention the food, as the palace chefs are the finest I have ever known. I do not say this so that you might think I've moved on from life at Thorngrove, however, for nothing could be further from the truth. How are you faring? I eagerly await stories of all the adventures I hope you've been having, and assurance that everyone at Thorngrove is doing well. I miss you dearly, and I will see you as soon as I'm able. And before I forget, Aris keeps a fox for a pet. Isn't that a delightful and purely random fact? Yours always, Blythe. My wonderfully strange cousin. I begin this letter by expressing to you with full sincerity that I am well. Aris has yet to murder me in my sleep, though every so often I admit to catching a gleam in his eyes that convinces me he's considering it. Fear not. As, if either of us are to perish from the other's hand, I assure you that I will not be the first to die. Perhaps that is dramatic, but fret not, dearest cousin. I do not regret the deal I made with Aris. In fact, this war between us has become rather like a game, and I do so love to win. I hope that you are warm and well at Foxglove, and that the estate is treating you well. I say warm because Aris has turned Wisteria Gardens into an everlasting and uninhabitable winter, much like the kind you read about in fairy tales. I fear how much worse it may become once it truly does begin to snow, though I have some time before then to plan my next move. It'll have to be a memorable one, as Aris has forbade me from leaving Wisteria for at least 1 month's time, so that no one will question the validity of our honeymoon. What kind of honeymoon anyone might have believed we'd have in mid-November is beyond my rationale. I told my father I was in Verena, and think that perhaps I have a career in fiction writing. As I cannot sleep, I've made up the entire town in my mind's eye. It's so maddeningly thorough that I'm almost disappointed it's not a real place. How fun it would be to rule a land of winter. Though a month is a small amount of time in the grand scheme, I know in my heart that I will perish should I wait that long to see your face. Which brings me to why I am writing you today. Not to lament Aris, although do be assured that I find great pleasure in such a task, but to tell you that every morning for the past week he has left me to fend for myself in Wisteria, as he does God knows what. I find myself with plenty of time alone, and admit that after months of being stuck dying in Thorngrove, I find that solitude is not to my taste. You mentioned at the wedding that you had something to tell me, and I'd like to know what it is. Boredom has made me impatient. While I will readily admit that I do not fully understand your abilities, I hope that when you receive this letter, you will become one with the shadows and slither through the darkness to come and fetch me. I do hope that you find a way, as I'm looking forward to seeing you very soon. For the sake of my sanity, do make haste. Eagerly awaiting your visit, Blythe.
Chapter 7. Blythe hunched toward the waning candlelight, reading over the still damp ink 3 times before sealing the letters with wax. The one she'd written to her father wasn't her greatest work, but she was anxious to hear from him, and prayed that her words would offer enough of the truth to quell his worries. Elijah was a clever man, though, and she worried over how little information she had available to share with him. It wasn't as though anything of interest was happening within the dreary walls of Wisteria. Blythe was tired of being perpetually cold and eternally bored. In fact, her greatest thrill from the past several days as a married woman was prying at the edges of her imagination to write the letter to her father, and being as dramatic as she craved while writing Signa's. She was glad, at least, that Verena wasn't a real place, for her father would never be able to look it up on a map and learn of her deceit. Blythe stretched from her seat, fingers curled around the crinkled envelopes. It was an hour meant for slumber, yet one would never know that from the moonlight that spilled in from her window. She tried to sleep, though the hovel that was her suite at Wisteria kept her coughing at all hours. And when she wasn't consumed by a spell, her mind was too thick with visions of the faceless man whose presence made her chest ache. And when she did not think of him, she thought instead of life's chambers, of the forest glade and the vanity at which life would have sat, brushing her silver hair. She never should have taken the mirror off that vanity. The thing was so ancient that it was one too tight grip away from snapping in half, so she'd swaddled it in satin and enclosed it within the safety of a drawer she'd hoped Aris would never have any reason to search. She kept the sealed letters clutched to her chest with one hand as she took hold of her candle with the other. If sleep was useless, then she might as well figure out how to send her messages. Aris would likely try to read them, yet he was her only option. While she'd heard signs of his presence every now and then, he'd kept his distance. She'd checked her serpentine ring several times to ensure that the band of light was still beneath it, for the blasted thing had not burned once, despite how he'd spent the past several days gallivanting off to God knows where. He was gone whenever she'd searched for him, returning in time to leave dinner at her door and disappear before she could open it. Blythe had tried not to give this habit of his any thought, for it angered her to know that he was off doing whatever it was that people with mystical powers did, while she was forced to spend her days with a hearth that wheezed as much as she did, and a maniacal fox who had soiled one of her favourite gowns and kept stealing her stockings like it was a game. At this rate, she had half a mind to skin the beast and use it as a blanket, which she told the fox every time she had the opportunity. It was a shame the beast was so cute. It was impossible not to wonder about Aris, though, especially when Blythe had nothing better to do than spend her waking hours puzzling over the mystery that was her husband. He'd looked like an entirely different person in the portraits, so much softer and kinder as he danced atop moss and burnished leaves with a silver-haired beauty. And it was even more impossible not to think about him when he'd left a pastry at her door several hours prior, a sticky, honey-flavoured mound of perfectly cooked dough that wasn't too sweet. It was still warm by the time she bit into it, and while Blythe was initially startled by Aris's random display of kindness, she quickly realised that he wasn't being kind at all. Rather, he wanted to make it abundantly clear that he was off somewhere magical, while she was stuck in a stone dungeon, hoping that he would take pity on her and bring her his crumbs. While it seemed unlikely for Aris to be home, she hoped to leave the letters somewhere he could find them. If she didn't get one sent to her father soon, she had no doubt that Elijah would hunt her down himself, even all the way to the imaginary kingdom of Verena. As much as she'd like to see him, the idea of Aris and her father mingling formed a knot in her stomach. She was grateful for the glow of the candlelight to guide her through the stony halls as she wandered down the steps and toward the parlour where Aris often took his tea by the forever-burning hearth. While she planned to leave the letters for him on the tea table, she was surprised to find that Aris was not off gallivanting at all. Rather, he sat in one of the high-backed leather seats, a half-empty glass of bourbon beside him. The sight stuttered Blythe's heart. She blew out her candle, lungs squeezing as she leaned around the corner to spy on him. Perhaps it was the hour that had Aris so dishevelled. He looked every bit like a man who'd tossed around in bed, his head bent in exhaustion. All the same, if she looked at him in precisely the right light, Aris reminded her of a fairy tale prince, with fitted pants and a loose white tunic that was unbuttoned at the collar and rolled up his forearms. His hair was mussed, and the veins in his forearms were pronounced as he took a swig from his glass. His chair was positioned close enough to the hearth that he'd kicked up his boots to warm himself. Upon his lap was a tapestry. It was similar to the golden one that Blythe had spilled her blood onto all those months ago, but far larger and decorated with an impossibility of colours she'd never seen. Between Aris's fingers glinted a silver needle that moved with such swiftness Blythe wouldn't have been able to see it if not for the way it shone in the fire's glow. It was wrong to say that Aris looked relaxed. His movements were manic and precise, but he did look peaceful, if inhuman. His chest hardly rose or fell, every part of him still, with the exception of his sewing arm. One could not look at him and see anything but the paranormal as he wove colours across his canvas, each stitch like the strike of a blade. What began as a standard tapestry soon waterfalled down his lap, pouring over his knees and piling onto the wood floor, lengthening until the threads turned black, and Oris stilled. Only then did his lips part with the first softened breath he'd taken in minutes. Blythe very much wished to be able to see his eyes as he roused, for it seemed that his mind had been somewhere else entirely. Silence stretched as she contemplated her escape, feeling as though she was intruding on something private, before Oris's whisper came as quiet as snowfall.
"Why aren't you sleeping?"
His voice was dazed and hollow, as if she'd awakened him from a dream.
It's too cold to sleep.
It was a strange thing to match his softness. Never had they spoken so simply to each other.
I fear that if I do, I may never wake up.
Oris made a strange sound in the back of his throat. A laugh, possibly?
Perhaps that was by design.
I have no doubt that it was.
Blythe's nightgown trailed behind her as she tried to get a better look at the tapestry Oris held in a white-knuckled grip.
What is it that you're working on?
He loosened his hold, eyes bleary as he ran a hand down the length of his jaw.
What do you think it is?
Blythe didn't need to think. Despite her question, she knew exactly what Oris wove. Still, it felt like too much of an impossibility to acknowledge aloud. Rather than answer, she asked,
Do the colours mean something?
Oris peered down at the tapestry, as if seeing it for the first time, his thumb skimming the threads. Tension knitted his brows. Whether he'd found something in the design that he was unsatisfied with, or whether he was debating the merits of answering her, was impossible to say. At first, it seemed he was keen to ignore her. But just as Blythe drew a step back and contemplated returning to her suite, he said,
Each colour is an emotion. Together they tell a story because that's all that a life really is. A series of feelings and emotions that draw a person toward action or inaction.
What a horribly clinical definition.
And what emotions do these represent?
She took a seat on the arm of his chair, peering down at butter-soft yellows and greens as bright as moss that transitioned into what reminded Blythe of a sunset, rich pinks and plums that darkened into a shade she had no name for, but that looked the colour of a summer sky before a storm. While the tightness between Oris's brows remained, he must have been able to sense that Blythe's curiosity was genuine, for he did not shoo her away, and instead angled the tapestry to allow her a better view.
Every emotion under the sun, he said. The possibilities are limitless, and though there is an endless variety of colours, each hue represents something particular to some degree. But as no two people will ever feel anything the exact same, no two tapestries will ever look identical.
Blythe bent to inspect his work, scanning it for any patterns. Though Oris drew away from her nearness, she could still see that the stitching was flawless, not a single thread frayed.
There's a lot of blue,
she noted, admiring the many variants, from a shade as pale as dawn to one as dark as ripened berries.
There is.
Oris's fingers once again curled around the cloth.
The man this tapestry belongs to will lead a content life. Nothing special, though he'll live well into his years and will die at peace.
By the monotone of Oris's voice, one might think that he was telling her this man would suffer a great curse and die in a tragic accident.
You speak as though that isn't an admirable achievement in itself,
Blythe said.
Is it so wrong to have a simple life that makes you happy?
Having been drawn in by the tapestry, Blythe hadn't realised how close she was to Oris until she turned to face him, seeing that his head was against the back of the seat, eyes hardened as they scrutinised her.
I never said there was anything wrong with it.
You didn't,
she agreed, fully aware of how his breath grazed her cheek and of how her nightgown was tangled around her ankles.
You just said it like you were delivering bad news and couldn't possibly look more uninterested if you tried.
His golden eyes were as searing as the sun. Though Blythe hadn't intended to, it seemed she'd struck a nerve and couldn't help but pry at its edges.
Do you even remember the name of the person whose fate you just crafted?
She pressed, despite knowing that she was more than towing her way into tumultuous waters.
It's ridiculous to expect me to remember such a thing. I've woven more tapestries than you could fathom.
Ridiculous to remember a name?
Blythe laughed, pleased when he continued to lean away.
You foretold his fate only minutes ago, and already you've forgotten him.
She kept a close look on Aris's face, ensuring that he looked sufficiently annoyed, but not so much so that he'd turn her away before continuing.
Admit it. You were bored by that man's life.
Of course I was.
Every inch that Aris sat up was an inch Blythe leaned back.
Human lives are inherently boring. People are born, they learn, they love, and then they die. Always. I should not be condemned for wishing something would break the monotony of a story I've read infinite times before.
There was a crinkle of annoyance at the corner of his eyes that Blythe found somehow familiar. This entire conversation was.
I understand wanting something that excites you,
she told Aris, thinking of her father's maps and the many places she'd hoped to one day venture.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't respect the other stories too. Building a life that makes you happy is nothing to dismiss.
Aris ignored her as he melted back in his seat, becoming one with the chair. Though Blythe knew the safest thing to do would be to ease away from the conversation and leave him be, she could not stop the question that poured from her.
May I watch you weave another?
Are you going to have opinions about that one too?
It's likely.
She smoothed out her skirts, brushing the hem away from her bare feet.
I have an opinion about most things.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand that.
Though it took a long moment for him to rouse, eventually the tapestry on Aris's lap disappeared in a slant of light, and a fresh cloth took its place. The moment his fingers skimmed its edges, shadows sharpened the hard planes of his face. Needle between his fingers, he hesitated before his canvas. His eyes flickered toward her, then back to the tapestry, and with a soft breath, he struck the needle down. Instantaneously, the colours began to pour. Blythe dropped to her knees beside him, leaning over the arm of the chair for a closer vantage. She was hypnotized by the dance of his needle, by the flashes of silver that poured colour faster than she could keep up with. Watching Aris was like watching the most extraordinary performance, and Blythe hung on every deft twist of his fingers. It took her a long while to notice that this tapestry was nowhere near as bright as the previous, woven primarily in shades of grey and deep plums that faded into black. Whereas the previous tapestry had stretched onto the floor, this one barely reached Aris's lap. Blythe understood the bleakness that made his face gaunt, understood his hesitation as he trailed a gentle finger down the final black stitch. She set a hand atop his shoulder.
Can you not change it?
While she'd tried to keep anything that resembled accusation from her voice, Aris's shoulders tensed all the same. He clenched the needle tighter.
Can I isn't the question. It's a matter of should I.
Blythe drew her hand away at the bite of his words.
Not everyone gets to grow old. Not everyone gets to love or be loved in return. Sometimes the world is cruel.
But they should get those things. And if it's as simple as a few threads on a tapestry, then why not?
Just as death does not choose when people die, I do not choose how they live,
Aris argued.
I write their story as it's shown to me, and that is the way of things. It matters not if someone is cruel or kind. It makes no difference whether they deserve the life that they get. Once a soul tells me its story, I do not alter it. I do not embellish. I give it the fate I foresee, nothing more, nothing less.
And that fate can never change from how it was foretold? She asked. Are you saying there's nothing a person could ever do to make a difference in their tapestry?
For a long while, Aris answered with only his glare, for they both knew the truth of it. Blythe had changed her own fate, not once, but several times. Whatever story he'd woven for her, she had defied.
You are an anomaly, aided by death's hand.
Though there was much more that Blythe wanted to ask, the shadows across Aris's face had moved to hollow out his eyes.
Other lives were taken so that yours could continue.
Cold sweats raked over her as Blythe thought of Percy. She wrapped her hands around herself, so deep in her haze of thoughts that she barely realized the hearth was no longer struggling. It fed off of Aris's intensity, drawing sweat upon her brow. She leaned back, fearful of breaking whatever strange spell was allowing them to have a relatively civil night. Aris scrutinized her as if waiting for Blythe to stand and see herself out. Instead, a question brewed, and though it seemed most comfortable concealed in the depths of her mind, she forced it out before the opportunity was lost.
What does my tapestry look like?
Aris disappeared the second tapestry from his lap, elbows propped on his knees as he leaned down to her level.
Your tapestry,
he began, the words soft at first, though each one grew progressively more biting.
Is one of the most hideous abominations I have ever seen.
Though they were no strangers to finding ways to get under each other's skin, Blythe got the distinct impression that Aris's answer was honest, and she felt a certain pride at his utter distaste for the thing. If he hated it, then it was undoubtedly spectacular. She tried to laugh, but managed hardly a sound before a fit of coughing overtook her. Aris's frown cleaved deep into his face as he recoiled.
Cover your mouth, you mongrel!
I am covering my mouth, she snapped. What do you want me to do, magically cure a cold? It's the fault of you and your dusty, Arctic torture chamber.
Blythe broke off to cough again, then continued sharply.
That I'm falling ill in the first place.
He drummed his fingers along the side of his chair, and as if deciding that he had nothing more to say on the matter, Aris dropped his attention to the letters that Blythe had forgotten she was carrying.
What are those?
He asked. Blythe clutched them to her chest, thumb pressing down on one of the wax seals.
They're letters.
I can see that. Why are there two of them?
She fought the urge to chew her lip, not wanting to draw suspicion to the fact that one of her letters practically begged Signa to come and break her free from this place.
One for my father, and another for Signa. Surely I'm not forbidden from speaking to my cousin?
Just the mention of Signa's name seemed to settle an infinite amount of weight upon Aris.
I hope that you've told her to come to her senses and trade places with you.
He held his hand out, and though it took a great deal of nerve, Blythe dropped the letters into his waiting palm. She half expected him to tear the envelopes open. Instead, the parchment winked out of sight the moment it touched his hand. Her surprise must have shown, for Aris cast a tired frown.
I have more self-respect than to degrade myself by reading your private letters. As curious as I am about what you have to say on the topic of our extravagant honeymoon and all the fun we're having, I'll use my imagination like any civil person would.
Were she in his position, Blythe had to admit that she would have allowed her nosiness to get the best of her. She supposed she should be grateful that Iris had more tact, as infuriating as that truth was.
They'll receive your letters in this afternoon's post.
He pushed from his seat, unrolling his sleeves as he turned his back to Blythe, and made his way down the hall.
Go and take your disease-ridden self to bed.
It took everything in Blythe's power to bite her tongue as Iris strolled away. She used the hearth to relight her candle, silently cursing the brute as she made the trek back to her room. After a cursory scowl at her ridiculous bore handle, she threw the door open. Only this time, the room was not bathed in silver light. It was shrouded in such darkness that Blythe wouldn't have been able to see so much as a foot ahead of her if not for the candle. And was it her imagination? Or was the room warmer too? Blythe stretched the candle before her, spotting the source of the darkness at once. Curtains. Finally, the brute had given her curtains. Chapter 8. Blythe tried to return Life's mirror the next morning, only to find that the hall leading to the women's suite was once again obscured. For an hour, she looped the upper floor, squinting in the hopes that the light would shift and reveal a path, and always ending right back where she started, beneath the forever looming portrait of a woman long deceased. Only when she reached it this time, Blythe took a seat, mirror in hand. Its surface was not of glass, but one of polished obsidian, obscuring her reflection in darkness and a thick haze. Still, she had trouble looking away from it. Not because of how ridiculous she looked in her several layers of dresses and coats, but because the longer she stared at its inky surface, the more the haze began to move. Her finger skimmed the length of the carved handle as she squinted, drawing her reflection closer. Blythe rubbed her eyes, but that did not stop the darkness that swirled, not within the mirror, but outside it. Behind her. Every muscle in Blythe's body tensed, for she knew in her bones that this was no trick of her vision.
So this is the state in which my brother has kept you.
It was Death who emerged from the shadows brewing behind her. Blythe knew it was him from the timbre of his voice and the darkness that swathed him, but as he moved to stand before her, he took a form that she'd not seen before. Not one of a reaper, but of a broad-shouldered man with fair skin, grey eyes, and hair the colour of bone. As human as he appeared, there was an unnatural stillness that made him even eerier in this form, for his chest didn't rise or fall with the steadiness of breath, and, like Signa, he did not blink nearly as much as he ought to. What an unnerving couple they made.
Your brother is not known for his kindness.
She turned toward Death, lowering the mirror to her lap. Her eyes skimmed to the writhing shadows at his feet, where the traitorous fox looped circles around his ankles.
Have I finally frozen to death? Is that why you're here?
Blythe's lips pressed tight as Death stooped to the fox's level, running a gloved hand down the length of its spine. The blasted thing practically purred.
Fate may want you to give up,
Death said.
but he won't go as far as to kill you.
He straightened, and in his hand was a letter. Her letter, Blythe realised. The one she'd written to Signa.
That wasn't meant for you!
Blythe knew that Death had tried to help her, that he'd broken rules to keep her alive. Even so, she couldn't help the anger that flared in his presence.
She gave it to me. Signa doesn't have the power to transport other people,
he told her.
I, on the other hand, can slither through the shadows, as you so eloquently put it, and bring you to Foxglove.
Blythe's throat was thick with dread, for all she could think about was how he'd have to step closer, how he'd have to touch her. She scanned down the length of his arms, fixated on his leather gloves. They weren't the only things that covered his body. In fact, all skin, apart from Death's face, was covered. He was finely dressed in a coat of black, with a cravat tightened against his throat and matching trousers and boots of great making. In this form, Blythe supposed he could be considered handsome. Still, how Signa had fallen in love with the literal embodiment of death was entirely lost on her. Blythe couldn't breathe in his presence. It was as though her throat was full of gravel, every inhale a rasp. But death was her ticket to Foxglove. He alone could get her out of wisteria and to civil company before boredom had her chewing off her own arm. When Death's eyes fell to the mirror, she curled it quickly into her skirts.
"Will it hurt?"
she asked, seized with dread when Death's expression pinched.
No, but it will feel strange.
Slowly, he pulled his focus back up to her face.
I swear on everything that I am, that I will never again hurt you. And I will speak to my brother too about getting you better accommodations.
Death watched her with such an intensity that Blythe flinched, uncertain what to do with such a vow. It was strange how adamantly he spoke it, though if that vow was what kept her alive, then she'd gladly accept it.
"You will do no such thing."
Though Death was too close for comfort, Blythe stood to look him firmly in those strange, unblinking eyes.
"I have this handled. If Aris thinks I've spoken with you, his temper will only worsen. The last thing I need is for him to believe that we're conspiring against him."
She took a step forward before Death could argue and demanded,
"Do you swear on your life that this will not kill me?"
With a quiet puff of air that might have been a laugh, he answered,
I swear it.
"Then what about Signa's life?"
she pressed, for his answer was not enough to quell her worries.
"Do you swear on hers as well?"
Death's jaw tensed.
I do not care for this question, though my answer is the same. Going with me will not kill you.
He stretched a hand towards hers, though he didn't touch it just yet, leaving it up to Blythe to close the distance between them. Even through his gloves, touching Death felt like falling beneath a frozen lake. Every part of her body seized with a shock so great that she forgot to breathe, remembering to do so only when her vision flickered to black. It felt like she was swimming, like the ground beneath her gave way to water that she slipped straight through. It was similar to what she'd felt days ago in her mother's garden, but different. Colder, but calmer. All the more terrifying, and yet not painful in the slightest. Time was a construct, for she had vanished from Wisteria and arrived at Foxglove within the span of a single blink, though it somehow felt like ages had passed. She swayed on her feet, adjusting to the wood beneath her and squinting her eyes against the light until she could see the room Death had brought her to. It looked like a study, though it was in far worse shape than her father's had ever been. There were papers littered about and journals spread open on the desk and floor. Through the window was a thrashing sea, and though the skies were grey, the manor was brightly lit. It was warm too, so warm that Blythe shuddered as her temperature rose. She clenched and unclenched her fists, working feeling back in her limbs, only to realise that life's mirror was gone. Good. Better that Death had it than she. He'd disappeared to stand behind Signa, who sat cross-legged on the floor several feet away, sporting a genuine smile despite the shadows beneath her eyes and the disarray of her hair. The stains on her dress, too, had Blythe wondering when she'd last changed. Though it was Blythe who ought to have posed the question, it was Signa who asked, "What on earth are you wearing?" Blythe glanced down at her slippers and the layers of dresses she wore beneath her wool coat. She'd been so eager to leave that she hadn't even considered the need to get ready.
"It seems I'm wearing my pyjamas."
"That's what you sleep in?" Signa blinked those strange, too wide eyes of hers before whipping her head toward the Reaper. "And you didn't let her change?" Death eased into a chair beside her, stroking the head of his massive hound, Gundry, as he tipped back in his seat.
She didn't ask to.
In that moment, the brotherly resemblance between him and Aris was unmistakable. Blythe didn't appreciate the squint of Death's eyes, or the way his head tilted to observe her, as though she were a puzzle in need of solving. Especially when the only puzzle here was what on earth Signa was up to.
What is all this?
Blythe asked, taking her skirts in hand as she stepped over one of the journals, crouching to observe its messy scrawl. Though Signa was still side-eyeing Blythe's many layers, she brightened at the question.
It turns out that my mother kept journals. We found dozens of them beneath a false bottom in one of her chests. I'm hoping to use them to figure out who killed my parents.
She should have known Signa would piece together another mystery for herself if left to her own devices. Blythe moved to investigate the journal that Signa was perched nearest to, trailing a finger down one of its yellowed pages. Though her touch was gentle, Signa frowned and shifted the journal away when she thought Blythe wasn't looking. It was no wonder the shadows beneath Signa's eyes were so severe. She looked like a dragon within the depths of its lair, hoarding treasures from all who dared approach. Even Death stirred as he watched her, a small frown curling his lips. If Signa's behaviour was unnerving to even him, that seemed like the most dangerous sign of any as to her cousin's mental state. Blythe was glad that she'd sent Signa a letter, even if it had been for her own benefit. She was about to close one of the journals and say something of the sort when Signa's attention flew to the door behind her. Her face at once went tart as she stepped before Blythe, as if to block her. Behind her, Gundry growled low in his throat.
Shut your eyes if the light bothers you,
her cousin hissed, glaring daggers toward an empty doorway. Then, softer, she added,
And no, Liam, we have everything we need. Thank you.
Blythe leaned around Signa, trying to get a better look. No matter how much she squinted, she was certain that no one was there. It took a few more moments before Signa relaxed, telling her, Don't worry, it was only the spirits. It was not lost on Blythe how dismissive the words were. Like talking to spirits was a casual, everyday thing. Pay them no mind. They're mostly harmless.
Mostly?
Blythe echoed, her pulse in her throat. Signa lifted one of the journals from the floor, marking its page with a rose petal she plucked from a vase. Even if they act out, you'll be fine. As curious as Blythe was to learn what exactly a spirit could do, being harassed by one was the last thing in the world she ever wanted to experience. She glanced around the room, at Signa's state, and kept a false smile plastered to her lips as she asked,
I'm surprised by how quiet it is. Where is all your staff gone?
Most fled after the ball. Signa stepped gingerly around two more journals and sketches that lay open across the floor. I couldn't stomach being in a place that lived up to its rumours of being haunted. I do have Liam now, though, and you'd be surprised how handy a ghost butler can be. Oh, and Elaine is still here. She's in charge, though there's not much of anyone for her to manage considering she can't see Liam. Which is a good thing, as he believes himself in charge. We have to come up with tasks for him. Otherwise, he starts shattering the windows. Anyway, I'd have Elaine bring up some tea so you could see her if it wouldn't pose 1,000 questions about your arrival. Blythe nodded for show only, once again sliding Death a look as she digested this information. This time, he looked back, the shadows beneath his eyes acknowledging her concern about Signa's disarray. At least Death had his wits about him. Though Signa seemed well and happy, it was clear that she was spending far too much time with only the dead for company. Even her latest mystery was so entrenched in Death that Blythe scrunched her nose. She understood Signa wanting to solve her parents' murder, truly, but there was no ticking timer or any reason for her to hole up inside Foxglove and become as inhuman as the rest of the company she kept. Gently, Blythe took Signa's hand and gave it a good squeeze.
It sounds like we have much to catch up on, cousin. But I, for one, would like to enjoy the sun on my skin. What do you say to us getting dressed and taking this conversation outside?
though Signa cast one last look at a journal behind her, she squeezed back. That's an excellent plan. Just as soon as I finish this last page. Chapter 9. When Blythe pictured the bustling seaside town in which her cousin lived, she'd imagined crisp blue skies and an ever-present warmth from the sun beaming down on them. Fiore, however, had none of those things. Blythe supposed it was her own fault for expecting warmth in the winter, though she never expected a town by the water could be so abrasive. Yes, strolling down a vibrant green hill pocked with wildflowers was lovely, if one could ignore the deadly cliffsides and the wanting sea that thrashed beneath them, but Blythe found that to be a difficult challenge. She hugged her coat against herself, trying to block all lethal drops from view as she trudged after her cousin in borrowed boots 2 sizes too large, walking lopsided and huffing for breath. Are you well? Signa asked as they neared the bottom of the cliff. At first, Blythe believed Signa was asking because of Blythe's gasps for air and the way her skin was probably turning pink from wind chill and exertion, until Signa's clarified. Wisteria, I mean. Is Aris treating you well?
Wisteria is in ruins,
Blythe said by way of answer, careful with her words. She wanted to be honest with her cousin, but also didn't want Signa to feel guilty for Blythe having taken her place in this marriage.
There isn't a single person employed to help me care for it, or, at the very least, help warm it.
As for Aris, Blythe trailed off. No curtains or heat in her room would ever make up for all that he'd put her through, but Blythe supposed he no longer warranted being called the devil incarnate. A menace upon society could still work, but Blythe held her tongue.
Aris is hurting. Whatever transpired between the two of you has left him wounded, and I believe he's acting out.
Signa's voice adopted a hardened edge.
Nothing transpired between him and I. Not in this lifetime, nor in any other.
To this, Blythe gave no response. Though she would have loved to believe that Signa was not the reincarnation of life, how else could Blythe explain watching Signa raise a horse from the dead? Not to mention that Aris wouldn't have done half the things he did while trying to win Signa's heart, if there wasn't irrevocable proof that Signa was the woman he'd been searching for. As they approached the town centre, Signa carved a path that had them weaving around an occasional passer-by, none of whom stopped to converse with her, though some cast quick glances of acknowledgement that spoke of their familiarity. It didn't escape Blythe's notice how many others ducked their chins into their coats or scarves and hastened their steps when Signa strolled by. If someone handed Blythe a blank canvas and instructed her to build a town befitting Signa Faro, Fiore would be precisely what she'd design. The place had all the makings of charm, but little of the execution. Quaint cobblestone streets gave way to vicious gales of salted wind that grated the storefronts. A man struggled to repaint the chipped and faded white exterior of his shop, paying close mind to any wind-blown drips. The buildings, too, were deceptive. Though they were painted in light hues befitting the seaside, the town was built upon the bones of Gothic architecture. Twisting spires stretched atop shops that took great care to appear quaint, despite the fanged gargoyles that loomed over empty streets. Strange a town as it was, Blythe's cousin looked perfectly at ease among its dreary skies, content as the wind swept her dark tresses back and the sea thrashed behind her. Shadows embraced Signa with every step, clinging to her skin and expanding around her as they journeyed deeper into town. Haven't you ever wondered what kind of person life must have been? Signa asked eventually, keeping her voice low, so anyone who passed might think they were having a perfectly auspicious conversation.
How could I not?
Too often, Blythe pictured the woman whose bedroom suite she'd stumbled into. The one whose picture lorded over Wisteria, a constant reminder of her absence, as well as her ever-looming presence. Since her time spent in life's old suite, Blythe could almost feel life's presence seeping through Wisteria, could almost see her strolling the halls with a paintbrush in hand, or hear the echo of laughter as warm and soft as the rising sun. Wisteria was a tomb to life's memory, a home where her ghost roamed free. Blythe felt silly admitting any of this aloud, though the intensity of Signa's stare made it clear that her cousin was expecting more. And so she told her,
I have a hard time believing Aris was ever capable of love.
Just to fill the void. The lie seared her tongue the moment she'd said it, for the truth was that she knew no one as romantic as Aris. The man was more than capable of love. He was fueled by it. Who else would remain in search of his wife for so many centuries? Come now, he's not so bad as that. There was an inquisitive lilt in Signa's voice that had Blythe feeling like her cousin meant more than she was saying. I believe Aris to be a man who would do anything for the person he loves, no matter the cost. Truth be told, I have admired him for it. There's no excusing what he's done, but I know that if I were him, I would do whatever needed to be done to get Death back. Signa inclined her head toward the sea, her last few words a breath on the wind. Goosebumps flared along Blythe's arms, and she was glad that Signa was turned away and unable to see the nervousness that ate at her. Until she was given reason to, Blythe often failed to remember that Signa, too, was not entirely human. That she had killed so that Blythe might live. Blythe had never believed in the paranormal, but in the past year, she had come to accept that death was real. Her cousin was a reaper, and her husband the embodiment of fate itself. How quickly she had adapted to such a bizarre life. There's something I must tell you, Signa began after a brief silence, ignoring the shadows roiling at her heels. Part of me believed I should stay out of it and let nature take its course. But it's about Aris and... There was no warning for the pain that flared on Blythe's ring finger. She doubled over, clasping her hand with a cry as Signa's words cut off with a sharp gasp. Her lips pressed shut, as if tied by invisible strings. Death emerged before her as if spun from the gales themselves. Darkness swathed his body as he took Signa by the shoulders, trying to steady her. While Blythe very much wanted to ask why he hadn't simply walked beside them like a civilized man, her cousin was unfazed by Death's arrival. And because Signa was unfazed, Blythe was somehow left feeling like the odd one in this situation, even though it was he who had just appeared from the shadows at her feet. You know, it's no use, he whispered, though Signa shook his warning off with a hiss. Aris, Signa repeated, seething his name through clenched teeth. It seemed that each syllable pained her to speak. It's not me that he's... Again, the band of light on Blythe's finger burned with such an intensity that she wondered if it might melt through her skin. Meanwhile, Signa looked ready to claw her nails into something when she couldn't get the words past her lips. That's enough about Aris. Though anger made her chest tense, Blythe exhaled some relief as the light around her finger dimmed and the pain ebbed. Whatever terrible thing you're trying to warn me about, I don't care to know. Not when this bloody ring doesn't want me to. She kept her gaze lowered, not caring for the concern she'd seen on Death's face. Your parents, Blythe demanded, needing a distraction. Tell me about your parents. Have you learned anything about what happened the night of their death? They began to walk again. Signa's heeled boots clomping slowly across the pavement. She seemed to be chewing on her words, testing whether they would make it through her lips this time. I've been trying to read the journals in order, she said eventually, relaxing when her voice came freely. But there are so many. My mother wrote in them nearly every night, beginning a year or so prior to her starting finishing school at a place called Hellebore House. She is different than I expected. I always knew from stories that she had a hunger for the world, but I never quite realised the extent of it. She's 17 in the journal I'm reading now, and has not yet mentioned my father once. She's still young, Blythe offered, softening at her cousin's obvious distress. Who knows who she might become over the next few journals? While she kept her voice light, Blythe's thoughts strayed towards thoughts that Rima was not the only pharaoh who was different than expected. Though the woman Blythe had seen in the portrait, and the one whose room she'd visited, neither felt nor looked like the Signa that she knew, there was no denying that she was the one Aris was searching for. Signa surely must have realised it too. But instead she'd fallen in love with death, and had left Blythe to fill her absence in Fate's life. Blythe supposed this was why, as much as she'd loved fairy stories, she'd never believed in true love. Aris believed he'd found his soulmate, but in another life, that person had fallen in love with a different man. That was the problem with love. There were too many variables, too many things that could go wrong for anyone who dipped their toes into its tumultuous waters. Perhaps it was fortunate that Blythe had ended up in a loveless marriage. At least this way, neither of them would ever be hurt. Blythe flexed her left hand before her, staring at her ring, as she so often found herself doing. "Death," she called, sparing him a hesitant glance. "Have you ever seen a ring like mine before?"
You may call me Silas,
he offered, which Blythe casually ignored.
And no, I cannot say that I have.
She wrung her wedding ring, her true one that resembled a snake, around her finger. She'd hoped that if he rifled through his memory for long enough, Death might come up with something to explain what was happening between her and Aris.
Is it bothersome?
He asked, and all Blythe could think was that it wasn't nearly so bothersome as his voice, a sound that made every ounce of darkness more apparent.
"Of course it is. I can never figure out its rules. The blasted thing seems to always want us together. It usually burns when Aris and I are apart, but look!" She waved her hand before him. "No burning. And he's been coming and going as he pleases while I'm left stuck in wisteria."
If Death noticed the way she curled back when he drew nearer, or inspected her too closely, he said nothing of it. A chill bit into her shoulders as she leaned against the stone entrance of a weather-worn tea shop, trying to keep a sufficient distance from him. It was fortunate that so few people were out today. How must she have looked talking to someone that only she and Signa could see?
Are you certain of that?
Death asked, with such an intensity that Blythe felt the urge to settle her hands into her pockets and pull her coat tight.
You say that the ring wants you together. I doubt that even my brother could outwit whatever magic is brewing. You and Aris share an inseparable bond. Focus on it. You may be surprised by what you discover.
If Death didn't sound so challenging, Blythe might have ignored him. But because he was challenging her, Blythe took that to mean he believed she might not be able to do it, which was enough reason to shut her eyes and prove him wrong. She focused on the bite of metal around her finger, then the ring of light beneath it. On the bond that tethered her and Aris, slack and so loose that she felt as if she could grab it and pull. Mentally, that's exactly what she did. She pulled on the bond, testing it, and it grew taut beneath her hold. Blythe's eyes flew open as the blood drained from her face.
"He's here!"
Blythe couldn't say whether she was glad or all the more angry to learn of Aris's deceit.
"You're telling me that he's been lying? That all this time he's been stuck at wisteria like me?"
Not stuck at wisteria necessarily, but stuck with you.
It was odd to see Death shrug, for he looked too human.
It's only a guess, though that ring binds him as much as it does you. It must be that when he felt you disappear...
"He followed me,"
Blythe finished for him, a bitter laugh cleaving through her throat. The light that bound her to Aris burned brightly in her mind's eyes, casting an unsettling warmth across her skin. She prodded at it, watching the gold brighten as she drew one step, then two, following it. A pressure in her chest acted as her unseen guide, urging her over loose cobblestone to sandy hills. Everything became warmer. Brighter, too, until she saw Aris standing on the windswept shore just as she'd somehow known he'd be. Aris wore a coat in so rich a navy that it conjured memories of a summer tempest. His golden hair was tousled by the wind and curling around his ears, touched by the sea salt. His face hardened as he glanced first to Signa, then to Death, before settling on Blythe.
You simple, foolish man!
Despite herself, Blythe's body shook with laughter.
It's true, isn't it? Just as I cannot escape you, you cannot escape me.
Sand made her steps slow as she closed the space between them.
Are you so prideful that you would have yourself suffer just so I could be kept miserable? If we cannot escape each other, then where on earth have you been spending your days?
Aris looked as though he'd rather be anywhere else in the world as he returned his glower toward the sea.
Quit laughing, you ridiculous girl. Just because I can't leave for long doesn't mean I cannot leave at all.
I'm the ridiculous one? You disappear just long enough to fetch me a pastry so that you can pretend you're off gallivanting around the world.
How delighted she was by the idea. So much so that, to Aris's dismay, Blythe began to laugh even harder.
I don't believe I've ever known someone as preposterous as you.
As severe as Aris tried to look, his efforts were futile given that the wind was whipping his hair into his mouth.
I came to fetch you, he told her. You have no business being here.
Blythe filled with such disdain that her good humour sobered at once. She gnashed her teeth.
You do not control what I do or who I see. If I want to visit my cousin, then I shall visit my cousin.
Not when it's my brother who's your chauffeur.
With each word, his ferocity raged like the sea at his back.
I have no intention of harming her.
Death's voice was the press of wind, somehow still firm, even while wisping through the air with such a gentleness that Blythe found herself questioning whether he'd truly spoken at all. Aris slipped his hands into his coat pockets.
What do I care? Take the life of this devilish girl if you'd like. The sooner you do, the sooner I'll be unburdened by the plague of her existence.
Blythe had never known someone better suited for tea with the ton. Aris was more dramatic than anyone she'd ever met. She wondered whether Signa noticed how Aris's focus kept rolling back to her. Wondered if she noticed his wounded pride, or whether any part of Signa even cared. Blythe may have bound herself to Aris. She may have taken away any power he had to threaten Signa, but that didn't mean Aris was over her cousin. Blythe could see his hopelessness even now, and knew that some small part of him still believed that Signa would regain her memories and all would be well in the world. But there was no denying the tenderness in Signa's touch as she reached behind her to curl her fingers around Death's. She rested her head against him, squeezing tighter whenever Blythe's or Aris's temper surged. Perhaps she remembered everything. Perhaps she knew exactly who Aris had been to her in another life, but was choosing to spend the rest of her years with another, and didn't want to break Aris's heart twice by admitting the truth. It's tradition for newlyweds to visit their family. Every word out of Signa's mouth darkened the sky. I'm the one who asked Death to bring Blythe here. I wanted to ensure that she was well. Aris opened his mouth to speak, only for his words to be drowned out by a crack of lightning that turned the sky silver. A storm was inevitable, and though the darkness swarmed to Signa, it was Blythe who felt like the eye of the storm as Aris grabbed hold of her hand.
It doesn't matter,
he told her.
Come, we're returning to Wisteria.
She wanted to fight, to throw his hand off of her, but warmth spread through her veins like a poison as Aris wrapped his fingers around her wrist, and the world tilted and winked out before she could open her mouth to argue. Blythe hadn't any chance to bid her cousin farewell before Aris reached for the air as if grasping for a door, pulled open an invisible handle, and tossed her across the threshold to let Wisteria imprison her once more. Chapter 10.
I despise you,
Blythe spat, ripping off her gloves and tossing them at Aris's chest before she hiked up her dress and stomped to take a seat beside the fire. Though the skies had been clear when she'd left, all of Wisteria trembled from roars of thunder. How strange it was that the storm mirrored the one brewing in Fiore so perfectly.
Get in line.
She hadn't heard Aris sit down, but suddenly he was beside her, his voice low as he asked,
Did he touch you?
Blythe knew at once who he referred to. She was grateful for the flames against her back, for goosebumps slithered down her spine at the memory of Death's touch.
I'd be dead if he had.
The firelight cast severe lines across Aris's face, sharpening the planes of his scowl.
You were a fool to let death so close.
Don't pretend you're worried for me.
It was impossible to tell how cross Aris was, for Blythe made a pointed effort not to meet his eye. All she could see was that he'd crossed one leg over the other and that his foot tapped a silent rhythm in the air as the stillness between them stretched on. Eventually, as the storm died down and Death's lingering chill finally seeped from her bones, Aris asked,
Did you have a good time at Foxglove?
It was such a ridiculous question that she laughed.
Of course I did. I was glad for the company, and to spend my day staring at more than hideous grey stone because you're angry that I stopped your attempts to manipulate my cousin.
Manipulate?
Aris's boots thunked against the floor as he sat upright.
She was my wife. It's Death who's manipulating.
Signa was never your wife.
Whatever the situation was, Blythe at least knew this much to be true.
Life may have been, once upon a time, but not Signa. My cousin is free to spend her years with whomever she wants, and it isn't going to be you.
The lights throughout Wisteria flickered as Aris reached out, taking her chin in a deft hand to demand her stare.
And you know that for a fact.
Blythe wasn't so foolish as to cower. It wasn't as though he could hurt her, so what was the worst he could do? Send her to sleep in the stables? That at least would be more comfortable than her stone slab of a bed. Aris didn't want Blythe to believe that she had any power in this situation. But if there was one thing that Blythe was growing more certain of by the day, it was that she had so much more than he'd planned for. And she'd proved it today when she'd left for Foxglove. When Aris bent so that his forehead was pressed against hers, she kept her gaze level.
It's your fault. She doesn't remember,
he spat.
I could have brought her here. I could have shown her the life we used to have.
And what life are you referring to exactly? One that existed literal centuries ago?
Blythe ground her teeth, refusing to yield.
Whatever caveman life you had back in the prehistoric age is gone. Continue to waste your years pining, or do everyone a favour and move on.
He was so bright that Blythe's eyes burned to look at him. She nearly pinched them shut, but didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Something about Aris's anger and the burn in her belly felt familiar. Almost expected. So much so that she did not lose her voice, but told him sternly,
Burn as brightly as the sun if you wish, Aris, but I will not look away.
To her surprise, the light flickered out as quickly as a snuffed candle. Blythe hardly had the chance to blink clarity back into her eyes before she saw that Aris once again stood before her. Not angry this time, but with his lips pressed tight and a crease between his brows.
What did you say?
Blythe thought over her words. A little forthcoming, perhaps, but not so aggressive as to warrant his reaction. She gave Aris no response as he drew back to lean against a settee, perhaps plotting his next move. He looked not to Blythe, but at his hands. Then, to her surprise, he laughed. Blythe wondered if perhaps she should hide, though she couldn't convince a single one of her limbs to budge. She was too enamoured by the sound, but this laugh was not like his others. This laugh was the first light of dawn, warm and pleasant as it shuddered across her. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but in that second, Aris became another person entirely. One she did not recognise, but found herself unnervingly curious to know.
Life once said that very thing to me,
he told her eventually, which was fortunate given that Blythe had lost her voice.
It was during our first true argument, so long ago that I'd nearly forgotten.
Despite everything, Blythe found herself softening.
She meant a lot to you,
she whispered. Aris gave no response, for none was necessary. Only a fool would doubt Aris's love for this woman.
Would you tell me about her?
So much of Blythe's past 2 days had been spent pondering the woman from the portrait, and whether it was truly Life who Blythe had seen wandering the halls. She yearned to peel back the layers of time and unearth the secrets shrouding this woman, to know what kind of person could look upon fate and find him worth a shared existence. Aris's expression bore the weight of complex memories, a mixture of softness, smoothing his edges while anguish pinched the corners of his eyes. In a tone as delicate as a secret unveiled to the night, he asked,
"What do you want to know?"
Everything.
It was strange, this insatiable curiosity that had taken root, a growing obsession with the woman whose life Blythe felt as though she'd stepped into.
Did she have a name?
While she thought it would be one of the simpler questions for him to answer, the veins in his hand pulsed as he clenched his hand against the armrest.
"We all have an alias,"
he finally said.
"She called herself Mila when I first met her, though I've not spoken that name in ages."
Aris kept 2 fingers pressed against his lips as if savouring the taste of it.
It was important to her that she felt close to humans, to ensure that the souls she brought into this world were as happy and as thriving as she could make them.
It was curious how someone who seemed so kind could end up with someone as rigid as Aris. Had he always been the way he was now? Or just how hardened had he become since losing his first wife?
How did you and Mila meet?
The fire was warm against her skin, and Blythe leaned toward it, ready to cozy up and fall into the story as Aris ran a hand down the length of his jaw and rubbed away the hint of a smile that had come with the memory.
She sought me out.
There was a fondness to his words.
At first, she despised me. My job and hers were not so well aligned. She thought I should be kinder, but the life of a human is a short and fragile thing.
As if the story was waiting there behind her eyelids each time she blinked, Blythe could nearly picture it.
And what did you think? She asked. Did you become any kinder?
Aris lifted his eyes, and for a moment Blythe wondered whether she had shattered their tentative peace, and if the conversation was over. But then he said,
I will tell you the same thing I told her, which is that when a soul unveils its future, I weave the path that it has chosen and set it into motion. Sometimes things happen beyond anyone's control, but I am never cruel by choice. Every soul is different. Each one is circumstantial. I was as kind to the souls she gave me as I could be.
Blythe thought on those words as she slipped from her boots. She detested the very thought of her future being some rigid, predetermined story that could never be changed. Yet at the same time, she could acknowledge that at least a portion of her anger was unjust. Aris had not asked for the burden of this job, which was why she folded her hands into her lap and told him with bated breath,
I am tired of fighting with you, Aris.
And I am tired of listening to you fight.
Blythe bit back a smile, refusing to let him see just how amusing she found his stubbornness.
Then what do you suppose we do about it?
His eyes were strange in the haze of the firelight. Darker, and somehow so piercing that if Blythe didn't know better, she'd think he was looking through her.
We form a truce, I suppose. Stop pestering me, and I will, in turn, at least attempt civility.
He reached into his pocket, fishing around.
I'll start by giving you this.
He handed her a letter with her father's handwriting on the front.
You thief!
Blythe snatched the envelope from his hands, thumb running over the wax seal, and relaxing only when she found that it was still intact.
Civility, remember?
Aris sighed as he kicked his feet up, spun sideways in his chair.
You can't be angry when we've only just formed a truce.
Civility, my arse!
She pried the envelope open. Perhaps it would have been better to wait until she was alone, but she'd never had much patience, and there was nothing she wanted more than assurance that her father was well. And so Blythe unravelled the paper and read over the letter hastily. Several lines in, however, her blood ran cold. She must have made an involuntary sound too, for Aris rose and crossed the floor toward her within a second, his brows cast low.
What is it?
He pressed. If Blythe had the wherewithal, she might have thought to pay more attention to Aris's tone and decipher whether it was worry or curiosity that drove him closer. Perhaps he was every bit as nosy as she was. He tried to peer over Blythe's shoulder, but she was clutching the parchment too close, reading over the words again and again in the hope that something in them would change.
Read it out loud,
he urged, trying to snatch the letter from her.
If you won't, then hand it over so I can read it myself.
Blythe curled her fingers against the page, and though every word was lodged in her throat, she forced herself to read what her father had written.
My dearest daughter, she began. I hope that this letter makes it to you safely. I must admit that in all my travels I have not yet had the pleasure of visiting Verena. Until your letter, I was unconvinced that it was a true place at all, as I have not been able to find it on any map. Prior to writing this, I found myself wandering my study in search of it, yet I have been unsuccessful in my attempts.
Aris made a low noise of impatience in the back of his throat, urging her to go on.
Since your departure, I have been increasingly interested in this kingdom you are to rule. I believe it's only fitting that I pay it a visit, which is why I was ecstatic to receive your...
She trailed off, daring a sideways look at Aris.
Your what?
He demanded, jaw tight.
What was he so ecstatic to receive?
Blythe wished in the moment that she could flip her body inside out so that she might crawl into her own skin. She shut her eyes as she read the next part, for there was no forgetting what the last line read.
Your invitation.
Never had Blythe thought it possible for Aris to look as cold as death.
You invited him?
His voice swelled like the tempestuous storm mirroring the hearth's fiery display.
To where, you buffoon? The land of make-believe?
You cannot be angry with me,
Blythe bit back.
We have a truce. Besides, this is your fault. I'm not the one who felt the need to pretend I was the prince of an imaginary kingdom, and it's not like I actually invited him. All I said was that I wished he were here.
Aris raked his fingers through his hair, tugging at the ends.
There's no choice but to wipe his mind. I'll have to use my magic.
Touch him, and I swear I'll find a way to kill you in your sleep.
Never had Blythe felt more lethal than she did then, each word striking with the force of a bullet. If there was one thing that she would make certain of, it was this. Elijah had been through more than enough for a lifetime.
My father is no plaything, and you will not turn him into one of your puppets.
Oh, then what do you suppose we do, love? Tell him the truth and pray for the best?
That certainly wasn't an option. As wonderful as it might have been to be able to tell her father the truth, every time she imagined doing so, she thought only of the alcohol he'd once relied on to quell his woes, and how grief had altered him into a stranger she didn't care to know. She worried for her father more than anyone. So no, she wouldn't tell Elijah the truth. Not when he was only just beginning to return to his old self.
We'll have to come up with something else, she decided, clenching the parchment. He says that he'll be waiting for your driver to pick him up on Friday morning. We've no choice, Aris. We have to bring him here.
And then what? I transport Wisteria to some magical spring forest that I pretend to rule?
Somewhere in the snow, actually, Blythe admitted with a wince. I might have told him that Verena was basically an Arctic tundra, though I did say it was beautiful.
Aris shot her a bleak look. Blythe, to her credit, had only wanted to tell her father how she was faring and stop him from worrying. She'd never thought that he'd want to come see her, at least not immediately.
There's no other choice,
Blythe decided when Aris still had not spoken.
You said yourself that Wisteria could move. We'll have to find a place that matches the description I gave and bring him there.
Oh, yes, a simple task.
With his back to the hearth, dark shadows cut across Aris's face.
What of the people, the staff? Your father believes you are a princess.
Then make me a princess. You are fate, are you not?
On Blythe's tongue, it was more an accusation than a question.
You have the power to control people, how they behave, what they perceive. If what I'm asking for is beyond your ability, then you are weaker than I was led to believe.
Beyond my ability?
Such words hit their mark, striking Aris as fiercely as if she'd slapped him across the face.
There is nothing that's beyond my ability, you petulant girl.
Frustrating though it could sometimes be, Blythe appreciated Aris's pride, for it was the greatest source of leverage to use against him.
Prove it, she demanded. My father is a clever man. Your party tricks will not be enough to fool him.
Party tricks? My party tricks?
Under his breath, Aris repeated those words quietly, spitting more venom into them each time. He opened his mouth, likely to curse her, Blythe guessed, but she held up a hand to stop him.
Prove it.
Her words were slower this time, brimming with challenge. And to her delight, Aris could not avoid the bait. He stepped forward, his glare smouldering.
And what, pray tell, is in it for me?
Blythe had expected this much, which is why the offer rolled smoothly from her tongue.
If you can manage to fool my father and make him believe that Verena is a real place, then I will put up no fight to travelling with you. Not so long as you promise to take me to see my father whenever I'd like.
Twice a year,
he argued, but Blythe held firm.
Whenever I'd like,
she repeated.
Within reason, but no more than once a week unless it's agreed by both parties.
Tension knitted Aris's brows, and Blythe was relieved by the cluck of his tongue and the way he threw his shoulders back, trying to fill the room with his presence. God, did she love a good ego. Especially when it had his lips thinning and his face twisting with a displeasure that told Blythe everything she needed to know. She had won this round.
Fine, you wretch. But should you have me do this, know that in Elijah's place, I will have no choice but to manipulate the minds of dozens of others if this farce is to work.
Blythe shrugged.
Do whatever you must. So long as my father's mind isn't touched, I don't care.
And she truly didn't. As uneasy as Aris's manipulation often made her, in this moment, she wouldn't have it any other way. Elijah was no easy man to placate. Unlike so many, Blythe's father didn't view her as an exchange of property or a way to bolster his own name. He did not care remotely that Aris was a prince. He cared only to see Blythe well and happy, and so, for his sake, that was the life she intended to show him. Around Aris, the glow of the firelight burned brighter. He drew a step closer, taking her chin in his hand once again.
If so much as one complaint of my magic passes your lips, I will end the charade then and there and claim victory over our little wager,
he whispered, tilting her head so that she couldn't turn away.
I shall do this my way. Am I clear?
She didn't draw back, nor allow a single ounce of hesitation to pass over her features as she locked eyes with him and said, in a voice as bright as a spring day,
"Perfectly."
Part 2. Chapter 11. My way, Aris soon came to learn, meant his way with Blythe's non-negotiable input.
"I think Verena needs a national flower,"
she said by way of greeting the next morning, the legs of her chair screeching against the stone as she dragged it from the parlour and into the foyer, where Aris was rolling up his sleeves. She'd listened, ear pressed to the door, for him to tiptoe through the hall and down the stairs that morning. If his groan was any indicator, Aris had been hoping to do this work himself while Blythe slept. But Blythe was no fool. She wasn't going to miss the opportunity to watch his magic in action.
I've no need for your advice.
His voice was a flat monotone.
Now, if you could leave...
"What about hellebore?"
she pressed, sitting sideways in her seat and swinging her legs over the arm.
"They're sometimes called winter jewels, you know. They're hearty against the cold."
The cold,
he hissed.
Had you left the imagining to me, Verena could have been a tropical paradise that we'd be enjoying presently.
He had a point, though it was too late now. Blythe sat on the room's right side, angling herself so that she could watch Aris as much as his work. He looked different today. The collar of his white button-up wasn't as tight as usual, and she found herself staring at the skin beneath the sleeves he'd rolled over his biceps. His golden hair, too, looked soft and untamed. She wouldn't say it was wild by any means, as even then Aris's posture gave him an air of rigidity that made him more formal than most. But Blythe found it difficult to look away from this man before her, searching for slivers of the relaxed boy she'd seen in life's portraits. If anything, he looked eager to work and perhaps even a little nervous, if the sideways glances he kept giving Blythe meant anything.
Hellebore,
he murmured as he smoothed his fingers through his hair and surveyed the room.
Very well.
All at once, his threads were before him, thousands of them, gleaming a brilliant gold and weaving intricate lies in patterns too fast for Blythe to follow. The front pieces of Aris's hair stirred as he worked, more threads joining the others by the second, until even his shirt began to billow, as if roused by an invisible wind that gusted as his magic took form. Beneath him, the stone floor of wisteria morphed to an iridescent blue that stretched through the length of the room, shaping itself into something similar to the wintertime lake Blythe had played upon as a child. But the floor held steady when Blythe pressed her boots against it, as solid as stone. She sucked in a breath, fingers winding around the arm of her chair. Blythe had always known that Aris was talented. She'd seen the proof of it through his various wonderscapes, and in the ease with which he used his magic, as if it was an extension of his very soul. But watching him create something of this level felt wholly new. Aris was an artist at his very core. The universe was a canvas he moulded like clay between his palms, shaping it to his will. Imagination was given life as golden-framed portraits that spanned an entire lineage, filled endless halls and banisters twisted to mirror the crystalline floor. At the base of those banisters sprouted delicate hellebore, sculpted from ice, their edges as smooth as if they'd been real. The flower was woven around the staircase balusters, too, its petals flourishing the higher the staircase rose. Rather than his signature gold, a silvery sheen was cast over the foyer, making Wisteria look as though someone had taken a chisel to the moon and carved out this home. It was a palace spirited straight from the pages of a fairy tale, kissed by the stars themselves. Blythe's heart forgot how to beat as she rose, drawing tentative steps toward the banister, as if one wrong move would cause the world to crumble beneath her. She trailed a trembling finger down its length, then let out a startled breath. Warm. Somehow the ice was warm. Aris must have heard her. Everything from the gleam in his eyes to the delight that sharpened his lips turned wild.
Impressed?
He taunted, surely expecting a cutting response and the banter they'd grown so accustomed to. Instead, Blythe whispered, "Yes," as she smoothed her thumb around the edge of a sculpted hellebore. Beautiful. It was all so delightfully beautiful.
Aris, this is outstanding.
His face twisted as if waiting for her to laugh or mock him for believing it. But as he watched Blythe's skirts drag across the floor as she circled the banister, captivated by the smallest details, the tension in his shoulders loosened. What must it be like, Blythe wondered, to be able to weave an entire world from one's fingertips? What must it feel like to let one's imagination run rampant, knowing that every impossibility was within reach? It was wondrous. And for a sliver of a moment, as the barest hint of a smile crossed his lips, not a smirk, nor any hint of smugness, but a true and proper smile, so was Aris. But Blythe didn't care for that thought, and was eager to rid it from her mind.
One room is simple enough, but surely you cannot manage the same grandeur throughout an entire palace.
Grandeur?
Still mollified by her earlier admittance, Aris smirked and rolled his sleeves up farther.
You haven't seen anything yet. Have a seat, love. We're just getting started.
Blythe had known that fooling her father would be a feat, and yet still she'd underestimated even the early stages of the work involved. Aris's magic worked as quickly as his imagination. 6 hours later, however, Blythe learned that it was not his magic that consumed the majority of their time, but the forethought needed to craft a believable lie. He'd refused to give her paints and an easel, but Blythe had convinced Aris to magic her a sketchbook to draw her ideas, wanting to participate.
We'll need people,
she reminded him, as she sketched a crude city full of figures, exhausted from the arduous role she'd assigned herself as the director of this project. Aris hadn't agreed to giving her that role, of course, but when she'd persisted through the first few hours of his scowling, he'd eventually given up and allowed Blythe to dictate. Or at least she had tried to. Aris had not listened to so much as half of her grand ideas, often scowling about how she needed to practice her drawing strokes.
Of course we'll need people,
Aris huffed as he eyed her work. The pair sat across from each other on the crystalline floor, Blythe cross-legged, bowed over the sketchbook in her lap like a prawn, while Aris sat with one knee drawn to his chest and his elbow propped upon it. Tea and sandwiches had been served on magicked plates between them. Blythe was on her third helping. As was expected with the food Aris gave her, it was one of the best things she'd ever tasted. Who would have thought that a chicken sandwich coated with toasted almonds could be so delicious? Aris, too, had eaten several, and had silently replenished the plates when they'd gotten low.
We'll need a town, too,
she said, speaking between a mouthful and wagging her sketchbook at him. Aris frowned, but Blythe made no correction in her manners.
I already have one in mind.
He turned his face from her, quieter than usual, his vitriol waning from exhaustion. They, because Blythe had decided that she too would be sharing in some of the credit for this masterpiece, had made superb work in mere hours. Around them, what was once the Palace of Wisteria had given way to their new temporary quarters, Verena. It was twice the size that Wisteria had been, and more than once, Blythe found herself wondering how such magic could be possible. In the end, she knew it wasn't worth her musings. No matter how hard she tried, or how many years they'd have together, Blythe doubted that she'd ever come to understand Aris's magic. Not everything he'd created was ice, of course. The suite her father would be staying in was filled with dazzling stained glass windows and vaulted ceilings adorned with white and silver crown moulding. Fantastical figures of griffins and unicorns had been cleverly carved into it, so well embellished that it would take weeks of scrutinizing before someone would be able to spot everything. There were ornate rugs and gold leaf chandeliers with candles that sprouted from flower-like buds. Every gilded portrait frame was over the top, and several of the rooms on the lower level displayed grand paintings on the ceilings. She couldn't tell for certain what all of them were. Some looked like angels, some of them were floral, and others were of strange and mythical monsters that had Blythe wondering just what went on in Aris's mind. There were statues, too, busts of men with wings that covered their eyes, and a giant bronzed stag head. There was even a curious bust of a boar that held an uncanny resemblance to the one on her doorknob, and though she wondered whether Aris was baiting her with its existence, Blythe said nothing. She didn't need to. The palace that Aris and she had constructed felt lived in, like a real place that had stood for centuries, collecting baubles and expanding its royal splendor. Verena was a wonderland she wanted to get lost in. One where she could spend a week investigating a single wing of the palace and still not be convinced that she'd seen everything. Aris had planned his creation down to the finest sliver of a detail, and it was a masterpiece. Watching him pluck away at his threads, crafting and then recrafting a painted ceiling several times until he got it right, taught Blythe more about Aris than the several weeks she had spent with him. Whether it came to food, painting, music, or even sculpting, Aris expected the finest. At first, Blythe believed that he was just particular about what he consumed, but given the looks he'd sneaked her way, or how his chest had swelled whenever something he did earned Blythe's delight, she soon realized that it wasn't only himself that Aris was concerned with. Perhaps that was why he shared his meals and kept the dining room so impressive, even when the rest of Wisteria had been left to ruin. Yes, Aris wanted to impress her with his magic, and to maybe even scare her a little. But if Blythe didn't know any better, she would have guessed that what Aris really wanted was someone to share it all with. Someone who would delight in the art and the splendor, and who would revel in all the grand things that he reveled in. Blythe had peeled back one thin layer, perhaps, but there was still so much more to Aris that she'd yet to uncover. He was particular and precise, and as she inspected the smallest detail of dust between two of the frozen hellebores, she was fascinated.
Do you love your magic?
Blythe couldn't say what drew the question out of her. Perhaps it was how struck she was by all she'd seen, or the fact that they'd gone several hours without arguing. There had been some bickering over his choice of paint colour, but overall, they'd been doing remarkably well. The sandwich he'd been about to bite into stilled at his lips. His reaction was so subtle that Blythe almost wondered if she was imagining it. A sudden stiffness of the shoulders, and the ever-so-slight straightening of his spine that took Aris from relaxed to once again looking like his typical buttoned-up self.
Are you trying to imply something?
His words held a defensiveness that hadn't been there minutes prior. Blythe flicked her gaze from Aris and stole another sandwich for herself. She took her time answering, pretending that her curiosity wasn't urgent and pressing, or that she wasn't dying to peel him like an apple and bite into his innermost lair.
I'm not implying anything, Aris, she promised. It's just that, for once, you looked truly happy.
Aris wasn't quick enough at concealing the shadow that slipped across his face.
I find great joy in creating,
he said at last, though his brows pulled close to his nose.
I've never known anything but my magic. Using it is just a part of what I am.
Don't you mean who you are? Blythe corrected. What you are is fate, certainly, but you're more than what you do.
He exhaled a quiet, splintered laugh.
I'm afraid not everyone feels that way. People fear what they do not understand, and few understand their fate. You cannot fathom how close to their lives I get each and every day. And yet, despite that, you humans resent me. Not that it matters. Even if you didn't, my brother will one day pluck you all from this world regardless.
For the first time since Aris had created it, the palace was every bit as cold as it looked. The chill lasted only seconds before Aris turned his face to the floor, and Blythe saw him then, a hint of that man from the portrait, so much younger and boyish despite his years. Looking at him, Blythe knew she'd been right. Aris didn't want to be alone. He wanted to share his life with someone. Perhaps that was why Wisteria remained so bare, so that he would not be reminded of the world's splendor when he hadn't a soul to share it with.
Well,
Blythe told him as she licked the almond crumbs from her fingers,
I think your powers are amazing. I wish that I had them myself. Not the work that comes with them, of course, but the rest of it.
It was astonishing how much Aris's shoulders eased. He looked curiously toward Blythe, welcoming those words as if she was the first breeze on a weary summer day.
If that's true, then you're one of the few.
There was no saying why Blythe reached forward to set her hand atop his, trying to console the emotion he tried so hard to hide. It was instinctual and so impulsive that she didn't realize she was touching him until a flame ignited within her chest. The breath that Aris drew was sharp, but before Blythe could pull away, she tore her focus from their hands long enough to look up. Past Aris and his scrutiny, past the iridescent banisters and deep into the foyer, to where a flash of white hair skimmed the edge of her vision.
Blythe.
Aris's voice was distant, muddled through the sound of laughter and the same lilting tune that had plagued her mind for months. She felt as if she was spinning, her vision swimming as an ache blossomed across her temples. With each passing second, the music swelled until it pounded against her skull, and in the corner of her gaze, she watched as life picked up the hem of her ivory dress and twirled.
Blythe!
Aris yanked away from her, and all at once the world steadied. No more music, no more apparitions of a woman in white dancing.
Dear God, what's gotten into you?
Aris was on his knee, face bent to inspect hers. Realizing just how close he was, Blythe waved him off. I'm fine. You need to work on your bedside manner, she grumbled, trying to avoid his prying eyes. Aris grabbed her by the shoulders, holding her still.
If you're fine, then do you care to explain why your eyes were rolling back into your skull?
She didn't, especially not when she thought they'd been open, staring down the foyer at the ghost of his dead lover. Blythe sucked her bottom lip between her teeth and bit down on the skin, combing her mind for answers. She was hallucinating, surely. But why? Realizing she had nothing to say, and likely growing tired of trying to pin down her gaze, Aris released her with a weary sigh.
I can finish the rest of Verena on my own.
You'll need my help,
she argued, despite how weak those words felt upon her lips. Aris must have felt similarly.
I have it handled, he told her. Come tomorrow, you will fall at my feet in tears over how amazing I am.
It's a wonder how you managed to stay on the ground with that inflated ego, she spat. I'm fine, Aris. Only a little tired.
He wasn't hearing it. Golden threads wound around her wrists before Blythe could argue further, tugging her toward the staircase. Blythe swatted at them, hissing names for Aris so foul that at one point, when she'd tripped backward up the first flight of stairs, he turned to her with folded arms and scrutiny pinching his face. It was impossible to say whether he was offended or impressed.
"Where do you learn these things?"
"Books," she seethed, met with only a grunt of acknowledgement before 1,000 more threads wound around her waist and ankles. They dragged a protesting Blythe up the stairs, down the hall, and to her room, sealing the door shut behind her. And though Blythe's tongue burned to tell Aris that she hadn't even gotten started on the list of names she had for him, she didn't once try to test the locks. Because either Mila's ghost had taken to haunting Wisteria, or Blythe was losing her mind. Chapter 12. Elijah was due to arrive at any moment, and Blythe was still far from convinced that she and Aris were going to pull this off. All night her thoughts wandered to every way Elijah might realise their deceit, and what he would do once he did. Would he try to bring Blythe back to Thorngrove? Would Aris protest by using his magic against her father, manipulating Elijah's mind? She felt ill at the thought. Having been banished to sleep well before either her room or the surrounding town had been consumed by Aris's magic, Blythe had roused not on her slab of stone, but in a proper 4-poster bed, canopied by cream linen. The sheets were plush and pleasant, made of earthy shades of green and amber. When she peeled back the canopy, it was to a gloriously rich room with dark mahogany flooring and a thick Persian rug that promised warmth for her bare toes. Her walls held the loveliest wallpaper, with delicate imagery of thin golden branches adorned with perched birds. Her headboard was a deep autumnal green, embroidered with hellebore. It was a stately room, and delicately feminine in a way she found quite lovely. The best part, though, was that she was not seized with cold as she drew herself from the sheets, despite the brightness of the snow that glimmered through a gap in the curtains. She hurried to pull them aside and take in a lawn covered with powder so thick that Blythe could see nothing but whiteness and the shine of Aris's golden threads woven as far as the eye could see. Wherever Aris had taken them was a far cry from her hometown of Celadon. When a knock sounded at her door, Blythe drew on her robe. "Come in." The young woman who entered wasn't at all who Blythe expected. Her black hair was sleek and polished, and she carried the scent of freesia upon her skin. She had a sharp jaw and held herself with the grace of a noble in a fitted gown of emerald. She smiled at Blythe before curtsying.
"Good morning, Your Highness," said the woman. "Shall I help ready you for the day?"
Blythe grabbed onto her bedpost, faint when she realised this was no random woman. She was a lady-in-waiting. For a long while, Blythe could only stare, her tongue numb and useless. She and Aris had discussed the need for people, yes, but Blythe hadn't expected she'd ever have the privilege of a lady's maid, let alone a lady-in-waiting. How nice it would be to dress without struggling with every testy button and frivolous ribbon. "You absolutely may," Blythe practically sang, beginning to disrobe in haste. Perhaps she was too hasty, however, for the woman's large brown eyes blinked in surprise as Blythe pulled on her stockings.
"May I have your name?"
The woman smiled as she helped Blythe into a fresh chemise.
"It's Olivia Wheaton, Your Highness."
She had a low, graceful voice, thick with an accent that Blythe didn't recognise. Blythe repeated her name aloud, beyond pleased to have not only one of the most remarkable bedrooms she'd ever seen, but also to have another woman to share the space with. What Blythe liked best, though, was that Olivia did not feel as though she was deeply influenced by Aris's magic. Her eyes were warm and kind, rather than hollowed out like his usual puppets. While he'd undoubtedly cast some sort of glamour on Olivia's mind, Blythe wondered what the extent of that was, and whether Aris was decent enough to actually hire staff. Olivia put her into a thick wool dress lined with white fur and gloves as blue as sapphires, and Blythe wondered whether Elijah would see a healthy, thriving princess when he looked upon her. Or would he see someone who had just spent their first night in a proper bed after 2 full weeks of marriage? In the end, Blythe decided it didn't at all matter what she wore, for the true test would be proving to her father that she had a proper relationship with Aris, that they were truly husband and wife, working together to rule a kingdom as a united front. The very thought had anxious laughter brewing within her. Her stomach knotted, yet there was no choice but to swallow those nerves as Olivia finished pinning her hair into mesmerizing plaits unlike any Blythe had ever seen. She wondered what country they were in, and could only hope that Aris would have picked somewhere remote enough for her father not to recognize. "His Highness has asked that you meet him for breakfast," Olivia said in her gentle brogue, and Blythe felt herself nodding dumbly as she followed after the woman who strolled through Blythe's room as though she'd been inside it 1,000,000 times before. Olivia threw open the door, her steps confident as she paved the way down the hall. It was fortunate that Olivia knew where she was going, for more of the palace's layout had changed overnight. Blythe skimmed her fingers along the frosted railings as they wound their way down the stairs. How odd a place this was. Odd, but mesmerizing, and every bit as exuberant as she might expect from a palace that had birthed a prince with Aris's insufferable ego. Blythe kept quiet as Olivia steered her toward the dining room, where a giant table of frosted glass waited for her. Her husband stood on the opposite side, in a coat of deep crimson and gloves trimmed with gold. And he wasn't alone. A familiar couple sat at the table beside Aris, both of them donning warm smiles. It took Blythe a moment to place them as the pair who'd pretended to be Aris's parents at the wedding. Their smiles made her skin itch. Blythe hated that she hadn't the faintest clue where they were from, just as she hated that she and Aris were once again using them for their own benefit. Still, they seemed happy enough, and Aris had made it perfectly clear that should she voice even the slightest hint of discontentment, this charade would be over. So she forced her own smile when the woman who played Aris's mother looked at her fondly as though she and Blythe had spent a great deal of time together. The woman patted the seat beside her, and Blythe flashed Aris an anxious look before taking it.
"Are you going to be able to play along?"
he asked between sips of his coffee.
"Or do you require my hand to control you too?"
"Touch me with your magic, and I will burn down all of Wisteria with you in it,"
Blythe said sweetly, as 3 servants appeared with a strange assortment of food, cold fish and boiled eggs that were too small to be from a chicken. There were plump gooseberries and warm potatoes mashed with vegetables. It wasn't like any breakfast she was used to, though given that Aris was eating it, she didn't doubt its quality. She allowed the servants to set the food before her, and sure enough, Blythe nearly melted into a puddle of satisfaction at her first taste. What a blessing it was that she hadn't told her father that the food in Verena was foul.
"Don't worry about me,"
she said, as she helped herself to a heaping of gooseberries.
"I'll manage just fine."
He waited for whipped honey to arrive before spreading it onto steaming sourdough.
"I'm glad to hear it, because your father's here."
There came a knock on the silver double doors, not even a second after Aris had spoken. A portly gentleman who reminded Blythe vaguely of Warwick stepped inside, bowed, and announced,
"Mr. Elijah Hawthorne has arrived."
Sure enough, her father strolled in, his luggage and coat abandoned. He looked every bit like a man who had spent several days travelling by train and coach, haggard and with a shadow of blonde stubble along his jaw. His eyes, however, were alight with twin flames as they flicked to Blythe. She was on her feet before her body even registered the movement, crossing the floor to throw her arms around him. It had been only weeks since she'd last seen Elijah, though it was by far the longest Blythe had ever been without him. Her body sagged with relief as Elijah laughed, embracing her with a tight squeeze before gently easing away to inspect her. His gaze narrowed at the meticulous plaited coif of her hair, skimming down to her cheeks before finally settling on her eyes.
"I'm glad to see you,"
he whispered, clasping her once on the shoulder before turning his attention to the royals behind her. "And thank you all for having me. I've only seen it through the carriage window, but already Verena seems to be quite the spectacle, as is your beautiful home." There was an edge of ruefulness to his words that Blythe couldn't help but smirk at. She wondered what jokes Elijah would crack about the grandeur of the palace once the two of them were alone. Not that he had much room to talk, given the oddness of Thorngrove's architecture.
"It's our pleasure to have you," said the woman at the table.
The Queen, Blythe supposed. Blythe might have thought to better introduce her, though she hadn't the faintest idea what the woman's name was. As if able to see the struggle on her face, Aris pushed from the table with a quiet creak.
I know you met briefly at the wedding, but allow me to reintroduce my mother, Queen Marie Dryden, and my father, King Charles Dryden.
It was a wonder how much Aris was able to manipulate the minds of these people, for the king only bobbed his head. He looked a touch put off by Elijah's presence, eager to return to his feast. Blythe wondered what the man might be like without the facade that Aris had cast on his mind. Would he be as disinterested as Aris portrayed him, or might he be a kind man, always attentive? She supposed she'd never know.
We're glad to have you, Mr. Hawthorne,
Aris continued, drawing Blythe's interest with his pleasantries. Was it in her mind, or was he somehow standing even taller than usual? He was making a ghastly amount of eye contact with her father, too, all charm and poise as he offered Elijah a seat. Her father took it at once, scooping a fork into his hand.
I've eaten nothing but trolley cart food for days, he said. Blythe tells me that the meals here are spectacular.
There was an edge to Elijah's voice when he said it, almost like an accusation. While Aris smiled, she was certain from the glint in his eyes that he'd noticed it.
Please, help yourself.
Elijah accepted that offer liberally. He took food from every dish laid out on the table, sitting comfortably in his chair as if he were the king of this establishment. Had such gall not been so impressive, and had these people not all been under a spell that would wipe their memory the moment Blythe and Aris no longer required them, Blythe might have been embarrassed. She could tell from the way Elijah pressed the cold fish to his tongue that he was disappointed. Even the fish was every bit as delicious as she'd promised him in her letter. He sampled several more bites between fielding questions about what he'd been up to, enjoying retirement, and if he had any exciting upcoming plans.
Catching up on years' worth of sleep and hobbies.
Before wiping his lips with his handkerchief and leaning back in his chair.
The food is wonderful, though I fear that my body is wearier than I realized. I could have someone show you to your room,
Aris offered, though Elijah cut him off with a swift wave.
That won't be necessary. I was thinking a stroll around Verona might be enough to wake me up.
Elijah gave his leg a tap.
These old bones haven't seen nearly enough use in days.
Blythe slid Aris a sideways glance. While he may have managed to make the palace spectacular, she had no idea the limits of his illusions or how entrenched in his magic this town was. But if Aris was worried, he showed no hint of it. Adjusting his gloves, Aris matched Elijah's smile and stood.
I would be happy to accompany you. My dear wife is still learning how to navigate the town.
Not one to be left out, Blythe stood. Apparently too fast, however, as her heart was beating so furiously that she saw stars and had to take a moment to grip the edge of the table.
I will join as well,
she told them, not about to leave Aris alone with her father. As Aris excused himself from the table, he went to Blythe's side to offer his arm. Only when he gave a quiet clearing of his throat did she realize that she was meant to take it. She nearly pounced on him then, looping her arm through his with such fervor that his lips thinned.
I'm doing my part,
he whispered. The words were soft as a breath against her ear.
Now gather your wits and do yours.
Forgive me if I'm alarmed by your behaviour. I didn't know you were capable of being a gentleman,
she hissed as they made their way through the palace, flocked by attentive servants. Blythe was assaulted by a sharp gust of wind as two of them pulled open the ornate double doors onto the front lawn. The wind carried the scent of fresh pine and baking dough, and Blythe breathed deeply,
before she glanced up to glistening hills of snow and the bustling city that awaited them. Verena was a town plucked from the pages of a storybook. At first, Blythe wondered if it was one of Aris's illusions, for surely no place could be so charming. But the deeper they travelled into a city built atop a giant canal and witnessed its flushed-faced denizens strolling the streets bundled in thick furs, the more she realised that this place was no illusion. Meticulously maintained boats traversed through channels of the canal, carrying people who seemed unbothered by the plunging temperature. They bustled about as normal, despite the iciness that wound its fingers around Blythe's throat and squeezed tight. Each person who caught sight of her and Aris either bowed or dipped into a low curtsy while Aris pressed onward, flashing friendly smiles and nods. He looked every bit like a poised and dignified prince admired by his subjects, a role, Blythe couldn't help but think, that Aris embodied with great pleasure. Blythe and Elijah followed close behind him, the latter scrutinising everything from the streets to the faces of those who passed by. Blythe left him be, too distracted by Verena's beauty to be responsible for reining in her father's scepticism. She doubted that he'd find anything. Verena was far too real, and far too breathtaking. If not for the millions of gossamer threads that wove throughout the town and around every person they passed, Blythe might have truly believed that Aris was a prince, and that she was the future queen of the most magical land, where the buildings were made of cheerfully coloured stone and sharpened with twisting spires. The melodic tune of an accordion floated through the streets, and all of it was so wondrous that Blythe would have squealed if not for the fact that she had to pretend she was already familiar with such a mystical place. She sneaked a glance at Elijah, satisfied by his flattened expression as he took in the sights. Considering that he was not scowling, Blythe knew he was impressed.
"Are you up for a tour of the city?"
Aris posed the question to Elijah. It hadn't escaped Blythe's notice that he was dressed finer than she had ever seen, or that he was cognizant of Elijah's every step, searching for anything her father might need before he could voice it. Seconds after Elijah squinted at the glaring sun, a cloud passed over it, shading his face. It was a subtle action, one that Blythe was certain Aris would never assume she'd notice. But she did notice, and was quick to smother her smile, worried it might embarrass her husband. She more than welcomed the change from Aris's typical behaviour. Before the eyes of her father, he was the perfect gentleman. He helped Elijah into a small wooden boat, then extended his hand for Blythe. She took it gingerly, forever surprised by the warmth of his touch and the heat that shuddered through her as her fingers folded around his, and she allowed herself to be pulled in. There was barely enough room for the three of them to squeeze in tight behind a gondolier who wore a uniform different from the others that Blythe had seen rowing by, a white coat with a golden insignia of a fox surrounded by hellebore. A palace gondolier, then. She nearly laughed, impressed by his thoroughness. Wedged between Aris and her father, Blythe watched the kingdom stretch before them. Gabled buildings with snow-capped roofs lined the canal, where tiny dustings of snowflakes glittered before melting into the water. Massive horses with thick tufts pulled immaculate carriages through ploughed cobblestone streets, the melody of their huffing blending with the accordion and easing something in her chest. This city was alive in a way that filled Blythe with a longing that burned to her very core. She watched as people flocked to a street vendor who poured cups of chocolate so thick and dark that Blythe's mouth at once began to water. She must have been staring, for the tendrils of her father's breath slipped into the air as he laughed.
"Is it good?"
he asked, but it was Aris who answered, already waving for the gondolier to glide them over.
"Blythe hasn't tried it yet, but that man makes the best chocolate in the country."
Aris had the same eager gleam in his eyes as he'd had when he'd begun crafting Verena the night prior.
Such a raw expression could not only be for her father's benefit, and Blythe felt her cheeks warm as she watched Aris bolt to his feet before the boat had come to a stop.
"Wait here,"
he told them, swaying a little before he leapt onto the streets.
The boat tipped, and Blythe clutched the edge as Aris hurried to the vendor. One look at him, and all others bowed their heads, quick to greet him with friendly words that the alleged prince matched. The vendor was a frail older man with deep wrinkles set around kind eyes that brightened when Aris approached. His hands trembled as they poured 3 cups of the steaming chocolate, though he grinned from ear to ear and shook Aris's hands with great excitement. He tried to send Aris away without charge, but Blythe was glad to see the golden coin that glinted in the vendor's palm when Aris pulled away from shaking the man's hand. Chocolate was a small thing to share with someone, and yet Aris had never looked more radiant. It seemed he was far more drawn to humans than he'd ever admit, especially those who were skilled or clever, or turned their passion into a finely honed craft. Blythe drew her hands back from the edge of the boat, wiping away the dampness on her gloves as she mulled that thought over. She wasn't quite certain what to do with the knowledge, let alone the pattering of her heart. Aris carried 3 overflowing cups back to the boat, careful not to spill a single drop as he handed the first to Blythe, then one to Elijah. He took his seat, but rather than immediately take a sip of his own, he cast Blythe and her father a sideways stare. Blythe pretended not to notice how eager he was for them to taste it, amused. She, for one, didn't need any encouragement. Blythe lifted the cup to her lips and let herself melt as the chocolate poured down her tongue, thick and richer than she'd ever tasted. Its heat spread through her belly, filling her with a pleasant warmth. Elijah must have been pleased as well, for while he chose not to admit it aloud, his chocolate was already halfway gone by the time Blythe turned to him.
"This place is not at all like I envisioned,"
Elijah said eventually, interrupting the comfortable quiet that had blossomed between the 3 of them. It was likely as close to a compliment as Aris would get from him.
"Nor is it what I envisioned,"
Blythe admitted.
"It's so much better."
Perhaps it was more than just the chocolate that had her so warm, more content on this cramped boat in an unfamiliar town than she'd felt in ages. The gondolier steered them farther down the canal, and beneath a bridge so low that Blythe reached up to brush her palm against its worn stone, filled with such joy that her eyes grew hot. How was it that a place like this existed in the world without her ever knowing about it? And how many more places like this were there, just waiting for her to discover? Blythe held her cup close, hoping to always remember the joy she felt in that moment. The way her world had become so much grander that day, and how eager she was to explore it.
"Thank you,"
she whispered, smiling to herself when Aris's spine stiffened. His eyes darted away from her, and when he spoke, it was with his lips an inch away from his drink, its steam against his face.
"It's only chocolate,"
he said before sipping. She might have specified that it was much, much more than that, but Blythe got the feeling he already knew.
"It's certainly beautiful,"
Elijah acknowledged, though doubt thickened his voice.
"What are the neighbouring countries like? How are your relations?"
Blythe nearly swatted her father on the arm. God forbid she truly had married a prince. Surely one would have believed her father a menace cut from poor cloth. Fortunately, Aris maintained his good-natured attitude with a laugh.
"I assure you that Verena is at peace and its people are happy. Your daughter is safe, Mr. Hawthorne. She'll always be well taken care of."
When the corner of Elijah's eyes creased, Blythe almost felt guilty. It was clear that he wanted to believe that there was more to this story than he was being told, but there wasn't a way for him to prove anything. Aris was being as kind as he was poised. Verena was thriving, and at every turn its adoring denizens threw hellebore into the canal as they passed. The food was delicious, and Blythe... Well, frankly, Blythe wasn't certain that her eyes hadn't turned starry. She wanted to see what this place looked like at night, with hazy golden lights glowing from the windows of snowy streets. She wanted to see it in the spring, when the flowers were blooming, and in the heat of the summer when a splash of the canal's water against her skin would be a welcome delight. Aris had taken her to a place with magic in its bones, and she never wanted to leave. Elijah, it seemed, could sense this. He set one hand on Blythe's shoulder as he used the other to lift his cup so he could polish off the remaining dregs of his hot chocolate.
She does seem happy,
he admitted, with words so soft they were meant only for her. A smile cracked Blythe's lips as she leaned her shoulder against his.
You don't have to worry for me,
she told him, though it didn't stop Elijah from snorting as he took her gloved hand in his and patted it softly.
I will always worry for you,
he said.
How are you faring in this weather? Are you staying healthy?
While the question might have been silly to someone else, Blythe understood what he was truly asking. Less than a year had passed since she'd been on her deathbed. As improved as she was, it was no secret that Blythe was smaller than she ought to have been, still slowly putting weight back on. Her muscles, too, had atrophied during her illness, but had shown much improvement over the months thanks to routine walks and horseback rides on Mitra. Still, she was tired. The stone bed and Wisteria's cold had been doing her no favours, and while her coughing had been a little better the past few days, she'd awoken weak and with her nose stuffy. And then there were the visions. Aris tried to steal a glance at her, likely thinking of her spell from the night prior. Blythe looked purposefully at her father.
I'm well, and that's how I intend to stay for a very long time,
she told Elijah, speaking each word with such finality that they had no choice but to be the truth. Blythe rested her head against his shoulder, watching as Verena faded behind them and the glistening silver of the palace came back into view. Bodies were strange and sometimes frustrating things, but her slow recovery would not be enough to soil her spirits. Not today.
And how are you?
She asked, when she couldn't spare another second considering all the oddities she'd been seeing.
How are things back at Thorngrove?
She hadn't missed how Elijah had ignored this question in his last letter, nor how his face tightened even then.
All will be well, Blythe. It always is.
It was far from a favourable answer. Her heart spiked, though Elijah's avoidance of her eyes told her not to press. At least not yet. She'd have time to pry the information from him before he left. Blythe hadn't noticed that the boat had been slowing until they came to a stop. She could have travelled through the canals for endless hours if it was up to her. But the gondolier's chest was rising and falling with heavy breaths as he wiped sweat from his brow, and the temperature was dropping to a level they would soon be unprepared for.
Here.
Aris shrugged out of his coat and draped it over Blythe's shoulders at her first shiver. She stilled, uncertain how she was meant to react, until she noticed that Elijah was watching and forced herself to smile and pull the coat tighter.
Thank you,
she whispered, unable to shake the nerves from her throat. Aris offered only a curt nod before he stepped out of the boat with one foot and used the other to brace it, closing the gap from the dock to the water. He helped Elijah out, and then, with his lips pressed in a thin line, extended a hand to Blythe. Her eyes flicked down to it, sceptical.
My hand isn't going to bite you, love,
he said with a flattened tone that Blythe had since realised meant he was attempting politeness. He flexed his fingers, nodding her along. But before Blythe could take hold, Elijah stepped beside Aris and clasped him on the shoulder.
The two of you don't have to come in on my account,
he said.
If I try to sit through dinner, I will likely fall asleep on my plate. I can see the two of you off, though. Surely there must be something around here that you do for fun.
Blythe slid Aris a sideways glance, unnerved by his easy smile. To his credit, he didn't appear at all unprepared.
A brilliant idea, Mr. Hawthorne,
Aris said as he took Blythe's hand and hauled her off the boat.
I know just the thing.
Chapter 13. 8 dogs stood panting in the snow outside the palace gates. They were as large as wolves, but thicker, their coats a fluffy white beneath the heavy leather harnesses that strapped them not only to one another, but to a strange iron contraption.
Is that a sled?
Blythe's voice was breathy as she approached it. A few of the dogs snuffed at her legs, and she gave one a gentle pat on a head that was larger than her hand before it resumed its panting.
It's the same idea as a carriage,
Aris answered, taking Blythe's wrist and steering her inside.
Only this one is pulled by dogs bred to withstand the snow. I've been meaning to bring you, though we never had the right excuse. I've never seen such a thing,
said Elijah as he circled the contraption, inspecting it while Aris observed with an easy slant to his shoulders.
My family has been practicing the sport for ages,
Aris told them both.
We'll be perfectly safe.
Blythe hardly cared for such assurances. Even if he told her that there was an accident on this sled just yesterday, that wouldn't have quelled the excitement that buzzed through her. She gripped the sled's edges, wondering how to control these hounds and where Aris's sled was, when she felt the press of his body behind her. She startled as she felt each and every line of him against her. The hardness of his chest, the steadiness of his thighs against her hips, bracing her. Good God, why couldn't she breathe? She tossed her head to steal a sideways glance at him, wishing at once that she could stomp on his foot when she saw the upward slope of his lips.
Relax,
he whispered, as several servants checked the sled over, taking great precaution as they strapped the two into one tiny, hopelessly cramped sled that had them pressed even closer by the time the servants were done. Blythe wasn't sure how that was physically possible, but even breathing felt scandalous.
You could at least act like my touch doesn't repulse you,
Aris whispered against her ear, raising gooseflesh across her skin.
We're married. There isn't a single person here who doesn't believe that you and I have been significantly closer than this.
Oh, how she wished she could curse the blasted stuttering of her heart. She managed to grit a sharp, "Is this necessary?" between her teeth, whispering so that her father would not overhear.
Only if you cared to have your father see that I am an exceptionally caring husband who shows his daughter a delightful time.
He curled his fingers around her hips, so close that Blythe could feel each of his words hot against her skin.
Do not sabotage our agreement. Act like you like me, or you'll ruin everything.
Was it her imagination, or was his voice huskier than normal? Probably it was her imagination, for her mind was in another place entirely when she felt the press of his fingertips against her hips, stirring particular feelings inside her. She swallowed the lump in her throat, certain that she was flushed from head to toe as she offered her father a quick wave. "Are you certain you wouldn't like to join us?" she asked out of desperation, biting back a groan when her father nodded, that curious glint still in his eyes.
I'm certain that it's time for me to retire, Elijah told her, but I'll be eager to hear about it over breakfast.
This time, when her father walked into the palace, he looked so much more at ease than when they'd left it earlier that day. Aris sent the attendants with him, which left just the two of them, and a choir of panting dogs beneath the glow of a rising moon. When they were alone, Aris reached around Blythe to simultaneously grab the reins and toss a thick blanket around their shoulders. Then he pulled out 2 pairs of the most absurd goggles and ignored her protests as he forced a pair onto her eyes before slipping on his own. "You look ridiculous," she scowled, readjusting the eyewear.
"Be quiet and hold on to the blanket,"
he commanded, and Blythe barely had the chance to grab hold while hissing at him not to tell her what to do before he gave the reins a snap. The dogs shot to attention, tongues lolled, and their excitement close to bursting as they took off at a sprint. Blythe slid back from the jolt of it, though given how cramped the space was, there was nowhere for her to go but against Aris's chest. Icy wind whipped across her cheeks and stung her skin, and though they obscured her vision, she was grateful for the goggles. She was grateful, too, for the warmth of Aris's body as she found herself leaning into him. Delighted laughter bubbled in her throat as the hounds twisted around the palace, headed towards the thicket of evergreens that towered behind it. Aris didn't echo the sound, but his grip on her tightened as they picked up pace, expertly gliding over the snowy trail as if the hounds had traversed them 100 times before. She opened her mouth to speak, only to end up choking as some foul insect hit the wall of her throat.
I told you to be quiet.
Aris did laugh then, the low timbre rumbling against her back. She hissed a few choice words at him, though the sound of his laughter had warmed her skin in a way she didn't care to think about. A way that made her vision tunnel, the snow slipping away as her mind stirred up a strange image. She saw a flash of the same daydream that had been plaguing her for the past several months, ever since the night that Signa had saved Eliza. It was a glimpse of a man from the neck down. His skin was bare and hot, and the world around them was hazy as he laughed. It wasn't a delighted sound like Aris's, but a dark, pleased sound before the man pulled her into his lap, tucking her body around his. His lips were on hers as he hiked her up by the hips, and there was nothing soft about him or his touch. Blythe knew what happened next from too many late nights spent lingering indulgently on the memory, and nearly sputtered as she forced the imagery away before things progressed. She gripped onto the steel bars of the sled, telling her treacherous mind to behave itself. She hadn't the faintest clue why her brain had taken to producing such dreams, but they came at least once a week, and never failed to leave her tossing in her sheets, flushed and wanting and exploratory, since she could not rip the thoughts from her mind. She was roused into awareness when the world slowed, and Aris yelled something behind her in a murky voice that sounded as though she was underwater. The dogs were coming to a halt beside a blanket that had been laid out beneath the bend of a tree. A lantern hung from one of its branches, and Blythe stared at it, then at Aris as she removed her goggles. He was already undoing the sled's fastenings, slipping out and offering her a hand. It was so dark that the woods were nearly black as the sun set, their tree lit only by the lantern and a rising moon whose light filtered in through the occasional thicket of branches. Still, even if Blythe couldn't see a thing, the dogs were relaxed enough for her to know that there were no servants around, no Verena residents, and certainly not her father. There was no one to impress. And yet Aris led her to the blanket with a tightness in his jaw. "Why are we here?" It wasn't an accusation, but genuine curiosity that had Blythe asking. "We could just turn around and sneak back into Verena. My father would be none the wiser."
A grand idea if I believed he was actually sleeping.
She took a seat when he did, noticing with delight that there was a basket atop the blanket. She had never been on a late-night picnic before, let alone one in the snow. Blythe pulled the blanket around her shoulders closer as Aris fetched a jug of hot chocolate from the basket. Magically, it was still steaming. He divided it into 2 cups and then retrieved a bottle of something that smelled distinctly like liquor and poured some into each. Then he handed one to her, flipping over the basket lid to show a plethora of other delights. Jams, cookies, meats, cheeses. Blythe held her cup close as he dished it all out, taking a deep swig and sighing as the chocolate warmed her from the inside out.
Your father is a deeply suspicious man.
Aris leaned back on one hand and drank deeply from his own cup.
"He has every right to be,"
Blythe said simply.
"Please continue to be kind to him, Aris. I know you've got it in you."
He grunted as he turned toward the trees, the angles of his face softened by the lamplight's dim glow.
I don't understand why you care so much about what he thinks. Children marry and leave their nests all the time. It's nature.
Perhaps that wouldn't have been so awful had I not been leaving him entirely on his own.
Blythe hadn't meant for her words to sharpen, but they cut like a blade all the same. She stared into her mug, breathing so deeply that she blew steam upon her face.
"I think something has happened back at home, and my father won't tell me what it is. Were it anything serious, I worry no one would help him. Society is full of vultures who pick you apart and would sooner peel your skin from their teeth than raise a hand to assist you. They judge and they ridicule, and my marrying you certainly did not help with that. Aris retracted his neck with a look of disbelief.
What's wrong with marrying me? If anything, your society should treat him better knowing that he's connected to royalty.
Royalty, she scoffed. You strutting about like a peacock has not helped me. It's only opened my family up to more criticism. Whether you and I show up to gatherings or how much you smile when I dance with you, it will all be ridiculed. If I visit home alone, or whether you come with me, they look at everything. It's taxing enough when you have someone to share the burden with. But my father has no one. All I want is for him to live in peace.
Aris frowned deeply and took another swig of his drink. Clearly he hadn't considered this nearly as much as Blythe.
I will give them no reason to fault your father,
he said at last, the words as soft as a promise.
I have no misgivings with him. Elijah will be spared any burdens of our arrangement. You have my word.
It was a good word, one that took Blythe by surprise, and that she was immediately grateful for. But as she opened her mouth to tell Aris as much, she was struck by a sudden sneeze. She barely had time to turn her head away, taken by a small fit of them. By the time they stopped, her eyes were red and bleary, and she sniffed. Aris's bottom lip curled under.
You're repulsive.
I'm afraid I might be getting a cold,
she told him, admittedly happy to realise as much. If she was getting sick, then perhaps that explained the prior night's strange hallucinations.
I'm sure the snow isn't helping me any.
Aris did not look half as pleased by this realisation as Blythe did.
You should have told me when you first noticed you were ill. Neither of us may ever like it, but we're bonded now. We can spend our years bickering and being miserable. We can keep secrets and argue and never leave Wisteria because we hate. Or I can travel freely and live the life that I want to live while allowing you to leech onto it like a warm and healthy parasite. That, to me, is the best answer.
She forced back a scoff, because Aris was right about one thing. If they were to spend the rest of their lives together, it would be a hell of a lot better not to do it as enemies. That didn't mean they had to like each other necessarily. He could still call her whatever foul name he wanted. She rather enjoyed his creativity. But if a tolerance between them meant that she could travel, if it meant that her days would be spent touring marvellous cities and her nights eating delicious food in a wintry forest without a single care or worry in the world, then who was she to pass up such a grand opportunity?
If I feel like keeling over, you'll be the first to know.
She leaned forward to fetch a plate and silverware from the basket, wiping her nose on her sleeve.
As much as I've begun to enjoy our bickering, I agree with you. So long as you give me a proper bed and fix up Wisteria for whenever we are at the manor, and so long as you do not go back on your word about allowing me access to Thorngrove, then I will attempt civility. At the very least, I promise not to plot your murder while you sleep.
It sounds like I'm getting quite the bargain.
His smile truly was a wondrous thing, a beauty wasted on the likes of him.
Very well. I agree to those terms.
Then we have ourselves a deal.
Satisfied, Blythe turned her attention to the food and took hold of a biscuit as her vessel for the most vibrant orange marmalade. As she spread it on the biscuit, however, she moved too quickly in the darkness and cut clean through to her palm. Blythe dropped the knife as she yelled profanities that would put a sailor to shame. She clutched her hand tight as the blood welled, nausea rolling in her stomach. From the intensity of it, she knew she must have cut deep. Aris was crouched before her in an instant, grabbing hold of her wrist. Though Blythe's instinct was to keep her hand tucked close and wallow in her pain, there was enough authority in his body language that she couldn't refuse him.
I'm going to need a doctor, she said pathetically. It'll need stitches, probably dozens of them.
My needlework is better than any doctor's.
Iris pried her fingers one by one from where they pressed protectively over her wound.
Now, let me see.
He stilled, staring at her open palm. Blythe practically withered into the ground.
What is it?
She moaned.
Is it horrible? Will I lose the hand?
Iris's brow furrowed as he tossed her wrist to the side.
You devilish girl. Are you always this dramatic?
Have some delicacy, I'm wounded,
she hissed, gently bringing it back to her lap.
Sometimes I wonder whether you walked straight off the pages of a fairy tale.
Because of my princely charm, I'm aware.
Iris rose to his feet.
No, because you're as beastly as a troll.
Blythe unclenched her hand, expecting that he was undermining the severity of her wounds. What she didn't expect was for her palm to be perfectly smooth, not even a line of pink to show for the injury. There was no blood, no cut, only a pulse of phantom pain, and a few remnants of orange marmalade that Iris brushed away before licking his finger. Surely she couldn't have been imagining such gut-wrenching pain. She skimmed her thumb down the length of her palm, searching the blanket below and the nearby snow for any sign of blood. And yet, when she looked around, she saw only the tiniest bit of green grass at the base of a nearby tree, so bright in its colour as it poked upward through the snow. Fresh grass in December. Such a peculiar sight that she wondered if perhaps she was once again seeing things. Dizziness plagued her, and Blythe's vision became fuzzy from the quickness of her breathing.
Perhaps I am being dramatic,
Blythe whispered at last, though she didn't at all believe those words. Not when it was one more item on her list of oddities, like when she'd seen her previous maid's haunted reflection in the mirror months ago, or had seen Eliza Wakefield lying in her bed with sunken flesh and protruding bones like the dead reawakened. And now there was pain with no injuries. Visions of a man and the echoes of music at all hours of the day. A white-haired woman roaming Wisteria's halls, always lingering just out of view. Her body grew cold, an inescapable chill permeating her bones. Blythe curled her hand into her chest, making a fist. She felt like a child's used doll, fraying open at the seams. Her mind was a foreign place these days, stuffed full of oddities and unfamiliar memories. She took hold of her drink, downing the rest in a single gulp in an effort to ease her disquieted mind and the pulse of pain that still thrummed in her palm. Iris observed all the while, spine drawing straight when she finished.
Are you well?
He asked, and Blythe could hardly bite back her laugh, for she found that she had no answer to his question. Was she well? It was impossible to say. The blanket did little to assuage the sudden bout of shivers coursing through her. She tried to stand, tried to get her mind straight, but the moment she rose to her feet, her head pounded with such severity that it felt as though the ground gave way beneath her. Iris caught her before she fell, and Blythe had just enough awareness to realise that his arms were around her, drawing her into his chest as he stood.
Don't you dare fall asleep,
he told her, an edge in his voice that roused her enough to squint up at him.
This isn't one of your fairy tales, and I have no desire to rescue a damsel in distress.
In her blurring vision, Iris did not have one face, but 3, and all of them scowled with expert finesse. She tried to speak, though it took her a moment before she managed.
The trolls are never the ones who save the damsels.
At least that's what she thought she said. Admittedly, the words came out garbled. Iris blew out a sigh.
You are a thorn in my side.
Sharp as his words were, the tension in his body relaxed.
Where's the pain?
There isn't any,
she told him, ignoring the sear of her palm.
It's the dizzy spell. They happen occasionally ever since the belladonna. Now put me down.
Iris ignored her, and though she scowled at him, in truth, Blythe was quite grateful. For if he had set her down, she likely would have fallen again. Iris tucked her back into the sled, doing up the fastenings and pressing so close against her that she was undeniably secured. This time, she didn't resist his touch. Instead, she relaxed against his body as Iris gave the reins a gentle snap and had them on their way back to the palace. Chapter 14. The palace was silent when they arrived, and Blythe guessed Iris was to thank for that. He did not return Blythe to her room, but instead carried her through an ornately carved door just down the hall from her own. Had it always been there, or had he magicked it into existence for the sake of convenience?
"Where are you taking me?"
she demanded, blinking eyes that had long since lost their bleariness. By this point, Iris was just being stubborn to not put her down.
"To my room, where I can keep an eye on you. The last thing I need is the hassle of your death while your father's down the hall."
He gave her no time to argue as he opened the door, not into a dusky purple sky pocked with starlight or an enchanting forest glade, but into a plain suite with a plain sitting area and an unadorned bedchamber similar in layout to the one she'd woken up in that morning.
"This is your room?"
Iris must have registered her surprise, for he gave the space a single glance before shaking his head.
"Of course not. For the length of your father's visit, this is our room. We're happy newlyweds, remember?"
"Our room."
She chewed at her bottom lip, sucking it between her teeth.
"Right."
The suite was larger than hers, though far less grand, with walls of a rich forest green and all the basic furniture. There was no sign of originality. No sign of Iris. Though she could see the hardwood floors against her soles, she kept expecting them to split open and force her to step around bushels of lavender or sage that spread like wildflowers. How jarring it was to be surrounded by magic and wonder, only to suddenly not find any of it. It seemed Blythe was getting spoiled, so accustomed to Iris's magic that reality felt dull. Iris strolled inside, loosening his cravat. She noticed then how slowly he moved, his footsteps a shuffle, and his head drooped as if pulled down by an invisible weight. He worked at his cufflinks, fumbling over them for so long that Blythe could no longer stand it and eventually stepped forward to take hold of his wrists.
"You are not yourself," she said as she undid her gloves to get a better grip. "Why is it that we're surrounded by plain walls, and your shoulders are bowed just so?"
He stiffened at her touch, rigid as her fingers brushed against the smooth skin of his inner wrist.
"Magic of this level is not easy to maintain, even for me."
Blythe felt his eyes on her as she worked off the first link, then started on the second.
"Right now, everyone is asleep in their homes. My control over them can drop for as long as they remain that way, and it should be enough for me to maintain this ruse for a few days more. But this magic doesn't come freely."
That much was certainly clear. He'd seemed far more energized early in the day, but as the hours passed, the magic had taken its toll. Even his voice was haggard, words a slow drawl as exhaustion clung to him. She hurried to undo the second link, guilt thickening her throat. He was the one who had put them in this situation, but her father was the reason that Iris had to go to such extravagant lengths, and seeing the toll it took on him, had Blythe pausing before she drew her hands away.
"I appreciate what you've done," she told him. "You've gone beyond your means to put my father at ease. And I appreciate your bringing me to whatever town we're in, because it's the most enchanting place that I have ever seen."
So still was Iris that, could she not feel the pulse of his wrist beneath her fingertips, she might have thought that he was a statue rather than a human. He certainly looked like one, all sharp lines and severe angles sculpted by an artist's hand. As much as she despised him, she couldn't deny that he wasn't the worst to look at.
"I'm glad that you enjoyed it,"
he said after a breath, and though the words were no more than a whisper, They felt loud against the silence.
Despite what some may think, I do not find delight in being cruel. I know how important Elijah is to you, and I know what he's gone through these past few years. I would not wish to bring him more pain by letting him believe that his daughter is suffering.
Blythe appreciated that more than words would ever convey. Slowly, she peeled her hands away from him, tucking them behind her.
I've always wanted to travel. It's why I never planned to marry. I never wanted anyone to tell me where I could or couldn't go.
Iris looked to the floor as he admitted,
I know. I wove your tapestry, just like all the others. One does not easily forget such a blazing soul.
Of course he had. Yet, while she'd always known this in the back of her mind, she'd never considered the implications of it. The knowledge stilled her, for if he knew that...
Is that why you kept me locked away in Wisteria? She asked. Because you knew how much I would hate you for it.
His laugh was the softest puff of breath, warming her cheeks. This time, when he answered, his eyes found hers.
We went to war with each other the moment you spilled your blood onto my tapestry. Do not be angry that my arsenal is better equipped than yours.
She expected to feel angrier than she did. Perhaps she should have been angrier. But Iris was right. She'd called for war, and if she'd had the advantages that fate did, Blythe would have used them too.
So you know everything then?
She mused, trying to sound more rueful than she felt.
You likely even know how long you'll have to put up with me, don't you?
Iris must have recognized the lie of her cheerfulness, for he stepped but hair's breadth from her and spoke in a voice softer than she knew him capable.
Your tapestry became a mystery to me the moment your life was spared. I don't know when you'll die, if that's what you're asking. I don't know what you'll do, or the person you'll become. Not anymore. I wove your fate as I once knew it to be, which had you dying by your brother's hand. But you've changed your fate several times over. You are a mystery to me. A sweet briar full of thorns in my side.
Blythe could not make sense of the things his voice did to her. Days ago, all she could focus on was the hope that she and Iris could get through her father's visit without tearing out each other's throats. Now her mind was in disarray, flustered ever since being plagued by that vision of the man who had hiked her hips around his. Her heart pounded against her ribs like a caged beast as her body betrayed her, and Blythe peered behind Iris to the single-curtained bed. She swallowed. Iris followed her gaze.
I don't have it in me to manifest another,
he told her, sounding apologetic enough that she believed him.
Truth be told, your suite no longer exists. But do not delude yourself into thinking that I intend to seduce you. I'll sleep on the floor.
That would be the better option, and yet it was clear that what they both needed was a good night's rest. She told herself it was guilt, and the fact that she needed him in his best shape to entertain her father that had her shaking her head. For she despised Iris. Even if she couldn't pull her eyes away from his bare throat, visible now from his lack of cravat. Even if she was enamored by his body, so warm and inviting that she yearned to press herself against it.
I will take the floor, she told him, forcing the words out. I'm used to sleeping on a hard surface.
Iris winced.
I might have gotten carried away with that one, I admit. But you're sick, and this bed has more than enough space for us both. If you would like to share it.
He was right. The bed likely had enough room for 4 people to sleep comfortably. She wouldn't even be close to touching Iris if she agreed. And yet that didn't make it feel any less intimate. rather than answer, Blythe smoothed her hands down the length of her bodice and turned from him.
I'll need Olivia. Unless I'm to suffocate overnight, I'll need assistance getting out of this corset.
Silence stretched between them for a long moment, until Aris admitted,
Olivia is asleep. Everyone is.
Well, that wouldn't do at all. It seemed she'd have to see to the matter herself.
Turn off the lights,
she told him, waiting until Aris obliged.
And draw the curtains too.
He sighed, but did as instructed. Blythe waited until all traces of light were gone before she took a steadying breath, kicked off her boots, and then stretched her hands behind her in an effort to reach the laces. While she'd been growing accustomed to her routine when it was just her and Aris at Wisteria, Olivia had outfitted her properly for a woman of high society. Unfortunately, that meant that her clothing was nearly impossible to get off on her own. But blast it all if she wasn't going to try. Blythe bent at the waist, breath catching in her lungs as desperate fingers clutched for the laces, to no avail. She must have been trying for at least 5 minutes, attempting to quiet her huffing and gasps of air as Aris readied himself for bed in the dark. With every rustle of his clothing as he undressed, she huffed louder, trying not to think about whatever was happening behind her. Eventually, she became so distracted by her efforts that she didn't notice him approach from behind. He set his hands on her waist and drew her upright so that Blythe was against the hardness of his chest, pressing one hand to her mouth and hoping that he couldn't feel the frenzy of her heart.
I would very much prefer sleep over listening to you rustle your gown.
The night fought to steal his whisper, the sound hardly audible against her ear.
Be still, Sweetbriar.
He didn't need to tell her twice. Aris skimmed his hands down her back, having to use touch to guide his way in the absence of light. When Blythe's spine tried to arch, she silently cursed her traitorous body and forced herself rigid. She shut her eyes as his fingers hooked under the satin ribbons. He was slow, pausing every time that Blythe twitched or caught her breath. While his fingers were deft with tapestries, Aris worked at the laces at a glacial pace, fumbling in the darkness. Almost as if this sort of thing were new to him.
Aris.
Blythe's voice was no louder than the slip of silk.
Have you done this before?
She knew it was one of those intrusive thoughts better left unasked, yet among the shield of darkness she could not help but give voice to it. Aris went taut.
Dresses have changed over the years. I swear they get more complicated with every century.
Century?
She echoed, disbelieving.
Has it been that long since you?
Since I was with a woman.
Blythe wasn't sure whether she should be thankful or embarrassed that he'd finished the sentence for her. She held her bodice tightly against her as he undid another lace.
Perhaps that's not something you're interested in.
His breath grazed her neck as he leaned in.
I am interested in all of life's pleasures, Sweetbriar. Those of the body included. I do not limit who I find those with, though nothing has felt the same since my wife's death. Not that it's any of your concern, but I have tried to move on. Quite extensively for a period. Sometimes I still do. Though no matter how interested my body may be, my mind has found intimacy meaningless. Without my wife, the pleasure has been lost.
Good. That was good. Because Blythe felt nothing too. Obviously. She hoped that he could not feel the heat radiating or the clamminess of her skin as his fingers brushed her back and the corset finally slipped down her body. Aris took her hand, helping her step out of the gown. She was left in only a thin slip of a chemise that was to act as a nightgown and was grateful for the darkness, overly aware of how some of her bones still protruded, persistent reminders of her months spent ill. She was also pathetically aware of what his words had done to her. Aris had said nothing overt, and yet her mind had stretched itself, imagining fantastically ridiculous things that she had no business imagining. She wondered what Aris would be like as a lover. Not that she had much to compare to. She'd read enough stories to know things that none but her mother ever thought important to teach her. Lillian, at least, had sat her down years ago and told her everything society expected of a woman. She told her to be safe and to be wise with her heart, but beyond that, she had left Blythe to her own devices. Blythe was by no means an expert, though she'd had her fair share of trysts. Curious kisses that led to even more curious touches in the woods behind Thorngrove. Sometimes with men, and twice with Lady Asherby, the daughter of a marquis who frequented her father's gentlemen's club whenever he visited the country. She and Blythe had made a fast pair, though it had only ever been in fun. As far as emotions went, Blythe had never found herself serious about anyone. No matter how much she enjoyed a person's company, it had always felt like something was missing. Like there was something she was waiting for but hadn't yet discovered. Still, Blythe had enjoyed her past experiences and had always expected that there would one day be more. It had been some time since she'd had a rendezvous, which likely explained why she was having such potent feelings in that moment. Aris was not at all someone she'd ever thought of in that way, but a brush of his finger against her back was all it took to send her mind spiraling. Would he be a passionate lover? Would his hands be gentle as they caressed her skin? Or would he seize her by the shoulders with a commanding touch and pin her beneath him? Until that moment, Blythe hadn't realised that this would be its own challenge in marriage. Would she and Aris both be free to take lovers if they wished? She could see him being too prideful for that, even if they were wed only in name. But Blythe was young and curious, and she had no desire to live through the remainder of her life without knowing physical intimacy with another. She supposed Aris himself could be an option. No. Good God, what was she thinking? So much had happened today, and she wasn't in her right mind. She and Aris were only sharing a bed. They were married, and they were sharing a bed. Not that she'd ever shared a bed with a man before. Maybe it would be nice. Maybe she wouldn't be so cold. Or better yet, it would be cold, and then they'd have to... No. No. She needed to stop while she was ahead. Blythe really ought to have been a writer. She might not have had much experience, but with as much as she read, she certainly had the imagination. And right then, that imagination was hopelessly explicit. She tucked herself under the sheets, grateful for the valley of space between them. The last thing she needed was any more accidental brushing of skin.
"Do you think you'll ever want to be with someone else?"
she asked, wishing for the foresight to bite her tongue and end this conversation.
"Would you ever be open to courting, I mean?"
I've had a long while to consider it.
Blythe was surprised by the tenderness in his words. His voice was close, as if he was facing her. So she turned on her side as well, even if it was too dark to see him.
I spent ages hoping that time would lessen the loss. But I've never been able to get over the hurdle of knowing that she's still out there. Somewhere.
Blythe thought at once of Signa, and of Death's tender embrace the last time she'd seen her cousin. The way he held her without any signs of letting go, and the way she'd been so content to let him. Blythe knew she was wading into dangerous waters, but still she asked,
"And what if you do find her and she no longer feels the same? What if she doesn't remember you or has fallen in love with someone else?"
Aris needed no time to ponder this.
Then I will hope that her next life will be one that favours me.
Blythe leaned into her pillow. It saddened her to think that someone would waste so much time pining when they could find someone else to be happy with. And yet she also wondered what it must be like to love someone or to be loved so profoundly. Blythe couldn't think of a single other person who would be so willing to wait even half as long as Aris had. If it was true that life had loved him, and Blythe believed that she had, then she was a fool to have given up someone like him. Someone who would wait for her, search for her, bend the world for her. It was so admirable that, for once, Blythe thought she might like to experience something akin to that love at least once in her life.
I never asked whether you had someone,
Aris said, posing it as a question while Blythe fought off a yawn.
Never anyone serious. Though it's like you said earlier. You already knew that.
He was quiet for a moment before he laughed, caught.
You're right. I asked in the hope that it would get me to what I really wanted to know, which is why you don't have someone. I may see a person's fate, but that doesn't mean I personally understand each of their decisions. I want to know why you were so content to be alone.
Blythe wasn't sure what to make of this fragile spell that had been cast between them. It seemed that this was one of those evenings that worked like magic, the darkness bleeding away inhibitions as the night snatched secrets from their tongues.
I've never found someone who's held my interest,
she admitted. It was an answer she didn't often give aloud, for whenever she had, friends had laughed at her, believing that she was joking, or vain, or something in between. But that was the truth, and to her surprise, Aris acknowledged it without so much as a hint of mockery. Curiosity, perhaps, but no mockery.
I don't love compromise,
she admitted, when he said nothing in response, feeling a need to explain herself.
And I've always hated the rules and nonsense that we adhere to just to avoid being a social pariah. Why is it that we're expected to sit and accept flowers or ridiculous poetry from men who have determined us valuable from our pedigree or our faces, without ever truly getting to know us? Why is it that we are given a season to graze the surface of who someone is, and then are expected to make a match? And God forbid if it takes us more than 1 or 2 seasons to find someone in our tiny social pond. Not that it's any better if you do find someone, as everything the two of you do will forever be watched. Will you have children? When will you have children? If a woman is out without her husband, then certainly she must be up to no good. Maybe he's tired of her. Maybe she's not performing her womanly duties up to snuff, because heaven knows it can't possibly be him that's the problem, or that maybe she simply wants a night to herself.
She sighed, having grown more awake and heated with each word. So heated, in fact, that she bristled when Aris hummed his amusement.
You've given this a lot of thought,
he said, to which she snorted.
How could I not, when so many people believe that this is all I amount to? I hear the gossip when a married woman shows up to a dance alone, or when someone is on their 3rd season and has yet to make a match. Even if I know that it's all ridiculous, having enough people mock or ridicule you still takes its toll.
The process leaves much to be desired,
Aris agreed.
There is nothing that makes spring a better time to find love than winter. And no one should ever be expected to sit and listen to something as awful as poetry as a profession of love. I can see how that alone would sour the idea of marriage.
It was Blythe's turn to laugh.
I'd forgotten how much you detest poetry. It's really not so bad, you know.
Aris's displeasure came from somewhere deep in his throat. It was a low, gravelly sound that had Blythe tucking her legs closer to her chest, more aroused than she had any right to be. Fortunately, Aris didn't appear to notice.
There is nothing in this world that is more pretentious.
Blythe wanted to argue that he, in fact, was far more pretentious than poetry, thus disputing his claims. But for now, she let it slide.
Poetry and process aside, There are many joys to be found in partnership. There is friendship and trust. A joy of knowing that there is a person in the world who knows you truly, to the depths of your soul.
Certainly, if you're one of the lucky ones, Blythe said.
If you're one of the lucky ones,
Aris echoed, his voice growing distant as he shifted to face the ceiling.
Though I don't suppose either of us will ever be.
No. Blythe matched him as she too rolled to her back.
I don't suppose that we will.
Chapter 15. Blythe had never roused from a bed faster than she did the next morning. When she blinked past the dregs of sleep and remembered where she was, and more importantly, who she was next to, she pressed her eyes shut in a desperate attempt at teleporting herself to anywhere but the bed, then rolled herself off the mattress. She did so inch by inch, contorting herself in a desperate attempt to silently escape the room without waking Aris. And yet, with her rolling, came a throbbing head, and Blythe had to stifle her tired groan as she tried to recenter the world. Her efforts, however, were in vain.
That was quite the performance.
Aris was seated in an armchair behind her, a newspaper in one hand and a steaming cup of tea in the other.
I had no idea you were such an acrobat.
The fox at his feet chittered quietly before curling into a tighter ball. Aris reached down, patting the top of the beast's head. Of course, one monster behaved for another.
I was trying to be mindful,
Blythe snapped, hoping that her cheeks weren't as flushed as she felt.
Why are you awake so early?
It's not early,
he said first, nodding to where sunlight filtered in through a gap in the curtains.
Also, I don't require sleep in the same way that you do. I only needed a bit of rest with my magic so depleted.
Blythe wished she'd never asked, because now she had to reconcile not only the fact that she'd spent the night in the same bed as Aris, but that he hadn't even been sleeping for all of it.
It turns out I'm not the only troll in this relationship.
His eyes skimmed over the edge of the paper, observing her.
Did you know that you snore in your sleep?
She didn't know whether she wanted to stay and burn Aris alive, or whether she should flee the room and hope that she never saw him again. Both, unfortunately, were wishful thinking. Blythe stepped closer to the curtains, ignoring his jab and the glimmer in his eyes as she poked her head through. The town outside the palace walls was covered in fresh snow that whipped in the air as the beginnings of a blizzard stirred.
It's going to be foul weather today,
she commented, pulling the curtains open wider.
How are we meant to go outside in this?
Several seconds passed in silence before Blythe peered back at Aris, who was finishing his reading. He didn't look at her until he turned the page.
We're not.
Aris plucked a cube of sugar from a bowl and dropped it into his tea, followed by another.
There are fewer people I'll have to manage if we stay inside for the day. It's a better idea anyway if you're sick. You can have some tea and stay by the fire. You might want to put some clothes on, though. You'll catch a chill dressed as you are.
Clothes. Blythe gaped down at the flimsy chemise that stopped an inch below her knee. It was thin and sheer, the edges of her body towing the line of visibility. She could practically see the bones of her hips pressing through the fabric. Too sharp. Too frail. Blythe hugged her arms tightly around herself as she hurried back to the safety of the sheets.
You brute! Don't look at me!
She spat, letting anger burn away her embarrassment.
You're assuming that I'd want to.
Aris licked the tip of his finger and skimmed to another page without turning to her.
There's a dress for you in the wardrobe.
Blythe spared a glance at the wardrobe in question, but she didn't move. After several long seconds of her stillness, Aris's sigh broke the silence as the legs of his chair scraped across the wood.
A thorn,
he whispered under his breath as he crossed to the wardrobe.
Right in my side.
He threw it open and tossed the dress at Blythe, who caught it as though it were a piece of gold. It was an exquisite piece, the bodice a gentle cream colour
with embroidered hellebore that stretched down the length of her skirts, where threads of gold mixed with the green of vines. The top, however, was still a corset. It had been one thing to allow Aris's help last night beneath the cover of darkness. Here, in the light of day, she refused to acknowledge anything they'd discussed or the people they had been the night prior. "I can't—" She paused when a knock sounded. Blythe held the sheets tighter as Aris moved toward the door with his lips pressed thin, opening it for Olivia. He let the woman inside, then grabbed his tea and stalked past her.
"Get dressed, you infernal creature," he told Blythe. "I'll see you at breakfast."
The King and Queen were not in attendance when Olivia escorted Blythe to the dining room an hour later.
"You'll have to forgive their absence,"
Aris was telling Elijah as she walked in.
"I'm afraid they've been summoned by their royal duties."
Now that Blythe was no longer avoiding his stare, she could see that while Aris smiled, the skin beneath his eyes had darkened overnight. She doubted he'd admit to it aloud, but it seemed that he needed more than a bit of rest to replenish himself. Blythe would have loved to throw on a coat and further explore the brilliant town that surrounded them, but for his sake, as well as her own need to heal, perhaps it was better to spend the day indoors. There were a few things she wanted to discuss with her father anyway, and it was likely she'd have a better chance at getting her answers if Elijah had nowhere to run off to. Blythe had barely sat before she homed in on her father, not bothering with niceties as she began filling her plate for breakfast. "What's going on at Thorngrove?" she asked plainly, unable to bear another second of not knowing. Elijah sighed into the mug of coffee that had only just been poured.
"Nothing is going on, Blythe."
Beside him, Aris turned his attention to the herbed butter he was scraping across a scone as if trying to stay out of the crossfire. "Of course something is going on." She gripped her fork tight, trying her best to remain civil. "You've avoided answering me 3 times now, which does not equate to nothing. So, do us both a favour before I either pester you to death or I spontaneously combust from my own stress of not knowing."
"So, she's always been like this, then?"
Aris cast Elijah a pitying look. "As if you're not just as dramatic," Blythe spat before her father had the chance to answer. Elijah looked between the pair as he finally drew his first sip, a pull between his brows that Blythe couldn't decipher. Amusement? Curiosity?
"She is as bad as a bloodhound stuck on a scent," Elijah began. "But this matter doesn't concern either of you. Thorngrove is well enough, but there's been a break-in at Gray's. It's only a bit of vandalism. Nothing that can't be fixed."
Gray's. Blythe bit back her scoff at the word. God, how she hated that place. Hated who it turned the men of her family into, and the suffering it had brought the entire Hawthorne family. "Oh, good. Does that mean it's time to finally burn the place, then?" A sharp sound grated across her plate as she scraped her fork into some eggs.
"Perhaps,"
Elijah acknowledged.
"Though Gray's is a blight with no cure. No matter how many times I try to rid myself of it, the blasted place never stays gone for good."
That much was undeniable. Her father had tried to run the gentlemen's club into the ground after Lillian's death. Then, after refusing to let Percy or Byron Hawthorne take over the business, Elijah had tried to sell it to Lord Wakefield, only for the man to drop dead. Unfortunately, despite how little time Elijah tried to spend there, the club had once again risen to popularity ever since Blythe's engagement to Aris.
"Nearly half of its patrons have offered to help clean the place up. Probably they all think it'll curry my favour. Or yours."
Elijah nodded to Aris, then took another sip.
"I'm on the hunt to find someone new to sell it to. I'll keep a small percent to satisfy Byron, and then wash my hands of the place once and for all."
Blythe stabbed her fork into a gooseberry. "Let's hope the next man doesn't drop dead." While Aris tensed at this, arching a brow, her father only laughed.
"Indeed."
As content as he sounded, it didn't escape Blythe's notice that his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Perhaps I should pay Thorngrove a visit soon, she tested, searching her father's face for whatever information he might have been withholding. He lifted his chin as Blythe did, matching her glare.
I look forward to the day that you do. I imagine running a kingdom keeps you both busy, but you should consider visiting Thorngrove for the Christmas ball.
Blythe didn't have the heart to remind her father just how well Thorngrove's past several soirees had gone. Parties were Elijah's way of getting his mind off things. He'd spent nearly a full year mourning her mother by throwing ridiculously lavish parties at Thorngrove. If his mind was already fixating on the next, Blythe worried about the extent of the vandalism and all that Elijah wasn't saying.
Perhaps I should return with you, she argued, just to ensure that all is well.
At this, Elijah laughed. Blythe's eyes prickled at the sound. God, how she'd missed it. After they'd lost her mother and Blythe had fallen ill, she hadn't been sure she'd ever hear it again.
It's better this way,
he told her.
The two of you are meant to be on your honeymoon, which I've already infiltrated. I do apologize for that, Aris. It's not a bother,
Aris answered automatically. To anyone else's eye, he likely looked well and put together. But Blythe had seen him enough over the past month to realise just how haggard he was as he slumped over what was at least his third cup of tea.
Believe me when I say that I could use the help. I was in over my head marrying this one.
He wagged his knife at Blythe, though there was no cruelty. A joke. He was attempting to make a joke on her behalf. Her father slid her a sideways glance, intrigued by the banter. Blythe rolled her eyes, arms folding as she leaned back in her chair.
I can hear you, you know. I'm sitting right here.
And here is where you'll stay,
Elijah told her.
At least until I'm certain that things are safe.
Safe. How tired she was of people always trying to decide things for her in the name of keeping her safe. Her father's words lit a fire in her chest, and it flared brighter when Elijah turned to Aris with that same pull of his brows, and a look that Blythe couldn't decipher.
I miss my daughter very much,
he said.
But I don't want her involved in whatever is happening back at Thorngrove.
Blythe's fists clenched in her skirts. Her anger was so palpable that she could barely breathe around it. Her father had told her that she was welcome back at Thorngrove any time, and now what? He was conspiring with Aris to keep her away even longer? She opened her mouth, not about to spare him any of her rage, when Aris set down his tea and looked firmly at Elijah.
I understand that is your opinion,
he said.
I just don't agree with it, or understand why it has anything to do with me.
The breath loosened from her chest.
I understand her history, Elijah, but Blythe is not fragile, nor is she unwise. You're not protecting her by keeping her ignorant. She can make her own decisions.
He said it so simply, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world, and all at once that fire that had been burning so intensely within Blythe was extinguished. Throughout her entire life, people had treated Blythe like some delicate heirloom, something pretty to keep upon the shelf and far from harm's way. Of all people, Aris was the last one Blythe expected might protest this, and she didn't know what to do with the realization. She couldn't for the life of her stop staring at him, nor could her father.
I see.
Elijah whispered the words, though they didn't sound angry. If anything, he sounded almost pleased. He turned to Blythe, and with a small bow of his head, offered,
Should anything else happen, I will keep you informed. But for now, there is nothing for you to help with. We'll reconvene on the matter when you come for the ball. We'll be there,
Aris said, surprising Blythe yet again. Her lips refused to move how she wanted them to, as her father pushed his plate aside and rose from the table.
Excellent news. Now, I'd like to get to know my son-in-law better, and I have an idea that not even the foul weather can stop.
Elijah's eyes were practically dancing.
How about we play a game?
Chapter 16.
I have lied for you,
Aris whispered.
I have spun a kingdom out of thin air. I have fed you and tolerated you and have put up with all of your nonsense, but this is where I draw the line.
They were ducked into a corner of the foyer, Olivia and Elijah making small talk as they waited for the newlyweds in the parlour. Come now, Aris, it's only a game. It took everything in Blythe not to let on how amused she was by his level of loathing. What else are we to do during a blizzard?
Literally anything.
Every word sounded as if it were being forcefully pulled from the depths of his gut. He hissed a long breath, smoothing a hand through his hair. No longer able to contain herself, this time Blythe did laugh. Why on earth do you look as though you're preparing for war?
Because I might as well be, you monstrous girl.
How ridiculous Aris was, brought to such turmoil by the prospect of a silly game. The fact that he'd ever dared to call her dramatic was insulting. It's charades, Aris. It isn't going to kill you. His huff was a withering, pathetic thing.
Oh, but I wish it would.
Wish all you want, but you're playing. Now put on a brave face so that we may join the others. Blythe took him by the wrist, content as hatred oozed from her husband's every pore.
I detest you and your entire lineage,
he spat. Blythe patted his arm. That's the spirit. Be sure to put all that fire into your gameplay. As they entered the parlour, Blythe was glad to find that her lady-in-waiting had taken it upon herself to have the game prepared. Olivia held out an upside-down top hat, several slips of parchment folded inside. There's quite an assortment of things. She spoke coyly as she set the hat onto a small side table. But I kept them simple enough to get the game started. Thank you, Olivia, Blythe beamed.
Yes, thank you, Olivia,
Aris grumbled, likely regretting his decision to give the woman free rein to act as a lady-in-waiting. Blythe didn't let his glumness get to her. It had been far too long since she'd played a game. Before her mother died, the Hawthorne family had spent many nights just like this one, tucked away, laughing by the hearth, while Warwick filled a hat with countless papers of ridiculous things for them to act out. As Percy had gotten older, and as Elijah's nights at Gray's grew longer, game nights had fallen to the wayside. But when Blythe thought of her family, those memories were some of her fondest. If Elijah was wanting to play, then perhaps he too was feeling reminiscent. I'll go first, Blythe volunteered, standing before her husband and father to pluck a paper from the hat. It read, Modiste. Elijah and Aris sat side by side on a long leather sofa, the latter with his elbows propped upon his bouncing knees. His steepled fingers were pressed over his mouth, masking what was undoubtedly a most unfavourable grimace. The first one to guess correctly gets a point, Blythe reminded. Not one to let Aris's sourness deter her, she pulled up a chair and took her seat, mirroring the motions of sewing. She pushed invisible spectacles up the bridge of her nose, then paused to fuss with an imaginary measuring tape. Aris's eyes locked on her imaginary needle, narrowing.
Are you mocking me?
What are you on about? Elijah mused. Clearly she's sewing?
Blythe tried not to roll her eyes as she flashed him the invisible measuring tape, making a show of taking measurements and pressing pins into fabric that wasn't there.
Ah!
Elijah snapped his fingers.
The modiste!
Yes! Blythe threw her arms up with a victorious laugh.
God, she was so good at this.
That's 1 point for my father, she told Olivia, who sat near the hearth keeping a tally. Aris, you're next. He stood as if he'd just been told that his childhood pet had died. Shoulders slumped and refusing to meet anyone's eye, Aris stalked across the rug to see what fate awaited him on those slips of papers. He unfolded one, taking a single glance before the entire world fell still around them. Elijah was caught mid-blink, and Olivia was stilled while scribbling down a tally next to his name. Only Blythe, Aris,
and the fire remained moving. Iris swiveled to face Blythe.
No.
His voice was as hollow as his eyes.
Absolutely not. I'm not doing this.
Blythe had just taken a seat in Iris's former spot when she felt the magic slip across the room and jumped back to her feet.
What on earth are you doing? Unfreeze them this instant!
He clenched the paper tighter.
Not until you tell me that I'm exempt from this ridiculous game.
You most certainly are not exempt.
Oh, what she wouldn't give to clobber this ridiculous man.
Whether you like it or not, you're part of my family now, and in my family, we play games. So cease your ridiculous magic before you lose our bargain and get on with your turn.
Blythe matched the venom of his scowl with her own and waited, unwavering, for Iris to groan. Seconds later, the magic unravelled around him, the other two falling into motion once again as Iris tossed his slip of paper into the bin. Grinding his jaw, he lifted both hands into the air, elbows in towards his chest, and his fingers pointed down. For a long while, no one said anything, waiting to see what else he might do, but he never moved. Elijah cocked his head to one side, scratching absently at his neck scruff.
Is that how you pray in this kingdom of yours?
Though Blythe had already guessed what Iris might be attempting, she told him sweetly,
You're going to need to give us a bit more than that, darling.
The murder in his eyes was palpable. With the longest sigh Blythe had ever heard anyone draw in their life, Iris lowered himself onto his knees. He kept his hands up like he was begging, looked her dead in the eye, and said in a low voice,
Woof.
It took everything within Blythe and her dark soul not to fall into a fit of hysteria. She covered her mouth, muffling the amusement that threatened to overtake her.
No sound effects,
Olivia scolded, which was all it took for Blythe to fully lose herself and double over in laughter.
I've no idea, Iris, she cackled. Could you perhaps be a dog?
Her laughter, in turn, got Elijah laughing.
It's not the worst thing I've been called,
Iris muttered as Blythe wiped at her watering eyes. She did feel a smidge guilty, but good God did she love watching this man make a fool of himself.
Since you cheated, you have to go again,
Blythe told him. She didn't know whether that rule was real, but it was today.
No sound effects this time. Just have fun with it. Pretend you're in a performance.
A performance?
Iris looked to be having thoughts of skewering her upon a spit, but Blythe smiled all the while, pressing her fingers against her lips as Iris drew another slip of parchment from the hat. If possible, he looked even less enthused by this one than the previous. This time, though, Iris made no argument as he played along, extending one arm out and putting the other into a half-circle before him as if he were holding someone.
Dancing!
Blythe shouted, unable to contain herself. Iris bobbed his head, signalling she was close, but not quite there. He stepped up, to the right, back down, to the left, and began to hum. Blythe was about to scold him again for the sound effects, but the words caught in her throat at his hummed melody. Her vision tunneled, swaying, until it felt as though she were the one dancing in someone's arms, her body moving to the familiar rhythm. A melody that she knew deep in her bones, as if she'd danced to it 1,000 times before. Yet such a thing could not be possible. She'd never danced to this song, nor had she danced with a faceless man who consumed her thoughts, every breath, every heartbeat, belonging to him. For months, Blythe had pondered the song, mulling it over and over in her brain. Could it have been Iris that she'd heard it from? Her heart thundered so loudly that Blythe wondered whether Olivia could hear it across the room. She pressed a hand to her chest, where the skin was clammy and likely flushed as she watched Iris dance, everything moving as though it were in slow motion. "A waltz!" her father said at last, his voice cracking something within her. Making time move again. Aris stopped his dancing the second he was able.
"Bravo, Elijah,"
he told her father. He might have said something else too, but Blythe didn't hear it. Her mind was still playing the song forward and backward as she lowered her fretting hands to her lap, tearing at the skin around her cuticles. She didn't want to ask in case she was wrong, didn't want to worry her father in case she was hearing things, but Blythe couldn't stop herself. What was that song? She had to pause 3 times before speaking to ensure that her voice didn't quake. I thought I heard you humming.
"Was I?"
His brows pinched as he took a seat beside her.
"It's a song I learned long ago. You don't hear it played much these days, but it's always been a favorite."
She didn't need him to fill in the gaps. She knew who he had pictured dancing with just now as his eyes turned cloudy and unfocused. It was life. Everything with Aris always circled back to life. But that song... There was no doubt about it. She must have heard it from Aris. She must have held on to it subconsciously for all these months, not remembering where it came from. That, or life truly was in her head, toying with her even now. Blythe wound her arms around herself, squeezing to ensure she was solid, that she was there beside her father and Aris, and that all was well. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Her skin itched, and her eyes grew bleary, temples pulsing with a blossoming headache that threatened to consume her. Her father had gotten up to take his turn, but Blythe could hardly pay attention as he shuffled about, Aris calling out his guesses. He seemed to have loosened up, to be watching Blythe and Elijah closely and having a good time. But she couldn't focus.
"Blythe?"
he whispered after a moment, trying not to draw Elijah's attention.
"Are you well?"
Just a little worn down is all,
she lied.
I'll be all right.
She shifted her focus to her father, who was clearly acting out the role of a stable hand. Blythe thought that Aris must have known it too, but was stretching it out for her enjoyment. She appreciated it, truly. And yet she could barely look at Elijah, because all Blythe could focus on was the sound of the music swelling in her head and the faint memory of 2 people dancing on a bed of autumn leaves. Chapter 17. Blythe did not see Life's image the rest of that week, nor did she hear any traces of the song Aris had been humming. The rest of their time with Elijah passed in a flurry of meals and outings. Spectacular gowns, gatherings, performances, and the constant buzz of movement and chatter around the palace. Blythe had grown accustomed to it over the days, several times catching herself forgetting that Verena was a world of make-believe, and feeling the sting of its loss worse each time. She was sad to see her father go, of course, but there would be a chance to see him again soon. The loss of Verena, however, was insurmountable. Blythe had come to appreciate mornings when she could throw her windows open to the tune of an accordion, and afternoons spent strolling down cobblestone streets with hot chocolate in hand. She'd even come to appreciate her dinners with Aris and Elijah, chewing on whatever delectable Aris had magicked for them while he skillfully manoeuvred around Elijah's questioning. Or rather, Elijah's antagonism on many of the nights, for her father seemed keenly aware that there was something off about their charade. That, and he seemed to be growing mildly fond of Aris. Aris had been a surprisingly good sport, despite how much of a toll maintaining their lie cost him. Day by day she watched as his shoulders bowed and his frame withered. After a week of maintaining such a grand facade, Blythe had no doubt that he was desperate for a respite. Still, she would have given anything for one more night in Verena. Her despair must have been evident in her very bones, for Elijah squeezed her tight as they said their goodbyes.
"It's no Thorngrove,"
he whispered, with a tenderness reserved only for her.
"But I suppose it's a close second. I'm glad to see that you're happy."
And to Blythe's surprise, she was happy. Happier than she'd been in ages, though all of it was to be torn from her the moment his carriage departed.
"Aris,
Elijah acknowledged with a nod, glancing to where her husband stood behind her right shoulder. Don't be a stranger.
We'll return to Celadon soon, Blythe promised. Next week, for the Christmas ball.
While Elijah smiled, sadness lurked behind his eyes. He'd never seemed to believe her, though looking around Verena, she could understand why. I'll see you then, he told them. And I'll let you know what becomes of Grays. Before they could linger on the topic, Elijah hauled himself into the carriage. Blythe gave him a final wave before the door was shut, her heart aching as the driver snapped the reins and the carriage started down the path. With every clack of the wheels against cobblestone, Blythe's heart dropped deeper into her stomach. Already, the glinting threads throughout Verena were unwinding, loosening their hold. Soon, all the servants would return to their houses, forgetting that Blythe or Aris were ever there. Olivia would be out of her life, and Blythe would be back in Wisteria alone. There would be no sign of her left in Verena. No mark that she had ever stepped foot in such an incredible place. She and Aris, too, would once again drift apart, and Blythe despised how much that thought unsettled her. She couldn't look at Aris when he called for her, for she didn't wish to let him see how seized by emotion she'd become. Yet she couldn't ignore when he took her by the shoulders from behind, close enough to whisper his next words into her ear.
Come here, Sweetbriar. There's something I want to show you.
She sniffed, grateful to the cold for freezing the tears before they could fall.
I'm not in the mood for games, Aris. You won our bargain, I concede.
She tried to shake him off, but Aris held tight.
Must you always fight me? Have a little faith. I swear this is something you'll like.
He gave her a gentle nudge toward Wisteria, and Blythe all but dug her heels into the ground. There were still threads as far as the eye could see, which meant that she still had precious moments before it all disappeared. Moments that she intended to spend right here, memorizing every detail of Verena. When she refused to budge after another push, Aris sighed, rolled up his sleeves, and took her by the waist. Blythe gasped as he tossed her over his shoulder and made for the door.
You brute!
She screamed, smacking at his back.
Put me down!
A troll, a brute. I really am so many things to you, aren't I?
If Aris felt any of her protests, which Blythe was certain he must have given her lack of restraint, he showed no sign of it as he hauled her inside. The moment she was dropped to her feet, Blythe swung around to face Aris, seething through her teeth.
You're the devil, is what you are. You couldn't let me have just 5 more minutes.
Given the pallor of his skin, she knew it wasn't a fair ask. Still, she wanted it all the same.
You boast about how magnificent and powerful you are, yet you couldn't last just a while longer?
Aris was unflinching, looking down at Blythe with only a mild quirk of his brow.
Magnificent. If that's what you think of me.
It most certainly is not.
What a relief it was that there were no longer servants bustling about, for they'd witnessed quite the spectacle as Blythe pressed close to argue.
You are a proper barbarian. You showed me the most glorious place in the world, then expect me to return to Wisteria with its hideous grey walls and a sacrificial altar for a bed.
I told you to keep your new bed,
Aris corrected.
And it was never an altar, you ridiculous girl. What is happening in that brain of yours to think these things up?
I am not ridiculous.
She jabbed her finger into the centre of his chest.
I am in love, and all I wanted was 5 more minutes to say goodbye.
To his credit, Aris had far more patience than she deserved. He kept his hands folded, only an occasional twitch in his jaw to give away what could have either been humour or immense dissatisfaction. Probably the latter.
Are you quite done?
He asked, with a softness that threw her off balance. Blythe peeled back, drawing her finger from his chest and smoothing out the glove.
If I must be.
Glad to hear it.
He dropped his hands, strolling past her and toward the door they'd just come through. Blythe was immediately on his heels, not about to let him leave without her. He stopped when he reached the door, making a fist around the knob.
There is no reason for me to give you another 5 minutes here. Should you be quiet long enough for me to speak, I would tell you that Verena may be a land of make-believe, as you so eloquently put it, but Brood is a city that's as real as could be. And I will not promise you 5 more minutes here, because that's not the only time that you'll have.
He opened the door then, and it was not snow and cobblestone that waited beyond it, but a desert of red sand with a glowing golden sunset beaming down. Before Blythe could take a step, Aris shut the door once more, then opened it again to an ocean so unlike the one at Foxglove, one where the sky was warm and the sand pink, one where it was still morning and the water shimmered as if filled with millions of crystal shards. Aris pulled the door shut a second time, only to reopen it to the snowy streets of the place he called Brood once more.
We can go anywhere we want, Sweetbriar. Wisteria was made to travel.
Words were inadequate for the way she felt. Her mouth was so dry that she gave up trying to respond as she stared out at the brightly coloured houses and let the music of the accordion sweep over her. She stepped beside Aris, sliding her hand over his and around the knob.
How does it work?
She finally managed, a gloved finger skimming the iron. Aris peeled his hand away.
It's my will. The house is a very part of my magic and soul. It does as I wish, and will take me anywhere.
She thought of the cracking stone walls that had filled the majority of the palace for so long. If Wisteria was an extension of Aris's very soul, then what did that mean for the state of it?
May I use it?
Blythe asked as she eased the door shut. Holding the knob felt like holding a key to the universe. Infinite possibilities awaited her. All she had to do was seize them. And yet, when she went to open the door again, hoping to find Thorngrove on the other side, Aris pressed his palm against the frame to still it.
You are not a part of my soul.
As gentle as the words were, they felt like a slap.
But if you'll let me, I can take you wherever you wish to go.
Longing clawed at her. She couldn't remember a time when she'd felt such a bone-deep hunger, ravenous for the world that Aris was offering, a world that people could only dream of. All her life she had wanted to travel, to be bound to no one and wander wherever it was that she most desired. Yet, in the back of her mind, her family had always been by her side. She supposed that Aris was right to some extent, and that it was the nature of things to one day leave the nest. To mature and start a life of one's own, separate from the familial ties she had grown up with. Even animals did it, raising their young only to one day set them free. Blythe had always known that day would come, but no one had told her that moving forward felt like a goodbye she wasn't prepared for. Even staring at the door and the limitless possibilities that awaited, Blythe's thoughts turned to Elijah alone as he wandered the halls of Thorngrove. Was it fair to leave him behind? To selfishly enjoy the spoils of Aris's magic while she abandoned him just as everyone else had?
We can visit Thorngrove as often as you'd like.
Aris spoke at his most tender. Though he may not have known what was wrong, Blythe's poker face needed enough work that he must have guessed something was bothering her.
As impressive as Brood is, it's but a small part of where we'll go. I am not trying to take you away from your family, Sweetbriar. I am not trying to pull you from the life that you know. All I'm trying to do is show you a world that you deserve to see.
He reached his left hand out, where the faintest shimmer of light shone from his ring finger. Had he asked her a week ago, Blythe might have laughed in the man's face, or perhaps spit on his boots, depending on how much sleep she'd gotten the night prior. It was a wonder how a few days could change everything. She'd trusted fate and had been burned once before. Yet this time, when he held out his hand, she took it and kept close when he smiled and opened the door to bird song and pale sunlight that glinted through a forest glade. There was not a snowflake in sight, but a gentle gale that stole leaves from vibrant trees and sent them away with the wind. As Oris drew her out, Blythe shivered from the summer warmth that slipped up her skin. She let her furs and cloak drip from her shoulders and fall somewhere behind her, then did the same with her boots, tossing them aside as she followed Oris across softened soil.
It's hard to believe this place was but a door away.
The only noise in the glade came from the gentle call of robins and the soft gurgle of water from somewhere in the distance. There was no bustling, no rosy-cheeked denizens sipping mugs of hot chocolate as horses clocked along the cobblestone. Blythe doubted there was even a single home for miles. Unfamiliar trees sprouted tiny red and white speckled mushrooms, and the forest floor beheld no path or any signs of human touch. It held a rare sense of wonder, one that made Blythe not want to stand and explore, but to settle herself in the thickest tuft of grass she could find, and lay her head against the earth to soak in the stillness of this thriving land. She wanted to ask where they were, but such a question felt sinful. Like if Oris spoke its name aloud, time would somehow remember this place, and it would forever cease to exist. And so she did not ask, but allowed the tension in her chest to settle as she took a seat in a patch of sun. Oris removed his gloves as he sat beside her, setting them neatly aside as he leaned back on his hands. The quiet between them stretched for a long while, not fraught, but peaceful, neither of them feeling the need to fill the space with words. Eventually, though, she drew her stockinged feet beneath her and turned toward Oris.
Why did you bring me here?
It was similar to the question she'd asked the night he'd taken her sledding in Brood. This time, however, he had a different answer.
Because I knew you would like it.
Blythe wasn't sure what to make of how much those words pleased her, or of the desire that pulsed in her low belly. She sat straighter, sucking her bottom lip between her teeth.
I believe it's time that we discussed our arrangement in greater depth, Oris.
Since making the bond, they'd never discussed the logistics of their marriage in detail. If they were to build a life between them, no matter how unconventional, Blythe wanted to have a better idea of what she might expect. The seriousness in which she asked the question roused Oris's interest. He leaned up, observing Blythe as though he were an astronomer scrutinizing the stars.
What about it?
He asked, and at once Blythe felt as if she'd been transported several months prior, back to when she'd sat on the chaise across from him, and had exposed herself so fully while offering herself as his bride. Oris had laughed then, and as Blythe chewed on her words, she wondered whether he would do the same now. Slowly, hesitating with each word, she said,
I'd like to know what rules we might have about navigating the roles of a marriage.
Oris's face twisted as he tried to piece together her words and why her cheeks were beginning to flare pink. He certainly was not making this any easier.
I don't expect you to clean or anything of that sort. Even without servants, there are no duties. Magic takes care of that.
Blythe drew in a breath, anchoring herself.
There are some things, Oris, that magic cannot take care of.
She waited for the confusion to lift from his face, for his eyes to widen before he could right himself, and for him to clear his throat before she repeated,
What are our rules? Do we believe in the sanctity of marriage, or are we free to divert certain attentions elsewhere?
He opened his mouth, only to snap it shut, fully at a loss for words. It was as stumped as she'd ever seen him, and Blythe found the nervous knots in her stomach untangling as she observed his struggle. Though she'd wanted to find a hole to crawl into only seconds ago, now she found that she wanted to laugh, caught off guard by how surprised he was, and more entertained than she ought to have been by the idea of teasing him. "You do know what couples often do after marriage, right?" she pressed, a sly tone in her voice that Aris homed in on.
"Of course I do, you insufferable girl," he grumbled. "But you are aware that for me, there is no obligation of preserving a bloodline, aren't you? Or that I cannot bear children."
She expected as much.
That's all very well, because I have never intended to have children.
This caused the space between Aris's brows to pinch, which Blythe was quite used to. People always reacted so strangely when she told them her preferences, so she'd eventually stopped saying anything. She preferred for her time to stay wholly hers, and not to lose it to child-rearing she'd never been interested in.
"Then why are you asking?"
"You cannot presume that I would only be interested in such relations for the purpose of a child. I am but 1 and 20 years of age, Aris, with what I hope is a very long life ahead of me, filled with pleasures of the body as much as the mind. I am not asking anything of you. We can live together with this bond between us, and that will be the extent of it. I can find others to connect with for any additional purposes."
"And how will you do that?"
he asked, holding up his left hand.
"When you and I cannot be separated."
A blade of grass had slipped between the fabric of her stockings. Blythe stared as it scratched at her legs, refusing to look at him as she whispered,
"I haven't gotten that far just yet."
Admittedly, because a significant part of her was hoping for the first option, if only to get it out of her system. As it was, over the past month, there had been several thoughts that she'd not been able to shake from her mind. First was the night she'd seen him by the hearth, his shirt loose and hair astray. As uptight as Aris was, it had left more of an impression than she'd realised to see him so undone. More prominently, however, was the memory of him months ago, back at the Wakefield estate. Before she'd known the truth about who he was, she had let Aris help her overcome her fear of a tea she worried might have been poisoning Eliza. She'd let him sip from the tea when she couldn't. Then he'd taken her face in his hands and pressed his mouth to hers. She recalled, in exorbitant detail, how it had felt when his tongue had slid against hers, how her heart had raced and her body had urged her forward, craving more. It wasn't a kiss, exactly. He'd been helping her test the drink for poison. But, semantics aside, there was no denying that her mind had been forever soiled with desire despite how much she'd tried to stifle it. She'd thought of that moment on more occasions than she cared to count, and as she leaned back against the grass, propped up on only her elbows to watch Aris, Blythe wondered whether he ever thought of it too. Given that his eyes were on her legs, skimming up the length of her calves and thighs, she guessed he just might have. She kept quiet, pointing a toe and slowly extending one leg to give him a better view. All the while, her eyes remained on his face, watching as his expression hardened, eyes flashing with a dark curiosity.
"Are you soliciting me, Sweetbriar?"
"I'm not soliciting you."
If she was going to be daring, then she might as well not hold back.
"We can leave emotion out of it."
Though a battle warred on his face, Aris drew closer.
"I am not who you want, love. Remember that you despise me."
"Oh, I remember."
She brushed his leg with the tips of her toes.
"But that doesn't mean I'm not curious."
Vastly curious. so curious that she thought she might explode. She was married now, after all. If ever there was a time for her to explore such desires, this was it. He too must have felt at least some curiosity, for there was no mistaking the hunger darkening his eyes. Blythe skimmed her foot along Aris's thigh, then up to his chest, waiting to see what he might do. To her surprise, he grabbed hold of her ankles, pulling her closer to curl his fingers into the bare skin just above her stockings. His eyes found hers, full of challenge. He was testing her, making sure she didn't have second thoughts. But Blythe had never met a challenge she didn't like. If he was in, then so was she. Aris was upon her a second later, taking Blythe by both thighs and hiking her down so that he could come on top of her. One knee settled between hers, and then his mouth was on hers a second later, though she was certain that this was a very bad idea that both of them would soon regret. She didn't stop herself. Throwing inhibitions to the wind, Blythe leaned into the wants of her body, winding her legs around his waist and threading her fingers through his hair, gasping against his lips as he took her bottom one between his teeth. His fingers curled against her thigh, gripping onto her like she was something to devour. He smelled of wisteria and tasted like honeyed scotch as she drank him in. His touch was rougher than she'd expected, and his body harder as she arched against it, wanting more, so much more. His hand slipped farther up her inner thigh, and she wished at once that she'd never let Olivia put her into a bloody corset that morning. She ached to rid herself of it, her breaths too sharp and her body far too confined. When Aris's hand stilled, she tipped her head back to seek his stare. "You don't have to stop." God, she sounded like she was panting. "I don't want you to stop." With one hand draped around his neck, she pulled him down to capture his lips again, ready to lose herself in the taste. His fingers stroked a mere inch from where she most wanted him, and she drew in a sharp breath. But Aris stiffened as if something had pulled him taut, straightening his spine and snapping him from her. He tore away from Blythe, fingers combing desperately through his hair as he stumbled back. There was a wild look about him that had Blythe sitting up, her chest rising and falling too fast for her corset. The world blurred at its edges, her vision hazy. "What is it?" she whispered, smoothing out her stockings. "Aris, what's wrong?" He was on his feet before she'd even finished asking.
"This was a mistake."
He was already gathering her discarded boots and coat. He circled back only for her hand, the world winking away from them the moment he took hold of it. They were back at Wisteria in a flash of light, no longer near the front door, but in Blythe's room. She fell onto her bed, her back and the soles of her feet still damp from the grass.
"I'm sorry,"
Aris said as he set her boots by the door, refusing to look her in the eye.
"That should have never happened."
"There's nothing to apologise for," Blythe promised. "I'm fine, Aris. Are you?"
With her coat still strung over his arm, he hurried to her armoire to put it away.
"Yes,"
he said too quickly.
"My apologies, we can discuss our arrangement another time."
He went deathly still as the armoire swung open. Blythe sat up, her chest thundering as she saw the flash of gold inside. Life's mirror. Death had been the last one to touch it, and had not returned it to the vanity where she'd kept it tucked safely away. There was no stopping Aris as he yanked the mirror out, trembling.
"Where did you get this?"
She'd never heard his voice quite so soft, quite so scared. Blythe pushed to her feet, taking 2 strides to close the space between them, but pausing before she got too close. This wasn't the man whose lips had been on her only a minute prior. This was someone new, someone wild and fevered. Blythe held her hands before her, placating.
"I can explain."
He pressed his other hand against the mirror, cradling it against him with the tenderness of a newborn. It took a long while before his eyes flicked up to her, burning with their intensity.
"Then explain."
Every thought fell from her mind at once. For what could she possibly say to him that didn't sound so hopelessly useless?
Not long after we came to Wisteria, I saw a hall that I swore hadn't been there before. The blasted fox ran through it, so I did too, she tried, though the words felt ridiculous. I followed the path, and we came across this room.
She cut off the second his grip around the handle tightened, the veins in his forearm pulsing.
You went into her room.
As softly as he spoke, the malice in his accusation sank into her gut and twisted there.
You had no right. You had no right to take her things or to...
He cut off with a quiet choke, palming the wall as he swayed on his feet.
I wasn't even sure it still existed. I can't believe it showed itself. And to you, of all people.
Blythe said nothing, knowing her words were unwanted. The sharpness in Aris's eyes had glazed over, and she had the distinct impression, as he nearly crumpled in on himself, that he'd forgotten she was here at all. She held her hands close, scratching at her cuticles as she debated reaching out to him. Debated telling him to take a seat and breathe. But before she could make up her mind, Aris heaved a shaking breath, and he snapped his head toward her.
Stay away from me.
His grip tightened around the mirror, and those were the last words Aris spoke before he disappeared in a flash of light. Chapter 18. Blythe's meals began to show up on a burnished tray outside her door the following day. For 3 days, she consumed porridge for breakfast, cold meat, and plain bread for lunch, and shepherd's pie for dinner. Nothing extravagant, nothing varied, and none of it with any of the flourish she'd grown to expect from Aris. She hadn't seen him since he'd found the mirror, though this wasn't like the last time he'd disappeared, when she'd had no clue where he'd run off to. All the lights in Wisteria slanted up toward his study. She'd not seen a single sign of his existence, or heard so much as a shuffle of footsteps to prove that he was alive. There was no opening of doors, or clattering of a teacup on a saucer. No clinking of a fork against a plate. And there was certainly no discussion of anything that had happened that night in the glade. Blythe, for her part, had not been able to get their kiss and all they'd nearly done from her mind. She cringed every time she thought of how she'd run her foot up his chest and how she'd urged him on, wanting so much more. It was probably good that Aris had disappeared. How on earth was she ever meant to face him again? At least that's what she thought the first day into his hiding. By the second, Blythe found herself wandering the halls just so she could listen for him to open his door. And by the third, she felt like she was losing her mind when he still hadn't. It didn't help that the weather had fouled into a flurry of a snowstorm that kept her trapped indoors with only a pesky fox who could do without her existence. There were a few times a day where the beast might deem her worthy enough for a visit, but it would scurry off into the shadows as soon as she made any effort to befriend it. Perhaps if she knew its name, it might be more decent, but for that, she'd have to ask Aris. She'd tried, once. She'd stood outside his study, calling for him and demanding he tell her the name of the beast, but he'd never answered. Not even to yell at her to go away or to force her back into her room with magic. Whatever they'd built between them during their days in Verena was gone. One more day of solitude, and Blythe feared that she might lose her mind. Her discontent was bolstered by the fact that despite Christmas being mere days away and the storm that was raging outside their door, Wisteria was no longer cold. It instead simmered with a heat so oppressive that Blythe took her fan with her as she paced the halls, opening the windows to cool herself, only to have to shut them moments later when snow flurried inside. She needed to get out of Wisteria, needed to leave before she shriveled into a husk and fell dead, only to probably end up as a spirit forced to wander the halls of this place and torment Aris for all eternity. But this time, There was no sending a letter to Signa to come rescue her, and it wasn't as though there were any horses for her to take to Thorngrove, even if the weather had been cooperative. She pounded her way down the stairs, catching sight of the small fox curled up on an armchair, looking perfectly at ease in the warmth.
"Enjoying this, are you?"
she asked, only for the fox to slit one eye to inspect her before returning to its slumber. Blythe sighed as she passed it, doing her routine check of the windows to see whether the storm had let up. It hadn't, of course, and she threw the curtains over the panes with a stream of choice words to detail precisely how she felt about that. It wasn't until she stomped past the front door that she froze in place, a glimmer of a gilded knob catching her eye. She turned toward it, her throat thickening. It wasn't possible. 1,000 golden threads wound protectively around the door, and even Aris himself had told her that she'd never be able to use it when Wisteria was a very part of his soul. Still, desperation drove her toward it. She cast one look behind her, half expecting Aris to storm down the steps and laugh at her for even considering such an idea. But the halls remained silent. Blythe turned back to the door, leaning into its frame as she whispered,
"I need you to get me out of here."
She dropped her head against the wood, gritting her teeth at the jolt that struck through her ring finger as she skimmed her fingers over the handle.
"Take me to Foxglove."
She whispered the words like a spell, filling them with all her hope. But when she opened the door, there was only an icy blast of snow to greet her. She shut it again and clenched the handle tighter.
"Take me to Thorngrove."
Again, another blast of snow smacked her face when she threw the door open. She slammed it back shut, fuming. "To Brood!" This time, she couldn't even twist the handle, for her ring burned with such ferocity that she clenched it into her skirts. "Fine!" Blythe smacked her hand against the frame, then bit back her wince from the pain. "Fine then, you wretched thing. Take me to wherever it is that you want me to go, so long as it's away from here." All at once, her ring fell cold. Blythe stilled, not daring to breathe as the golden threads surrounding the door snapped in half. They did not fall, but vanished before her eyes in a glimmer of light, leaving the handle bare. This time, when Blythe curled her fingers around the knob and eased the door open, it was not a snowstorm that greeted her. This time, Wisteria opened into the last place she ever expected. Her mother's garden was unrecognizable from what it had been a month prior. One side of the gate hung open and was swaying in the wind, its tinny creaking the only sound aside from Blythe's own footsteps crunching against the snow as she stepped outside. Gray's, it seemed, had not been the only place to be vandalized. The fire's destruction was now but one small fragment of the garden's disarray. Parts of the ground had been completely uprooted, piles of dirt tossed haphazardly as though someone had been digging. The snow cut into Blythe's bare soles, but she couldn't feel the sting of it. She couldn't feel anything but the rage that burned in her belly as she glanced past the empty pond to her mother's headstone, now decimated. Step by step, Blythe made her way toward it, falling to her knees beside the place where the grave had once lain. With trembling, frost-bitten hands, she dug up broken pieces of the stone that lay half-buried beneath the snow. She couldn't breathe, couldn't believe that anyone could find it in themselves to ruin such a sacred place. Once upon a time, Blythe had hoped the garden would overcome its past year of suffering and would one day flourish. She'd hoped that Flora would overtake her mother's grave and that this place would forever thrive in secret deep in the woods behind Thorngrove. Blythe stared around the garden, at the dried twigs and scorched ground where she used to spend days smelling thickets of poppies. She waited each spring for the wolfsbane to bloom and for the frogs to come out of their hiding and perch themselves atop the lily pads. Now it was quiet. There were no frogs, no wolfsbane or poppies. There was only a broken gate, a shattered headstone, and a memory of a place Blythe would never be able to return to. The longer she stared, the more the loss festered within her, hastening her breaths. She wanted it back. Wanted the overgrown flowers and the hum of insects buzzing in her ear. Wanted the croaking frogs she'd spent too many hours of her life trying to capture as they leapt from bank to bank. Blythe shut her teary eyes, ridding her mind of what this garden looked like now, and instead satiating herself with memories of how it had looked in full spring bloom. She thought of the lavender that had grown taller than she was, and the jasmine bushes that had never failed to make her sneeze. She filled her mind with the garden's image until it felt real enough to touch. And when she opened her eyes, it was. Ivy crawled across the ground, covering her heels and any signs of snow and ash. Wolfsbane ensnared her ankle, clawing up her thigh with such vigour that Blythe had to throw herself back lest she became part of the garden herself. She had to be dreaming. Or perhaps she was still in wisteria, overheated and passed out in a puddle of her own sweat. No sooner had she let herself believe this, did she gasp, having backed straight into a growing bush of plump white roses full of thorns that scraped her skin. One drew a bead of blood, which Blythe watched trickle down her elbow and fall onto the soil. Hellebore, in the most peculiar shade of silver, blossomed in the exact spot where it landed, and when Blythe inspected the injury, she found nothing. No trace of blood, no open wound. Just a tiny crescent scar that was nearly the same shade as her skin. Beneath it, she could still feel the ghost of the thorn sting. It was like what had happened during the picnic with Aris, only this time she was certain she'd seen the blood. This time she was certain it was real. Blythe stumbled backward, trembling as she fought to keep on her feet. The ivy at her heels kept growing, stretching toward her. It reminded her of the incident back in her father's study, where Flora had blossomed out of nowhere and taken over everything in its path. The snow that had blanketed the ground only moments prior had been absorbed into the earth, and in its place, flowers blossomed. Clovers spread beneath her bare feet, while moss tore its way up what remained of her mother's grave and toward Blythe's hand. All the flora was reaching toward her, crooked stems bent as if craning their necks in search of her. As if they were a part of her. Blythe's eyes fell to the hellebore, born of her blood, and the garden swayed. Her skin was clammy as her mind worked to process the truth of what she was witnessing. No trick of her imagination, not a dream, but a flourishing spring garden in the midst of winter. Wounds that healed as fast as they fell. Sickness churned her stomach, threatening its way out, but Blythe wound an arm around herself and held tight. She had